After the excitement of the CE Cup over the weekend, it's time for the ECS to begin. 11 domestic clubs here in Czechia, all vying for the title. Prague CC seem to have a monopoly on this tournament, but, well, it's a new year and anything can happen. A couple of new teams as well. I'm Mr. Maximo. This is the European Cricket Series Czechia, and it starts right now.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Dobrano, good morning to you wherever you're watching from around the world, and welcome to another huge day, another huge week of European cricket as we start another 2-week adventure officially now, because we're getting into the ECS. We have 12 days of the European Cricket Series, and then we have more ECN cricket with the ECIs. We have the Czechia national sides, both the men's and the women's, in action against Greece. So plenty to look forward to. And also, we still have Cyprus going. They've started their T20 internationals, which will take place today, tomorrow, and Wednesday. But here we have 5 T10 matches coming your way. Can't wait to get started, and we have a brand new team actually to kick us off. We have Prague Dominators, new to the ECS, taking on the very, very experienced Bohemians. Right now, we have the Sheriff on his home soil. Let's see what happens at the coin toss. Charles Croucher with the 2 captains.
Welcome to ECS Czechia, match 1 with the Prague Dominators versus the Bohemians. Bohemians to call.
Heads, please.
Heads is the call. And it's a tail.
So we're gonna bet first.
Dominators have won the toss and will bat first.
So it is the Dominators that have won the toss and elected to bat. Pretty interesting decision there. New teams often, they kind of like to get out their field, get a sense of it, but I think the Dominators are pretty confident they've got the batting to get it done. Now, it's quite interesting. The Dominators have come out of Prague Tigers, who had a really interesting start to their ECS journey a couple of years ago, where they pretty much got smashed in the first game. Next game, they only made 60, but defended it. And still, it's the second lowest score ever to be defended successfully on ECN. Yeah, but Dominators are really excited to see what they bring to the table. Not too much experience, I think, in this form of the game or in ECN cricket, but sure is a confident move from them to bat first. Let's talk Bohemians, though. They're a team that actually won a trophy back in 2020 on ECN, the Super Series. And then they've had their ups and downs since then. I do think that they've got some good players in there. Watch out for Sahil Grover there. He's a bit of a weapon behind the stumps and also a very, very talented top order batter here in Czechia, and he also became the first player last year to be batting in a neck brace. That's another story. Let's talk about the weather. Today, a little bit of cloud cover to get the day going, but I think we're going to get plenty of sunshine as the day rolls through. Expecting 25 degrees, currently about 18, but quite a warm week. We're expecting maximums in the 30s as we get deeper into week one. Danny Hudacek has returned, and we will have Rico full once he's finished his Cyprus responsibilities. But today it's myself and Danny to take you through it. And Danny, I can tell you, the Dominators, they're on debut. They're batting first after winning the toss in match one. Let's get ready for the start of the European Cricket Series, Czechia.
Well, good morning to everyone and welcome to Prague for this first day of this European Cricket Series in lovely Czechia. A match between the Dominators and also Bohemians. Prague Dominators, as we see here, they're a new team to the competition. They're offshoot of the Tigers. They've been doing okay in the leagues, and Bohemians, one of the ever-present teams here. The second team ever in the Czech Republic after PCC. They'll be led by Sahil Grover, the keeper. As you can see, Bohemians with a 67% win chance, according to the supercomputer. Well, we'll see. We'll see. We have to see what the Dominators bring. It is the Prague Dominators, which is interesting. The local pronunciation of Prague. It'll be someone who's very familiar to people watching. It'll be Abul Fahad to open the bowling. Good bowler is Fahad. Just about to get underway in first game of this tournament. Here comes Fahad. And nice shot there. It's knocked down. The short cover, I think it's Imran who's there. Who's again been a very good servant to this club, Bohemians. Some familiar names in the lineup, and one that we've seen in playing for other clubs. In fact, I think he was a Spartan. Kranti has joined Bohemians for this tournament. That's a nice shot, lovely shot, 4 runs. A little bit wide there from Fahad, good pace. And it's Rongdi who, it's a nice cut shot for 4. Have another look at this. Just a little bit short and wide from Fahad. And right onto it, straight through the gap. Well, good placement. That's 4 runs on the board for the Dominators. Their first runs in ECN. It's Fahad again. This one's down leg side. Good take by the keeper. And again, good pace from Fahad, just losing it a little bit down leg side. Goswani's the other batter at the other end, as you can see. Just anything going past that leg stump is going to be called a wide, much tighter than the tournament we just got out of, the CE Cup for women. That was a great little tournament here between 3 really good sides. Here comes Fahad again. That's a good ball, straight through the batter. Very good ball there. Rongdi's just looked back down the pitch. Just left him a bit. Good take by Sahil Grover, who's a good keeper. You'll see them with the bat as well. He's very important for this Bohemian side. A former Barbarian. Moved across a couple of years ago. Here comes Fahad. And just prodded down, no run. You can hear a helicopter go past. A small plane. Could be a small plane. We have a couple of airports around here. So again, a good day for cricket. Should get pretty warm today though. As the sun starts to peep through the clouds. Fahad comes in and this is over the top. That'll be another 4. Nice shot. Almost went all the way. Had a good swing at it, did Rongdi. And that's 4 runs. Good start for the Dominators. This ground also, we saw it last year. It was very, very fast. So have a look at this. Had a good swing at it. And as a fast bowler, it's something you don't want to see. But this ground last year was very, very fast. Fastest I've ever seen it. We hadn't had much rain over quite a long period of time. It was quite bare and very fast outfield. It's a little bit different in this tournament. Now, we had a bit of rain a few weeks ago. The grass is nice and lush, but it's been cut very, very short. Oh, another good ball. Slow one there from Farhad. It's been cut quite short, and it's actually a very, very fast outfield. So I think you'll expect a lot of runs in this tournament, both along the ground and over the boundary. So at the end of the first over, see here, this is the calendar. We're up to the Czechia tournament, first day of it, then Romania, Hungary, Bulgaria, and then back to Italy, this time in Rome, Austria, Croatia. Then there's the European Cricket Championship starting in September, Malta, Spain, and then the European Cricket Championship for women. Of course, the Challenger divisions have come in this year, so that'll be that's a good initiative by the European Cricket Network. We'll show you more about that a little bit later. So it will be another very good bowler. National team player, Sazib Buyan, will be bowling. He often comes around the wicket. He's not going to be. He's going to be coming over the wicket to Goswami, who has not faced a ball. And I'm joined in the commentary marshmallow by Vinny Sander.
Thanks very much, Danny. Great to be here. Though we have had a fair bit of cricket already together in Prague. As Goswami gets off the mark immediately, Goswami will do the keeping for Dominators. I'm always interested to come back here. We are on ECN because back in 2020, it's one of the first locations. I said yesterday after the pandemic, but what it really meant was after that kind of hard lockdown period where we couldn't broadcast any cricket. Czech Super Series was one of the first places we visited, and so yeah, every year it seems to be growing, it seems to be changing. Got new sides like the Dominators here, who I think have come out of Prague Tigers. It made me think about Prague Tigers a couple of years ago and the crazy start they had to their ECS journeys. Buyan's guy, you know, we've seen him playing a lot for the Czech national team. He just seems to be able to kind of step up in some big situations and isn't intimidated by going up a level either. He's a pretty clever bowler and a hard-hitting batter on his day.
He's I think he's more a batting all-rounder, to be honest. That's a nice shot, getting into the covers and been returned. Look pretty sharp in the field, Bohemians already, but these two batsmen, Rongdi with a couple of boundaries already, Goswami looking okay as well. So it's we'll see how much depth the Dominators have.
That's always a concern with new teams, isn't it? They might have a top 2 or 3, but after that can fall away. I know that was the case with the Tigers when they first came in a couple of years ago, but I mentioned the fact they did defend 60 on the first day of the competition. Buyan wheeling and dealing at the moment. I want to say good morning to everyone in the chat. I want to say Dobar dan, of course, as they say here in Czechia. I want to say hello to Shohag, hello to Ivan as well. And I also want to wish everyone a very happy Eid. So Eid Mubarak to everyone who is celebrating that today. Last ball this second over, and just knocks it on the head down to deep third. That'll be the end of the over. Pretty tight one from Sazib. And the Dominators are 12 without loss. I'm always interested to hear new team names. I don't think we've had a Dominators before. You know, we've had literally hundreds of teams now on ECN. I can't remember a Dominators.
Oh, it's a good name. I like it. It's very optimistic,
pretty cool, isn't it? It's one of those ones that you start thinking, why didn't I think of that?
What are some of the weirdest names you've heard?
Okay, you'd ask me that. We had this conversation a few weeks ago. I don't mind having it again. And I might put it into the chat. Who's your favourite kind of strange team name? One of my favourites was actually in Kiel in the north of Germany. This is back in 2021. Let's get ready for Ravindra Bist to bowl. First one looks pretty high to me. It's going to be banged away for 4. As Goswami is going to smash it. I don't know, just the way he hit this is it makes me think it's challenging. That's yeah, maybe a bit lucky to get away with that one. Remember, we're a bit stricter on those in ECN cricket compared to the T20s.
It wasn't a great ball though.
It wasn't. Got what it deserved really, didn't it? This one wider and let that one go.
Mhm.
So, okay, my favourite was First Contact. And my nickname for them was the Aliens. And I think it was to do with the fact that when people first come to the country, it was, you know, First Contact as a way to kind of get in, fit in and kind of acclimatise a little bit. It's off the pad, running away. That's 4. We mentioned how quick this outfield is. Because Wyoming kicks one to the boundary. 4 more to the Dominators.
Yeah, even
Giving
with
as good as they get here.
Sorry?
I said they're giving as good as they get here. Quite early, the Dominators. How about you? Do you have any favourites?
Well, Fresh Tropical's always a good one.
Fresh Tropicals.
But there's it seems like Portugal breeds a few. I don't know. Am I mistaken?
I mean, Gamblers is an interesting one. Know
That's
how to hold them, know when to hold them, know when to fold them. Miranda Dragons, quite like that one.
Maybe it wasn't Portugal. I don't know.
Friendship CC and Fighter CC. You know the story behind that, right? Is that this club comes and says, hello, we'd like to form a cricket club and join. And okay, they said, that's good. Bit high this one, but cramps him up. And they said, okay, what would you like your name to be? And they said, yeah, Friendship Cricket Club. Yeah, cool. 2 days later, new group of people come to the office and say, hey, we'd like to form a cricket club. Blah, blah. What's your name? Friendship Cricket Club. And they said, oh, no. Some of you guys were here a couple of days ago. And that wasn't us. 2 clubs wanted to be called Friendship Cricket Club in the same week, 2 days apart. And so that second club actually became Fighters Cricket Club. So you couldn't
How did
be
you get
more
from
different.
Friendship to Fighters?
I know. And this year in Portugal, you're right, we had Precious Cricket Club as well. True story.
So it was Portugal.
End of
Portugal.
the third over. It was Portugal. End of the third over, scores 20 without loss. Say hello to us. Hello to Mahmood White. And Eid Mubarak to you as well. And yeah, Bangladesh, I think all of our Bangla viewers will be pretty happy. I think they've qualified for the next phase now of the World Cup. A couple of dead rubbers, I think, to come before that gets going on Wednesday. Hello to Rakib as well, and Mahendra Sahu.
Interesting. I've got a feed from a channel that I keep, just an Australian channel, so I can keep up with local Australian news. And not only this morning did I see that in their banner, as this is nicely hit, and a lot of work to do for the fielder, can't get down to it. That's another 4 runs. That's Kamal, who's down there. They were showing in their banner the Estonia-Cyprus games, which is good, the T20s, but also that Joe Burns hit 100 for Italy.
Yeah, and he's had an interesting start to his career for Italy. I think he started with a half century, and then he got a golden duck. But yeah, he was pretty dominant there in the final against the Romanians yesterday. I'm really proud of a team like Romania. You think about their fairly humble beginnings. I remember the first time on the network, their club Cluj didn't win a game in the ECL. And they've come back. They've made an ECL final with Cluj, and as far as the national team went, they've tried to really professionalise what they've been doing. I know that.
Oh, it's a good piece of work.
Just snuck in there, I think. Their coach Hitchu has been pretty. They're trying to make the players accountable, trying to do a few things like. Even through the winter fitness programs, that everyone has to, okay, you have to run X amount of kilometres. You guys work out between yourself who's going to do what. And I think it's a really good approach.
I think they'll be very happy with the result they got. It was a difficult division to get out of, or that one with those qualifiers. To make the final, I think is really. Oh, it's a lovely shot, cut away. That's Rongdi, who looks very strong in that area. Yeah, just coming back to Romania, I think I spoke to a few people there when I was at the Continental Cup, and there was a lot of optimism behind Romanian cricket and the work they've done. It's still difficult when you're competing against a country like Italy, who've got resources to bring in a former Australian Test player.
Yeah.
So
Romania brought in an Australian of their own, not quite a Test player, but still a very, very good player. Just hit down the ground. It's going to take some stopping as well. It's great effort, but he's going to get past Kamal and go for 4. Wow, this outfield, I've seen it be fast before, but it's it's quite fair but fast, if that makes sense. You shouldn't get too many Tortugas here. There's been a little bit of rain around over the last few weeks, I think, which has kept it pretty green, but it's lightning quick at the moment.
Well, the surface has been. I'll come back to it. Oh, got him. Kept a bit low, and Bouillon gets his man. It's a good innings from Rongdi. That one just kept a fraction low. And first wicket down for the Dominators.
Yeah, well bowled, attacking the stumps. There is sometimes a little bit of variable bounce in this pitch. Still pretty fair for batting. I think it just gets done for pace there. I wasn't sure whether to kind of clip or whether to pull. Ends up kind of halfway in between. Sazib knocks over the timber for the first wicket of the series, and the Dominators 26 for 1. Nice little cameo there. Though I think he's done well to 34 for 1, I should say, to get them off to a bit of a flight. Let's see if Arif, who's coming in, can keep this going, as that'll be the end of the 4th over as well, 34 for 1.
Yeah, going back to this field, there was a lot of rain around this area, around Prague, a few weeks ago, which is, it's important for this field because we can't water the field. There's no irrigation, there's no water supply. So we have to rely on natural rainfall. And ever since, the last couple of weeks, there's been a little bit of patchy rain, but it's kept it nice and green. And we've had a lot of support from the local golf club to.
Yeah, I think that's great.
It's just change of bowler. It'll be Kamal.
Kamal local toss, first one swept away.
Bowled really well last year.
Yeah, I think it's great that the golf club are now providing a bit of assistance. I know that maybe there was some testy relations there for a while. And the golf club have had their own dramas over the last few years, but I think it's best for the area. I think they can complement each other nicely.
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, he hides the ball behind his back, doesn't let you have a look at it at all. Kamaljeet Singh. Next one, just pushed down the ground for 1.
The interesting bowler is Kamal. I think he started off, as a medium pacer, then chose leg spin, and that worked in some ways, and then just couldn't control it. Now is more, I don't know, just an off spinner, but you're right about that. This is in the air, tucked around the corner, just be a single. But he was excellent last year for Bohemians, and I think he might have missed a game or was injured, and you could see that it really took away from their bowling attack.
He's good bowler to be able to try and mix things up in the middle order as well. He'll be pretty accurate. And right on cue, it was a big wide. I gotta watch my words sometimes.
It's interesting that Farhad was dragged after 1 over.
Yeah, you say dragged, but also you can bring him back. Only the 2 overs can take some getting used to.
Oh, slow one, give it a bit of flight there.
Sahil not able to gather it clean. It was a bit of an awkward one. Yeah, this pitch, it's not a concrete base. It's a base that does provide a little bit of variation for the bowlers. I know that we always talk about the fact that in a lot of ways it kind of replicates a turf cricket pitch because of those little variations. Also, I wouldn't say it's a particularly fast pitch. Yeah, just my experience.
I don't think it holds up though. You'll see some pitches that'll hold up a little bit. I think it still comes through fairly, if that makes sense.
Yeah, fairly is a good word. I wouldn't say the fast bowlers are kind of licking their lips compared to some of the pitches we've seen around Europe, but yeah, I think it provides a nice balance between bat and ball for sure. This is worked around the corner by Goswami. Does need to get a bit of a move on, doesn't he? First bit of foot fielding, I think, with series by Ravindra. And that will take us to the end of the 5th over. So the 1 wicket, a few runs, something for everyone early in match 1. Let's welcome you into the commentary box. Vinny Sandu, Mr. Maximo, here with Danny Hu to check. Yeah, Danny's been here for a long time now, and I know you know the cricket landscape here better than most. How do you see this series shaping up? And my other question, can anyone take the trophy out of Prague CC hands, where it's lived for a few years now?
I think they can. I'll tell you why. The depth in Czech cricket has improved a lot. There's a lot of changing between teams, players moving around. And I think, PCC are obviously the favourites coming into the tournament. But are they as strong as in previous years? Possibly not. So
we have to go deep into their squad as well when I look at their scheduling as well.
Absolutely.
We'll come back to that in a second. But right now, it's going to be Nirmal Kumar to bowl the 6th over. Yeah, it's going to be super interesting, I think. Oh, this one actually takes a little bit of a an edge and it flies away. I'm not sure if Grover gets a finger on this or not, but it ends up down in the agricultural area. Let's check it out. I mean, it wasn't a really good ball, but did surprise the batter for pace. Let's have a look at it here. Definite little glove on it. I think just, Grover not able to make up the ground in time.
Just to give you an idea, so you look at this this side, Bohemians. Sahil Grover was an ex-Barbarian. He's been here for quite a while. Nirmal is an ex-Vinohrady player. You look at Kamal was ex-Vinohrady and ex-PCC. Kranti was a Spartan. So what they've done is they've brought in some very good players just to join the Bohemians, especially Kranti, who is one of my favourite batsmen to watch in this league. Where if he gets going, it's just so easy for him. So I think they've got a very good squad. One person who's not here is Javed.
Yeah.
Who is a bit of a fixture in this side. But they've got a good bowling attack. They've got quite a bit of batting with Buyan, with Kranti, with Zahid Mahmood, with Sahil Grover. I think there'll be that's a really good piece of fielding again. That's Kamal.
Yeah, I think they've got a good mixture of skill, but also experience and a few cool heads in there.
Yep.
I mean, Sahil, he's a guy that's well behind the stumps. He's a pretty good keeper. We'll see a couple of good keepers, I'm sure, in this series. But he can also provide something special at the top of the order in the power play.
And then we've got teams like Dominators, who are a bit of an unknown quantity. We've probably seen a couple of the players on network before, but they're an offshoot of the Tigers. We'll see Ostrava also for the first time.
Yeah, really excited to see Ostrava, which is it the third biggest city?
Third biggest city.
Third biggest city after Prague and Brno.
I mean, well, my father's from Ostrava, so I've got a bit of a
another bias.
Vested interest. Is over the top. Nice shot, and that'll be 6. That'll be the first 6 of the tournament. Bit of a sketchy shot from Arif, but it's gone all the way.
We're pretty excited because finally we've got a Maximo. And we've waited 3 days. In the women's, we had some close calls. Katka yesterday went about as close as anyone. But this one does cover the ground. Not the most convincing shot you'll ever see, but it'll do. And it brings up the 50 for the Dominators as well. The 51 for 1 after 6.
I think it's a good start for the Dominators. And still 4 overs to go. It's weird to say 4 overs to go after doing the T20 eyes.
This is the thing. It's not even necessary that the pace of the men's game versus the women's, but the pace of 10 over cricket and the kind of chaotic nature of it. It's certainly it feels like coming home in a way, but you do get used to things like being able to bowl 4 overs and longer spells. Kamal comes back, first ball not scored off, so they're on for 94 at the moment. It looks a little bit thin on the ground. I got to say, compared to when I was first here, I think the scoring rate's been going up everywhere, but I think that'll kind of play out here as well. Something like 120 or something like that, maybe 125.
Yep.
And I think a good score, you're probably looking kind of 140.
Yep.
I think when we see some of the batting talent for some of the clubs clicking. But at the moment, double digits. Find it hard to see that being defended too often.
Especially against a team like Bohemians. But yeah, it's it's the first game, first morning as Kamal comes in again. That's interesting. I don't remember ever him actually having the ball behind his back when he bowls before.
Yeah.
It's something, I don't know if it's new, if it's a tactic, if it's just something comfortable for him. I just don't remember him bowling like that. But it's been pretty good from him so far. Just 7 off his spell so far.
Change of pace, it's worked so well.
Absolutely. That's what so he's hit down the ground pretty well. Should be cut off, and it will be. I'll just get the single. It's Sazi Buyan. Again, 2 good fielders down the ground. I do like the Bohemian strip.
Yeah, it's new. Taking a bit of adjustment for me. I'm used to that kind of teal. It's quite a unique colour that they would wear, almost like a Pakai hair teal. Well, they've still got a stripe of that on their trousers. I noticed that, but and looking very slick.
Interesting to find out why they changed their colours. So, as we are very used to seeing them in that teal. The Bohemians did win the first ever edition of the, what was it, Czech Super Series at the time.
Yeah, back in 2020.
Yeah, that was played on weekends. Another good piece of bowling there by Kamal. Good spell, just 9 from his 2 overs. As we see upcoming events.
Yeah, so we're still in Cyprus. That's why that's still up there, because they've got their T20s right now. I think Cyprus might have just completed their innings, and they've made a few. I think they might have made something like 195 to 200. So that's going to be a lot of runs to chase. 195 for 7 actually, the score in that first T20I. And there's 2 men's T20s a day, and then a women's T20 a day. So that's 3 matches a day over the next 3 days, and then we'll be back to one location for a while at least through the rest of this series, and then Romania, Hungary, Bulgaria. A bit of bonus action in Croatia. Their women's team were here, and they did some pretty cool things, didn't they? In the series, at 3-0, great start to their T20IW journey, but they did end up losing the 4th game quite significantly to Gibraltar. They ended up pinching the trophy in the very last game.
I like what I saw from all the teams. And it's a nice shot, cut away for 4. Goswami's still there from the start. He's going at about a run a ball now. And, they'll need to pick up the pace over these last few overs. Used his feet well, opened up. And,
yeah, he did. Just picked the gap. There's no sweeper back there. So, again, once it gets through the infield, it's racing away to the boundary. And we might talk a little bit about the CE Cup. Maybe some people didn't catch too much of it over the weekend, but it was women's competition this year. It was a 3-way competition. The host Czechia, as well as Croatia and Gibraltar. But it was a really, really great 3 days of cricket, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was fantastic. And really good to see some emerging talent in the women's game in Europe in that tournament, as well as a few old stages as well. With a couple of Sally in the ranks for Gibraltar behind the stumps.
Yeah, it's great kind of mix of experience levels and skill levels, and just a great platform, I suppose, to show where the women's game is at in those 3 countries. But so many positives to take away from that.
You see the different stages of development as well. Gibraltar, this is hit towards the boundary, should get there, it does. Nice shot through the covers. It's another 4 runs there from Goswami. Actually, going back to this field, what we saw last year was that the more correct the batsman, the more runs they get. They got the first ever 100 by Vashak Jagannathan was scored last year. And then there were probably another at least 4 or 5 scores in the 90s. And it was all through correct cricket shots. Along the ground, a few sixes, but really it's not that kind of ground. The ball does sometimes keep a little bit lower than especially with the concrete bases, and variable bounce. Sometimes you see when you're trying to hit a big lofted 6 that it goes slightly wrong. A little bit like what happened to Himel Rongdi in the first. With the first wicket, where it just kept a little fraction low for him. He tried to pull it. Oh, got him around his legs. That's Goswami gone. Pretty good innings there. It's a run a ball 25. And Dominators have lost their second wicket. They are 62 for 2.
I guess time will tell if it's good innings or not, because, just run a ball pace. I guess it depends what they've got to come. It's a long way across here. Shows a bit too much of the furniture. And ends up crashing into that leg stump. So it will be the second wicket of the day. And in the 8th over, the Dominators are 62 for 2 on debut.
I mean, I've done quite a few T10 games over the years, but the last 2 tournaments I've done are the Continental Cup and also the CE Cup, and it's taken my brain a bit of time to realise that 62 for 2 off 7 is not a great score.
Yeah, compared to where we've been, that's a bit of a natural adjustment, I suppose, for us. It's come out, and well, that's in the air, and I don't think it's going to carry the fielder. It's going to be gone. So Kamal, 1 brings 2. Now, I don't mind the approach here. New batter comes out, Harun Rashid, and another couple of metres, he probably gets 6, but instead He finds the fielder, and just like that, it's 62 for 3.
Yeah, Zahid Mahmood out there, and he hung on to it. Didn't look super confident, but it just didn't quite have the length, did it? The shot. And well, Kamal, as I mentioned, he's a very important bowler for this side.
Good catch in the end. So it just kind of got to the drop zone, then entrusted his hands. And that's now 3 wickets. And there's still 1 ball left in this over. Kamaldeep has a chance. Hamidullah, I should say, that's bowling at the moment, has the chance to bring up a hat trick.
That'll be fun on the first morning of a series.
Yeah.
Has that happened before in the first game of a series?
We have, but have a bit of a hat trick drought. Here's a hat trick ball.
Whoa.
Oh, so close.
Could be. Oh,
might have just, and I mean just, been going down the leg side. And I can't believe it. He'll take 2 for 8 off his first over. But have a look at it.
yeah, going down leg, I think.
It is, and I think they're going to see the replay. I'm sure it was at the time. I thought maybe it could be taking a bit of the leg stump. Great umpiring, I got to say, under pressure. But it is the end of the over, and after 8, it's 62 for 3.
That was a very good over from Hamidullah. Not seen him on the network before, so a good pickup for Bohemians. So we'll see. Farhad has an over left. There's 9. It's probably the most expensive over actually with those 2 boundaries.
Yeah, Hamidullah is a guy played for Brno last year. Played 8 matches for Brno.
Okay.
But he didn't bowl. That's why it didn't seem bowl. He had a top score of 36 against Bohemians.
Well, he's a very handy bowler.
But yeah, pretty good over. Good start to his series.
It'd be interesting because it looks like it's Ravi Bist to bowl. Maybe Farhad might not get the last over. Maybe Hamidullah on a hat trick will get the final over.
First one, yeah, will be a wide here in the 9th. Remember, since we were last here, slight change to the wide rules. The bowler actually can hit that line, that blue line. But if you miss it, like that one misses completely, then it will be a wide. So yeah, a bit more leeway for them. This is hit, and it's hit pretty powerfully. Well stopped by Buyan down the ground.
Yeah, good piece of fielding that. Didn't have to move too far, but it was travelling. Let's have a look at this. It was a good height for him actually. Just to bat it down, did the right thing.
Good length though from Best. I like that. Can't do too much with it. Swing and a miss. And a question: what was the what's an average score on this field? Obviously, this is the first game of the tournament, so it's hard to say. I can tell you from last year. Got some numbers. Wrapped on the power heading down the leg side. Last year, the average run rate was 11.4, so 114. And my prediction is this year it'll go up a bit.
Yeah.
I think it'll be more at like 12 to 12 and 12 and a half. So for me, this is a little bit under. So I've liked the fight. I've liked the confidence of the Prague Dominators to actually win the toss and bat, which is not something you see a lot from new teams. Bit worried they'll get rolled. This one just misses the mark. Not too far away. Not a bad spot to miss. That's how I'd call that sometimes.
Yeah, I think well, there's that definite tactic outside of stump. Happens. Ravi's not the quickest of the bowlers, and that's been hit to Kranti. He's also a pretty good bowler, Kranti, as a backup for Bohemians. But I'm sure we'll see him with the bat probably opening. Him and Sahil Grover, I think, would be my options. My choices, I should say.
Good areas at the moment from Best. A few questions or comments in the chat. One is that a few people looking forward to seeing Aditya Katawala potentially keeping for Prague CC.
Yeah,
Not
good
much
player.
Work in the ECL.
He's a very, very good player as Aditya. And also they've got quite a few stars of PCC. Let's have a look at this.
Let's see the match 3. I think he does get back here. Gets that bat down in time.
Sahil is always looking for that though. He rarely keeps up to the stumps, does Sahil. He will for genuine spin bowlers, but never really keeps up for the faster bowlers. You'll see a few will do that.
67 for 3 then after 9. Looking at this innings so far, never really launched. There's been a kind of smattering of boundaries. We've just had the 1-6. We had an over of 14 in the 4th. We've had an over of 11 off Nirmal in the 6th. But yeah, apart from that, everything's single digits, and that's the reason they're kind of languishing. 67 for 3.
Well, I like what I saw from Hamidullah in that last over. Apart from the 2 wickets, it was a pretty tidy over.
Bit surprised I don't go back to him here. I know that you got Farhad, but yeah, I would have thought maybe you got the option to stick with what's working. But anyway, they go back to pace. This might work too, although it just creeps away from the fielder, Imran ul Haq. Well, we've had a bat lost, but I'll have to check this out.
How did it end up there?
Did he? He must have lost on the follow-through, judging by where it's ended up. But I think they still get 2. There goes the bat. And let's get running.
Oh, they didn't run?
No, they didn't run
get
at
a single.
all. Okay.
I was wondering how they got back for 2, Vinny.
I mean, yeah, it's a fake 2. It was a 0. It didn't seem like there was 2 there, certainly with no bat. Slower ball, pretty well bowled by Farhad.
Yeah, he's an experienced bowler, is Farhad. So, yeah, look, I think they've got a lot of options. Kamal bowled very well. As I said, Kranti can bowl. Nirmal, he's the most expensive of the bowlers, but he's been really good over the last few years for Vinohrady. So, yeah, Ravi's got 2 overs, which I'm a little bit surprised at. It's another great ball from Farhad. And, been a really good over. No runs from it so far. Probably should have been on the first delivery though. I think he's too concerned about his bat welfare. The batsman, it's Arif, who's now again a runner ball. Alamin still off the mark. They still get off the mark, I should say. It was off almost an over. So, as I said, it's the Dominators' first game in the. Oh, it's a nice shot though. On the leg side. Hammered. Well done to Arif, who finally gets hold of one.
Yeah, finally. He's got Alamin at the other end. Hasn't been able to do too much with the bat. Bohemians, they'll be pretty keen, I think, not just get a win, but a big win here. Remember, we have the enhanced point system in play for the first time here in Prague, which means that there's 4 points on offer every game. Now, if you can have a comprehensive win, and that is to chase the score in 70% of the time, so 7 overs or less, or to keep your opposition to 70% or less of your score, then you get all 4 points. Otherwise, the points are split 3-1. Clipped away, but there's heaps of protection down here. Maybe should think for 2. They should, I think, on the fumble. Still tight at the bowler's end. They'll get back for 2. So 73 with the ball to go.
Yeah, I think it hit Kamal's knee and just got away from him. So it was a well run to throw it a little bit high as well. But 73, is it enough, Vinny?
Nope. Not my honest answer, but it's a start, isn't it? I mean, I like their approach. Just been a little bit outclassed here, I think. It's good slow ball from Farhad, and he's going to be out, but I'm not sure how.
As I said,
he's definitely out. I think he's just walking off. I think he might be sneaky stumping.
Yeah, yeah.
Because he's not really attempting to run.
He tries it every ball, though.
That's it.
He looks for it every ball at least.
If you go to the bargain basement, the $2 shop, then this is the what do you call it? Like the cheapest of dismissal, cheapest of fantasy points.
Yeah. Well, as I said, he's been doing it for years. It's what he does. He doesn't really keep. Well, he doesn't, not for Farhad at least, he doesn't keep it right behind the stumps, but he will roll the ball in.
Yeah. So the only debate is that run out or stumped for me.
I think it's stumped.
Probably stumped because he wasn't attempting a run, even though he was moving forwards, which is normally a sign of attempting a run, but he was just trying to walk.
You have to move forward to get stumped, though.
No, what I'm saying is, like, once you've played your shot, normally any movement forward is normally that you're trying to run because he really finished his shot. But anyway, that's the way the cookie crumbles. Let's go back and have a look at the highlights of the first 10 overs. It's 73 for 4 for the Dominators after the 10.
Yeah, it's a good start. A couple of boundaries off the first over, but just got bogged down a little bit. and some good efforts in the field. It's difficult to cut off boundaries. That was the first wicket that went down. It was a good piece of bowling there from Boyan. So he just kept a little bit low. And he was looking actually pretty good when he was out there, Rongdi. But had to go. And then there was again only 1 6 in the whole innings, and that was one that was a dodgy one off the outside edge. Batsman getting bowled around his legs. But all in all, it was runs there, but just not enough, I think, for the Dominators, and a pretty good performance by the Bohemians to keep them down. Held the catches as well. Nice catch out there by Zahid Mahmood. And sort of a few boundaries, but probably not enough for the Dominators. You see here the final little stumping run out, which we'll see how it comes out, because he left his crease there. He wasn't really attempting a run, and a clear dismissal. We see it a third time from a different angle. This is Sahil. You'll see that quite often during this tournament. But pretty good start from Bohemians in their campaign to win this trophy. They'll be up with the top guns, no doubt. They still have to win this game against Dominators. We'll see the scorecard. First three getting a start, and a golden duck for Rashid Alamin, absorbing a few deliveries. 73 for 4, only 4 wides, a few leg byes, so the extras not too bad from Bohemians. But I don't think 73 is going to be enough against a very talented batting lineup for Bohemians. So the bowling all pretty tight. Nirmal, the only one over 10. Kamal and Ravi Best with very good figures in this situation. Hamid Ullah also picking up a couple of wickets. And Fahad and Boyan, the two of the quality performers for Bohemians, getting a wicket each. So we'll be back in a few minutes' time for the second innings of this match 1 from the European Cricket Series in Czechia. As you see, the sunshine is out. We're back for more cricket very shortly. See you soon.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
And welcome back to lovely Prague for this European Cricket Series in Czechia. This is match one, second innings of the day. It was as we see here, first innings total 73. We're shy quite a few runs, and if Bohemians can get this total in 51 or less, then in 7 overs of 51, then they will pick up a bonus point. Dominators will try to make it difficult for them, as difficult as possible for them. But they have a very, very strong batting lineup to Bohemians. They're a good side, very, very talented. As we see the opening bat, Zahid Mahmood. He's had periods where he's been a dominant batsman, and also periods where he's struggled. And he's opening up. He'll be facing the first delivery. Bowler comes in, and pretty much on line, hits straight down the ground, 4 runs. Well, told you sometimes Zahid Mahmood has struggled. Not this time though. That's a beautiful shot first up, straight back over the bowler's head. His batting partner is Sahil Grover. Let's have a look at this. Right onto a beautiful shot from Zahid. It's first ball of the innings, almost went all the way. I think the ball's still rolling. That's the delay. Been fielded by Neeraj Taigi, who we'll see in the next game for Spartans, and also Mr. Maximo Vinohrady, who had the relay throw. So a good start for Bohemians. And it's Abdullah Al Mahmood, the bowler. I want to not pitch it up quite as much to Zahid. A bit shorter, tucked around the corner. It's fast down in that part of the ground. Players after it and does well, really well. They'll come back for 2 as one of the Dominators slips over. So again, a pretty good start. Just tucked around the corner. Have a look at this. Just stopped it from going over the boundary, and then hands it back to his standing fellow fielder. The batter at the other end is Sahil Grover. Just tucked around the corner again. This might go all the way this time, I think. And it is. Another 4 runs there for Zahid, who looks in good touch at the start of this tournament. Just flicked it around the corner. And that is the fastest part of the ground, slightly downhill. So not a great slope here, but there is, like most good cricket grounds, a little bit of a slope going in one of the directions. Comes in again and hits it flat bat, players back, can't get it, 6 runs. Nice shot, just smashed it straight. Zahid's moved on to 16 off 4. I'm starting to remember what T10's like. Let's have another look. It's wide, got it towards the end of the bat, but did enough to get over the fielder. So Al Mahmood, what can he produce? Not a bad ball, but it's another 4. And Zahid, well, I think in the very first Super Series, we saw Zahid as a dominant batsman, him and Sazib. And we haven't seen that in the last, I guess, few years. But Zahid is dominating the Dominators on 20 off 5. Grover hasn't faced one. I think the skipper's liking what he's seeing. With that 20 so far off this first over. 1 more ball to go. And Dominators. Oh, see if they can get a wicket. They need this one. Hit. It's a little inside edge. They'll just get the 1, I think. Interesting batting by Sahil Grover. Just to give Zahid the strike for the second. It's a good captaincy, I think. You can see his batting partner's on a bit of a heater. 29 matches since the last Golden Ball. I'm sure we'll see one with United here in Prague. They've been involved in at least 3 that I can remember for United. So pretty likely here for the Golden Ball, I think. Hopefully. Hope I haven't jinxed the whole tournament and we don't get a Golden Ball. So, Shoaib in the chat saying boom, indeed. Well, he looks in very good form. Does Zaid Mahmood, and they have a lot of batting to come. Be interesting to see if Bojan or Kranti come in next, if they do in fact lose a wicket. Bohemians. The new bowler will be Sultan Arif with the headband. Very 1980s of him. Comes in, bit short down leg side and called it wide. It's a pretty good pace from Arif. Let's have another look. Just dragged it a bit and did move a bit in the air as well. So I'm sure when he gets his line right, it'll be more difficult for the batsman. 22 for no loss after 1. Bohemians. Zaid Mahmood, 21 off 6, looking really good. Comes Arif again. And well, that's been absolutely hammered off cow corner. We're still in the power play. Used his feet well, picked him up, and that's being fetched by one of the ground staff. So they're having a bit of a chat. Let's have another look. Arif comes in and just uses his feet. And, well, I don't think I've seen Zaid Mahmood such good touch ever. As I said in the first series, he was a pretty dominant batsman, but not quite like this. I think the game, the idea of T10 cricket has changed a lot over the years. We used to see very low scores for that Czech Super Series. And it's just the approach of opening batsmen has completely changed, and it's a very different game to how it was a couple of years ago. So Arif comes in again, and oh, it's a better ball. Bit of a stifled appeal, but good pace from Arif. Ahead, just a bit of a swing and a miss. You can see what he's trying to do. He's trying to belt the leather of it, but he's going well. Grover hasn't faced a ball yet. He's a dynamic batsman as well as Sahil Grover. It's big sixes, mainly through the offside over that mid-off and deep cover area. Likes to give himself a bit of space. So 28 for no loss. Comes in again, and that'll be called a wide as well. Remember, the target is 52. And he's playing with that tram line, but that was well wide. So Zahid looking good. Again, it's the first game of this tournament. It's got that one down to fine leg. Just be a single. I'll give Grover a chance to have a look. I think it came off the bat. And the umpire there standing in here is someone very familiar to a lot of us, a lot of you up there. If you've watched any of the Czech series before, it's Venki, who comes in and does a bit of commentary work occasionally. He's got a lot of work commitments at the moment in the film industry, so he decided to do some umpiring instead of playing. Couldn't make the commitment. He was the captain of Vinohrady last year. Did a good job. And he plays for the national team as well. Took an international hat-trick in FIFA a few years ago, or last year actually. That's a nice shot. That's, well, Sahil Grover, as I mentioned, I think he's very strong straight. This one just tucked there around a corner, and that's another 4 runs. And, well, it's a blistering start for Bohemians. in this run chase. They want to get that 52. Now look at this. Just tucked it around the corner. Nice shot. Vastly experienced is Sahil Grover. Played for the national team quite a bit as well. He's always an attacking option with the bat. Is Sahil Grover. Sultan Arif. Still a couple of balls left in this second over. 34 the score. Comes in again. Ball into Sahil. Hits it straight and hard. Fielders behind it. Does well. That's Vinohrady. We'll see the Dominators back a little bit later. I think they're playing against PCC in the third game, which will not be much easier than this either. It's a tough start for Dominators with two of the top guns on the opening day. Comes Arif again. Waited on that one, belted it for 4. Lovely shot there from Mahmood. He's looking very, very good so far. And he's on 32 off 10. Grover 5 off 2. And Bohemians are 39 for no loss after 2. Well, Vinny, good start for Bohemians.
Well, they're over halfway there. Only just jumped in and 39. Without loss, yes, Mahmood's the guy who's always looked dangerous. Yeah, when you see him on fire, you just say, oh, is this the best player in the country? Sometimes he just has that dominant streak.
It's strange because, as I mentioned, at the first Super Series, I thought he was one of the best batsmen in the tournament, and they won that tournament. And then for the next 2 years, 3 years, I'm not sure how, this is the 5th time we've been here or 4th time, I'm not sure. But he struggled a lot, just couldn't get runs at all. And I don't know what he's done differently.
Yeah.
But he's in sparkling form. Of course, the league is it's only now a 20 over league. They've in the Czech Republic, basically due to ground availability. It's only 20 over cricket here in the country. The 40 over tournament or competition has been scrapped for the moment, at least. This is a nice shot through the covers. That'll be another 4. This time to Grover. As I said, very strong in that area. He will no doubt pick one up and launch it over our marshmallow at some stage. He's strong in, well, especially on the offside. Does give himself some room.
Vinohrady coming into bowl now. He's leading the batting and the bowling in their division at the moment. And yeah, Dominators are a new side. They're in the 3rd tier of Czech cricket. But yeah, he's having a very good season. Right now, though, he's getting a bit of a reality check because Grover's after him. A little bit short, a little bit wide. Pounded away. Another boundary. This time to the Bohemian skipper.
Yeah, lovely shot. And just rock back. And they're almost at that 50 mark. We're only in the 3rd over. And it's difficult because it is the power play. And you're only allowed 2 fielders out. Both of those on the leg side. So he's hit nicely. That'll be 4 again. Again, very strong in that area is Sahil Grover. Well, Rongdi might be the best performing bowler in the leagues for the Dominators, but he's been dominated here by Sahil Grover. Not too much wrong with the ball, maybe a little bit over pitched. Right onto it was the Bohemians bat. They're looking good early in this tournament, Bohemians, because it's only the very first day, and that's another 4 runs. Made it into a full toss and swept it away over the leg side, towards the leg side boundary.
Yeah, I mean, now that 19 off 26, it's looking pretty likely that they're going to get everything, although this one is up, it's in the air, and the fielder goes back, can't quite make the ground. We'll come back for 2. That's pretty good running as well from Grover. Yeah, one thing, I know the Dominators are going to go down here, and I hate to use the term, but they are kind of getting dominated in their first ECS match, but yeah, I'd love them to maybe get a wicket or get something to get them going. And obviously they've got 9 more matches ahead to try and make an impression. Oh, and there you go. I think this one has just maybe come off the body and it's crashed into the stump. So the Dominators do have their first wicket in ECN cricket. Grover swings across the straight one for 23. It's 57 for one.
Yeah, well, they've got past the target they needed for the bonus point already. That's a good piece of bowling as well. It, started it wide, and let's have a look. Drifted in and then spun a little bit, and it's a good batsman. He's just dismissed. But there's another good batsman who's walking out there. It's Sazib Bujan, who's a current Czech national team player, who's a big hitter of the ball. Hits it very, very hard. And then there's Mahmood at the other end, who's looking fantastic. But good start from Bohemians. So he'll be disappointed to get out, but he's as a skipper, and he knows his team's in a very good position, and will win this game. Well, 17 or 24. Miracles do happen, Vinny, but I don't think it's going to happen this time.
I have seen the team lose, like, I think it was 8 for 4 when they were in a similar position. But even then, Bohemians might still get over the line. Look, it's a good piece of bowling from Rongdi, I think, to get Sahil in the end. And now we're going to have over number 4. Zahid Mahmood finds the fielder. Yeah, I mean, it's a bit of a tough draw for the Dominators when look at what they've got. They've got Bohemians here in match 1. Later today they play Prague CC.
Yep.
And then first up tomorrow they play Brno. So, welcome. But, I mean, I suppose then, yeah, their draw kind of eases up a little bit, playing some of the kind of less experienced, less highly fancy teams. And you got to remember, it's a final 5 format here. So, 5 out of the 11 teams will get to play in the finals.
Yep.
To be a really good, I suppose, objective, a good goal for Dominators. Get close to challenge for that qualification. Down leg side, this is going to be called a wide, plus they'll get another one.
So, on paper and also what you've seen so far, what do you think of the Bohemians this year?
Yeah, I mean, look, just looking at their squad, they look pretty well balanced. Like, they got some pace and spin options. Someone like Farhad, who I just think is a very good bowler. You see how they kept him for the end because he's got that change of pace. I think that's one reason that they did that. The batting looks strong. This could be an edge. It is. So, credit to Zahid Mahmood. He walks. And Rashid has piped up with a wicket. Harun Rashid in his first over of ECN cricket. He has Zahid caught behind. Well taken as well by Janta Goswami. And Bohemians lose a second wicket, 60 for 2.
Yeah, good bowling that. Comes from wide of the crease and just a little faint edge, and Zahid puts his bat underneath his arm and walks. And as I said, there's another good batter coming in. That's Kranti, who, when you look at the Czech national team, I think he has the highest average. He hasn't played much national team cricket, but I think he deserves a chance. But he's averaging about 42 for the Czech national team on the back of a very good. I think he hit a 50, I think, in his first ever game for the Czechs. And Sazib, I think, is up there as well with one of the top averages. We'll see. It's still player against player, though. Might not be as easy all that for Bohemians after losing their second wicket. 2 new batters out there. And called wide.
Yeah, good call there by Venki. Yeah, it's nice to see him contributing in the series as an umpire. And there's a bit of a community feel here. We've seen a lot of players kind of get into umpiring while they're still playing. I think there's a need for them here in Europe, no doubt about that.
Well, the third umpire for this game is Shobit Bhatia. Big shout out to Shobit's parents, who were here last year. That was great to see them watching.
Yeah, it was great.
Watching the games. They'll be here, I think, next month. So they'll miss out on seeing the ECN, but of course their son is umpiring rather than playing this year. Shobit, who he works at the Down Under as well, so I get to see him quite often on quiz nights. That's monstered. That's going a long way. Just too short. It's just come down, and more work to do for the the helper out there, the groundsman.
Yeah, they might be busy now. One thing about the car park here, it is sometimes a little bit close to the pitch with the kind of square leg push on. Someone luckily was a bit more towards mid-wicket, but you can see might be a nervous car owner.
There's something about the way that the Bohemians bats, his stance, where you just know that all he wants to do is absolutely hammer you out of the ground. Some batters, like look at Kranti, is very stable, just quite a correct looking batter. He's a very big hitter as well, and that's a nice cut shot going towards a boundary. That'll be 4. That's the highlight with Kranti, I think, is that he does hit runs at all parts of the ground.
Yeah, that's true, and it's just pure timing. You know, it's an easy looking shot, but it's all to do with the timing. See, it's just coming back at him slightly, but he knows he doesn't have to hit this hard. It races away. This field's helping him out a lot.
Yeah.
So that's will actually be the winning runs. Wow, that happened so quickly. I
That
didn't realise it's the end of the 4th over, and it's 74 for 2. And so Bohemians, they take all 4 points out of this initial contest. Well, it wasn't a long innings in the second half, but it was action-packed with 10 fours and 3 maximos in the first 4. Bohemians toweling up the Dominators on their entry to ECS cricket, although Dominators did have a couple of moments to celebrate towards the end.
They did. They picked up those 2 wickets out of Zahid and also Sahil, but very good at performance here from Bohemians, who are one of the top sides in this tournament and have strengthened quite nicely with the addition of Kranti, who hit the winning runs. But they'll be up in the top few teams, I think, will Bohemians. They look very determined, and with Zahid Mahmood in good form, that's another batter that you can place there. He'll get you good runs at the start of the innings. This is a good piece of bowling there from Rongdi to get Sahil. Pick of the bowlers for me. That wicket just came wide of the crease, angled it in, and a bit of turn. Zahid fell not too far later. This was the caught behind, but in the end, with plenty of batters and plenty else of overs to go, it was a very, very comfortable victory for Bohemians. So
Yeah,
good effort.
look, I think they're real contenders. I mean, I know you don't read too much into one performance, but they're a team. Don't forget they've won an ECN trophy before. I think they've recruited well, and they're looking pretty strong. But like I said, it is only the start. Bohemians, we will see them again, not for a little while. We'll see them tomorrow against Moravian and Brno in the last 2 matches. And certainly a good start for them. They go rocketing to the top of the table with the 4-point win here in the opening match. 33 for Zahid Mahmood off just 13 balls, and then 23 off 8 for Grover. Buyan and Venkataswamy both played a nice shot on the way to reaching that target of 74 in only 4 overs. And I suppose for Dominators, you got to feel for them a little bit, probably outclassed, but some good signs there. I like the way they took the game on.
Absolutely, and well, it was always going to be a difficult task to defend 74, and the aggression of the Bohemians batters really took them apart. But good signs. Look like a well put together team, the Dominators, and well, as I said, we'll see them a little bit later on against PCC. We'll see where PCC are compared to them, and also compared to Bohemians. As with the scorecard here, runs for Dominators for Goswami and Rongdi, the 2 openers. But down here with Zahid Mahmood, 33 off 13, Sahil Grover, 23 off 8. I think got them off to a very, very good start. Bohemians, they were out like a shot, and then got that extra point, the bonus point, very, very quickly, and then ended up just needing the 4 overs to get the 74 they needed to win this game.
So yeah, it turns out to be a little bit of a one-sided contest, but I'm sure there'll be plenty of entertaining matches and closer contests going forward. It's only the first match of 59 in this European Cricket Series. We'll take an extended break. We'll be back in around about 45 minutes. United taking on Prague Spartans in the next game. Until then, Vinny Sandu, Mr. Maximo with Danny Hudacek. Back shortly here in Vinohrady for more European Cricket Series Czechia.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Hello and welcome back. Time for the second match of our 5-match opening day here in the European Cricket Series Czechia. And coming up, we have two teams that we know really well on the network. It's going to be United versus Prague Spartans. In this one, let's go out to the middle where Charles Croucher, the sheriff, well, he's looking like a sheriff today. He's got the two captains for the coin toss in match 2.
Welcome to match 2 with United versus Spartans. Spartans to call.
Heads.
Heads is the call. And it's a tail.
We'll bowl first.
United won the toss and will bowl first.
So United win the toss and they have elected to bowl first, so they'll be on the chase in this one. But both these teams, they've had some success in ECS cricket. They've been around for a while now. I remember United, when we first saw them, I think it was back in 2020, they were really inexperienced, but they've come a long way in a relatively short period of time, even with a big win over Prague CC, I remember, in a previous series. And the other thing with United CC, they're card-carrying certified golden ball magnets. They normally give us one at some point. I suppose they have 10 matches in this group stage to potentially give us that golden ball moment. Prague Spartans, though, I think they've got a pretty good side as well. Neeraj Chugg is a real experienced player. Watch out for him. I think it's going to be a pretty even match, if I'm completely honest. And so let's get ready for the start of it. Match 2 on the way. United winning the toss and bowling. Danny Hudacek will take you to the first ball.
Well, thanks, Vinny, and welcome back for this second game of the day from this European Cricket Series here in lovely Prague in the Czech Republic. This is going to be a really good game. Two very evenly matched sides. As you can see here, some stars for United. With Riraj Magari up the top, Pramod Bagoli-Orze, a very good performer. But it will be Prague Spartans batting first. Dada Shetty, who we saw in Italy a few years ago, is up the top, listed to open. But very, very good lineup for both of these teams. Always competitive. Difficult to pick a winner at this stage. Here's only the second game. We'll see what kind of form these two teams are in. UCC 68% to win, but don't rule out the Spartans at all. It's too early at this stage of the tournament to call anything. So it's a good toss, I think, to win. Get a bit of a feel for the ground, get a few early wickets, and as the players come onto the field, umpire's already out there. Looks like Shobit Bacha, and he'll be up at the standing end. Again, beautiful conditions here. Nice little breeze, pretty sunny. Starting to get a bit warm here, but again, very, very good conditions for cricket. Hopefully it'll remain like that for the next couple of weeks of this tournament. So looks like it'll be Pramod Bagoli to open the bowling. Pramod's a very, very important figure in this United side. You'll see them with the bat as well. He's a good, technically correct batter, and come up with the ball as well. I think he had a little bit of an injury last year, which kept him out of some part of the tournament, and that really affected United. But they're a good side. They play cricket in the exactly the right spirit do United. And as Vinny mentioned earlier, they are golden ball magnets. Spartans, they came onto the scene a few years ago with a couple of teams, and they made a big impact straight away. So here we go with the first ball of match 2 of this tournament, and it's, well, called a wide. Thought it might have got over the stump. Obviously the umpire wasn't in agreement. So wide first up, just dragged it down a little bit too, did Bagoli. Come in again. So hit over the top. There's a man out there. He won't get the catch, but he will cut off the runs. Just be a single. It's Dada Shetty. Dheeraj Thakur is the other batsman. well, they get first runs off the bat. Shetty, I remember him from the Milan tournament a few years ago in Italy. Obviously moved to the Czech Republic. He played last year for the same team. It's a good cricketer, Dada Shetty. Dheeraj Thakur will be the wicket keeper. Very tall figure. That's a nice shot. Lovely shot through the covers for 4. And that's the first boundary of the innings. Good shot from Dheeraj. So, see, probably might come in just a little bit wide, looking for that channel, but picked up beautifully by Dheeraj. And that's 4 runs. First boundary for the Spartans. Baguli will come in again. A bit short, a bit quicker. Good ball there. Good comeback from Bagoli, who's not the captain this year. It's Ruturaj Magare who's take over the captaincy. He's a very good batsman at the top of the innings. Might get a bowl to Ruturaj. As Bagoli starts off fairly tidily, and this one's gone over the top of the slip. 4 runs. Thick edge. They have got a slip in place, but just got enough of it, did the batsman. It's Dheeraj. That's well, it's definitely a batsman's game, this T10 format. As you can see, big thick edge, just over the outstretched hands. I think it looks like the imposing figure of Shaimal Joshi out there as well, who he's got a good pair of hands. Taken a couple of spectacular catches during these tournaments. It's a good start for Spartans. Still a couple of balls left in this over. 10 from it so far. Comes Pramod, and this is in the air, and it's gone way back. First 6, and big cheers from the Spartans. And Dheeraj looks in good form. 14 off 4, and Bagoli, not the start he would have liked. Let's have another look at this. Dragged it down a little bit. Nero's got right under it. And that's first 6 of the day for the Spartans. So how can Bagoli come back from this one? On to Dheeraj Thakur. Short. Tucked away, caught, dropped, caught, juggled it. Well, that was a bit of a scary moment there for the fielder. Dheeraj whipped it away on the leg side, couldn't quite get it over the field, and the fielder, have another look at this. So he whipped it away. It was a pretty good shot, very wristy. And he'd taken it, he dropped it, and he took it again. So that's 1 wicket down. Bit of revenge there for Bagoli. As we see here, what's happening at the Cardamar Oval. Vinny, what's happening at the Cardamar Oval in September?
Well, we're making our preparations, of course, for the Euros of Cricket. Czechia in Group 2 of the Challenger Division. So how it'll work in that second division, which has been created this year, there will be 2 teams who will get promoted to the Premier Division in 2025. So, but the Challenger Division is a competition within itself, and so it has its own trophy, has its own MVP.
Yep.
There's 2 groups. There's a group of 6, group of 5. You'll play your opponents. You'll have your group finals day. The top 2 from each group will get to play in the playoffs, which are essentially, so the top 4 out of that whole Challenger Division will play play a 3-day kind of series, 30th September, 1st of October, 2nd of October. It's going to be really exciting. And 2 trophies on the line, the ECC this year. Anyway, here we go with over number 2, and Amandeep Singh, the left armour, is going to bowl. And yeah, I've got to say, Thakur looked like he was hitting pretty well. Dheeraj, wasn't he? But it was a funny little. You called it perfectly. It was caught, dropped, caught. Ayush Sharma held it in the end. But I always love watching these two sides go. And look, to be honest, I think Prague Spartans will be disappointed last year. They were bottom of the ladder. Okay, they won 4, lost 10 games. But on net run rate, they were the wooden spooners. So now I'm happy we've got a couple more teams back. We're up to 11 teams. Last year we played with 8. But, yeah, I think both teams have a lot to prove.
They're a good competitive side, Spartans, as a United. So it's, yeah, it'll be an interesting contest.
United last year, they made the top 4, I remember, and ran into Prague CC in the 1 versus 4 game. They were 4th. Prague CC on that winning run, put them away. In the end, 11 runs, not a lot between them, but United, the year before, they had that kind of groundbreaking win over Prague CC. And I'd have to check, but I think that was the last time that Prague CC actually lost an ECS game, and it was a dramatic one. I think they bowled out for something like, I don't want to say how many. I think it was 51 or 31 or something. It might have been 51. I'll have to check it out.
Oh, it's gone. Nice catch. And that's Shamal Joshi. I said he had a good pair of hands. That's gone to slip, and that's the end of Dada Shetty. Well, that's a big wicket again. And it's a good start for United after taking a bit of a hammering. The hands of Diraj Shakur. It's Amandeep who gets the wicket. Really nice catch there. He's right on the 30-metre circle at a fly slip area. And Shamal Joshi. I said safe pair of hands. 2 wickets down for Spartans. Not the start they would have liked.
Yeah.
Well, sort of the start. They had a good start for the first 5 deliveries.
That's true. I mean, the thing is, yeah, this outside edge, sometimes it flies over the top. We said it's about his game, and you're probably right there. But, yeah, this time Joshi does well. He's a bit of a must-watch player, isn't he, Joshi? Always love to watch him going about his business. But, yeah, Prague CC, just going back to what their current streak is. Yeah, the last loss they had was when they got bowled out for 49 against United. That was match 18 in 2022. So you have to go all the way back to the 3rd of June 2022. So they haven't lost an ECS game for over 2 years now.
Yeah.
Great over there from Amandeep. I always love to see his contributions, moving that new ball a little bit. Dominic comes to the crease for the Spartans, and the score is 18 for 2 after 2.
Couple of big numbers hit. German Dominic with 143 on his back. Just looking at this is the table just after 1 game. Bohemians with a big win. Look at that net run rate.
That's a big one. And, of course, the 4 points. Dominators, obviously, their first effort. We'll see them again in the next game, actually, against Prague CC. So I mentioned their first games are against Bohemians, Prague CC and Brno. So it's a pretty tough opening draw.
Very, very tough opening draw.
But, hey, that's the way the cookie crumbles. Good to see them here, though. The more teams you can get involved, the more teams you can get exposed to this kind of level of competition. I think it kind of filters through. Even teams that are in the kind of 2nd or 3rd tier of Czech cricket. Anyway, here we go with Mustafa Nawab in over number 3. Last over the power play coming up.
A good start. We mentioned the third tier. Dominators are in the 3rd division. Mainly because they're a new side, and every team that starts anew in the Czech leagues starts in the 3rd division. But they're likely to get promoted. It's either them or Ostrava. So they're both very good sides.
Ostrava we'll see during this European Cricket Series as well, right?
Looking forward to it, actually, yeah. As I said, my father's hometown. So I've got a good connection to Ostrava. And it'll be fun to see them up front live. Here on the European Cricket Network.
Yeah, well, teams from all corners of the country, or pretty much far and wide here in this European Cricket Series. I think last year we had kind of less, as we call it, country teams compared to the city teams, just because of the format. But yeah, and I'm really excited that it's expanded back to 11 teams. Also noticed keeper for United, not a player I've seen before, Nijaraj Pulikal. As he looks like he's done a pretty tidy job so far. No Abhimanyu Singh I noticed in the lineup today. Yeah,
look, availability, and this is a working day. It's a Monday, and so I'm sure that some of these players, this is pulled, and 4 runs. Nice shot there from Gupta. But yeah, it's always difficult. I mean, it's a midweek games, and of course it's a 2-week tournament. So the availability, some players will be able to play on one day and not on another. As long as the Abimanyu is a very, very good player for United. Hopefully they'll be okay without him. This bowler comes in again, right in the block hole. Lovely delivery.
Bit of a round the grounds news, but Estonia, they were in lots of trouble against Cyprus, chasing 196 to win, but they've got it right down. I think now it's 8 off 8. A couple of big partnerships turning that around. They have the first T20I in Cyprus right now. So 2 locations today.
Oh, lovely shot. Just slightly over pitch, right onto it, Gupta, and that's a beautiful shot through the extra cover region.
Classical shot. I think you mentioned earlier, I think on this pitch, because there is a little bit of variation in it. If you can play it technically well, then you're going to have a good time. You're going to have some success. And that's actually just a full toss. So you don't have to worry about the pitch too much. But good shot selection. Raced away to the boundary. End of the power play. It's 28 for 2. I'd be pretty tempted to bring back Amandeep just while the ball's been swinging for him. He delivered that second over and it only went for 2.
Yeah, well, being a left armour as well, it does. It's a slightly different angle. We don't have too many left armers in this league, and it will be Amandeep. He was very good for him last year as well. It was Amandeep for United.
Hello to Jinu Panelet as well, who I think is watching Sporting Spartans. You mentioned some of the players that can't quite be here to play, or watching along in the chat, maybe lurking while working.
Oh, that's a lovely shot again. Smashed that time. Well, it's Dominic who gets his first 6 of the tournament. Bit of a half volley there from Amandeep. So changing the angle, or the angle coming left arm over, and well, that suited Dominic.
Yeah, Dominic, not a player we've seen before on ECN, so he's coming out making an impression straight away. Really good shot. Can he go on with it? Try.
Swing and a miss. Swings hard at the ball. That one just playing slightly the wrong line. A good comeback from Amandeep. He's a bowler who's always there or thereabouts. He rarely bowls a bad ball, does Amandeep. You watch him bowl a wide this one though.
Probably.
Well, that's in the air. He's going to do his own fielding. Is he caught? Amandeep, good catch, well judged. And that's the end of Dominic. So it was kind of 6 and out.
Yeah, more or less. Dominic swinging through the fences. This was shortish, but he never really got in a great position to pull it. To watch his back foot, doesn't really go across, kind of stays in his standing position. And so he's kind of fighting the angle there. Got to say, Amandeep summed it up pretty quickly, realised it was his catch, called his teammates off it, and does the business. So, yeah, we've had runs, wickets, bit of everything early on in this one. And the score now is 34 for 3.
The run rate at this stage isn't terrible. They've just lost 3 big wickets, though. There's still some batting to come. And of course, Kranti's moved to Bohemians. He was a big run getter for Spartans.
Yeah, that's right. He's on loan, is what I heard.
Oh, really?
He's on loan.
Interesting.
I like that term. But the thing is, yeah, Spartans are in the competition. So
yeah, it's
I can understand sometimes players getting loaned when.
I wonder if he's allowed to play against his own side.
I'd imagine so. Yes.
I know that in football
often.
often.
It depends, but quite often there's that clause.
It's a nice little dab shot. Third man, there's a player back there. Just be a single.
Faiz Ahmed, the new batter for Spartans, coming in at number 5. This guy we have seen playing a couple of times before, not too much. First time he's actually got a hit. He does have 2 wickets on the network.
There's a lot of familiar names, of course, in both these lineups. It's teams we've seen quite a bit. We saw Spartans. The first season was during the Czech Super Series.
See, I think that's one of these days. Remember, if it hits any of that line, then it's going to be a good ball.
Yeah,
and that one does. I think we straight over the line.
It's well hit, going towards the boundary. That'll be 4 runs as well. It was tough work there for Karpathy, who couldn't quite get around. That's a nice shot. Sharma's looking pretty good, actually, especially on the offside. Not trying to hit the ball too hard, hitting along the ground. I think what we saw with Jobin Dominic was just trying to hit the leather off it. And you don't need that on this ground in the way it is now. The outfield's very, very fast. As you see here, It was wicket in the first over, wicket in the second, and wicket in the fourth. Just under 10 and over. The run rate's not too bad for Spartans at this stage, but they have lost those 3 bid wickets. And see if these two can continue with the runs.
It's a cracking shot by Fires. In 3 matches, hasn't had a bat. Maybe should have, judging by that. They timed it really well. Change pace now, I think, as we're going to get a little bit of spin with Ghanshyam Kumar. This guy had a pretty good tournament last year. I say spin, but he's medium pace, but that's going to come off the pads and onto the stumps. Wow, good management there from Kumar, I guess. Maybe a bit of luck as well, as that will be the 4th wicket, down 39 for 4.
Yeah, that's the issue at the moment. We think with the Spartans is the run rate's not too bad. They've just lost big wickets, but Gupta at the other end is looking pretty good. It's very experienced batter coming in. That's it's going to be Niraj Taigi, I think.
He just became a human backboard, didn't he? Actually,
No, it's not. It's Parth Balodia.
Yeah,
Parth is another player we've seen a lot on the network. Again, a good player as Parth, but they wouldn't want to lose too many wickets from here in the next few overs. A nice little partnership would be just what the Spartans would like. This is called wide.
I want to say quick load. A few other people I've just spotted in the chat. Kushal Mendon is watching. Well, I'd love to see you at some point here at the ground, maybe on opening day. But also I want to say a quick hello to Piyush Singh Bagel, who's unable to take his place in the lineup for United today. This is going to be 4 because Pramod, unfortunately, he didn't quite know where he was on the field. You could kind of see it happening before that he wanted to back, but he was out of real estate. Well struck ball from Baladia gets 4.
Couldn't have picked him out any better, but it just forced him back. It was powerfully hit. Have a look at this. He was there and just the toes over the line.
2 feet out, really, in the end.
That's well hit, and that'll be 4, just bouncing in front. And really good hitting from Parth. Gupta, a spectator at the other end, also looking pretty good. As I mentioned, they need a little partnership here to the Spartans, and well, a little bit leg side, and just missed out on a 6 there. Balodia.
Come out with the right intent, haven't they? They've lost wickets, but I think you've got to trust that you got the batting to continue to attack.
Absolutely.
Especially against this UCC lineup. I know they're missing a couple, but still some pretty good players in there. Ayush Sharma, this guy that's engineered many a chase for United over the last couple of seasons.
I'm sure they've got they've got a very handy bowler in Ali Hassan Sitar. So Ali's a very, very consistent bowler. I'm sure we'll see him up very shortly. This is high in the air, and I don't think anyone's going to get there. There's 4 of them converging.
Classic Bermuda square, almost a pentagon. I could just see straight away this is falling into space. Bowler probably, if he'd gone straight away, Ghanshyam might have been the only guy that could have reached it.
I don't think it landed too far away from him, but I think he could probably see 3 others. He started off going for it and then just watched as his teammates couldn't quite get there. That one's another. That's a little single to point. So successful over there for Ghanshyam. Still got a ball left. Be bowling to Parth, who did hit him for a couple. 11 off the over so far. And pretty good bowling there. Well, Ghanshyam was appealing for something. I'm not quite sure what, but he had to scurry to get that ball.
Bit of luck, both sides, I think, but lots of action. 50 for 4 after 5 overs. Welcome to the commentary cube. I like that you call it the marshmallow because it might be roasted because we've got some sunshine at the moment. Vinny Sandy, Mr. Maximo, Danny here to check with me. Now, Rico will be coming to Czechia for the first time later this week. Still in Cyprus for those T20s over there. Just saw Estonia get over the line in monster chase in match 1. Really good game, actually. They just seem to be pipping Cyprus in the last 3 games, if you include the T10s yesterday. But right now, a couple of our favourites here. United versus Spartans. And the sun's out. What more could you want, Danny?
Oh, it's a great day. Looking beautiful, this ground as well. And some fantastic cricket on show from these two sides.
Hello to everyone that has tuned in as well, as we're going to get Bogoli coming back to bowl his second over in the 6th. So maybe, and just sense Pramod, he's a wicket-taking bowler. He's a guy that I think might be able to get, the 5th and 6th wickets. If you can take those now in the next couple of overs, you start to feel like the batting team get a bit concerned about getting bowled out.
Yeah, I think you're right. So they've still got a bit of bowling left to do United. They're a pretty good team, pretty good solid team all up, have been for a few years. Same as Spartans really, not much between their two. It's just tucked around the corner and that's 4 runs. Lovely shot there from Path. That's that whole area is pretty vacant. There's just at around square leg, but you can't afford to play on the pads like that when there's no one around. Very easy shot, nice shot by Path.
That's a cracking bit of timing. He's come out and he seems to hit pretty much everything in the middle so far.
We've seen that with a few players actually. It's good to see all these Prague-based cricketers and Czech-based cricketers improving. That's another 4, lovely shot. But I think also last year with the ground being so quick, I think it really improved the confidence in a lot of batsmen, and you're seeing it here as well with you're getting good value for shots. So you don't need to hit the leather out off the ball. Just tuck it around the corner like that, hit one through the covers.
Rewards cricket.
Yeah.
I've seen this ground, when it's taken a lot of water at times and it does get slow, it does kind of get a bit boggy, but right now, it honestly, I almost feel like taking a picture. You could put it on a postcard at the moment. It looks really, really nice.
Yeah, it does look fantastic. So, Bogoli bowling into Beldia. Again, he's got the first couple a bit too straight. That one draws a false shot. Good piece of bowling. Goes down to third man, just a single. But Bogoli, he's a top bowler for United. So instrumental with this club as well as a bit of a father figure of United.
Yeah, for sure. He's had a bit of a national opportunity as well. I think recently on the back of some of these performances, and trying to break in there.
That's flicked off his pads. That's another 4. This time from Gupta. He hasn't had too much of the strike recently, but again, just 2 leg side and 2 full from Bogoli. Have another look. And you can see he's trying to attack the stumps. Just got that one slightly wrong. That's another 4 runs. 64 for 4 now. Almost to the end of the 6th. Going at pretty much 11 and over are the Spartans. After losing those 4 wickets. Still attacking, which is good to see. There's 2 good batsmen out there at the moment. Bogoli comes in again. And that's a better ball. That's more the right area, and he celebrates with a fist pump. So that's 30 of his overs. He's taken a wicket, but I think a little bit expensive.
Yeah, I mean, Pramod, he's one of the few bowls I've actually kept to, and he does do a bit with the ball. He just wobbles it a bit in an unpredictable way, but he can't quite get the results in this game. As it's 64 for 4 after 6. One thing I will say, very good on the extras so far. Just the 2 wides, obviously different stages of their cricketing journey, the cricketers here compared to, for example, what we saw in the CE Cup. But just not wanting to give too many away for free. Having said that, the batters, I think we've seen a lot of batters finding it easy to score, but no one's really gone on to make a big score yet. I mean, even if you look at the Bohemians' second innings, it was only 4 overs, but but it was, those 2 did get out that did most of the heavy lifting.
True.
But it just feels like, we've seen so many centuries. I think we're up to 81 centuries this year. And a lot of talk. The fact it seems certain that we'll get 100 hundreds on the network for the first time. To give you an idea, last year there were 58. The year before there were 13. Crazy.
I think we'll see one here. This is called a wide. So Ruturaj Magari to bowl his first over. I think we'll see one here this year. I don't know quite from whom, but with this ground and with such a fast outfield, this has been hammered straight, and well, it was a bit of a deflection into his own goal there. It's hit the foot of the fielder and gave Pramod no chance. That was number 295, Sunil Zucchi.
Yeah, and you're right. It probably is going straight to Pramod, who'd moved a bit to his right, but missed field's costly, and this will be costly too, because that's a low full toss, lifted up and out of the ground. Maximo! Oh dear, it's come out on an absolute heater. And Imagare, who's still call him a part-timer, maybe he's a bit better than that. Got that kind of that whippy action, but he's going for the Yorker, overcooks it slightly, and that one disappears.
Yeah, look, it's a good little period here for Spartans. I mentioned they needed a partnership, and they've got it. And it's in quick time they're scoring as well. Balandia 28 off 9. Gupta doing his part as well. 20 off 12. So see what happens with the next one. Well, Zucchi, who picks it up and throws it in that time, wasn't quite hit as firmly. No, one he deflected off his foot was absolutely smashed at him. I think he's still a bit worried about it. Shouldn't be. Just get on with the next ball. Comes Ruturaj again, and this one's outside off. It's fine according to the umpire. Let's have a look. That's a good call actually. Just crept inside that line.
Magare trying to break this partnership.
That's a wide. And well, not on the same page. The keeper and the bowler.
Yeah, through from quite a big angle as well. It's just wide, and Magare too busy looking at the umpire, seeing if it was going to be called a wide. Took his eye off the actual ball. Concedes an extra run.
Brings Balladeer back on strike, and so well, it falls short. It's over Joshy this time. This should go to the boundary, and that's 4 again. Bit of luck with that one. That's what you get in this format. You swing hard enough, and you will get these edges that fly. I saw one go to hand before it to path, but that one flying over his head.
Fortune favours the brave, as they say in the classics. So to Maya Patel, he's watching from England. Maya actually jumped in to the commentary box for a few overs when we were in the ECS England. It's great. Last ball of the 7th.
And called it wide.
Yeah, Magare, he's saying, hey, hasn't that got some of the line? You watch it here.
Nope. A pretty good call, I think.
50-50. I don't know. Half if half the ball's outside the line, half the ball's on the line.
I think it missed. Well, the umpire's got the best view.
Exactly.
He called it.
Exactly.
That's inside the line, and that's the end of the over.
Just saying, if there's doubt, they normally will call them a wide. That's the kind of the spirit of the condition anyway. It takes us to the end of the 7th over. It's 83 for 4. These are some of the events that we have coming up. Cyprus still with the T20s in action, still active as we start our ECS journey here. It was great to have the T20 AWs, the CE Cup, over the last 3 days. We'll actually finish this with men's and women's T10s in ECIW and ECI cricket. Romania, Moravia is the next location. Very good cricket ground there. Then we go to the GB Oval in Hungary, in Zöldöget, which of course has the famous bikini end because the swimming pool there. I know you've been there before. Yeah. Bulgaria, the Vasilevsky National Sports Academy ground in Sofia, and then plenty more coming your way. And that's only the next couple of months or so. Kancham Kumar is going to come back to bowl over number 8.
Interesting. I'm not sure if, as this has gone to the boundary, nice shot. I'm not sure why they haven't bowled Ali Sitar. That's a bit of a mystery. He normally opens the bowling for United. Might be a little bit injured. Not sure. I'll have to have a chat with him a bit later. But he's a very, very consistent bowler and a wicket-taking bowler as well. He's always just on that nagging line and length. Very, as I said, very, very consistent. It's Gancham continue. This one's cracked through the covers for 4 again. Lovely shot. These two looking good, Gupta and Baldia.
This is why I think we've seen a kind of hyper-aggressive approach, not necessarily in slogging or anything like that, but looking to play positive shots, good shots, because they feel they've got the depth in the batting, Prague Spartans, and right now it's looking that way.
Ooh, that's taken a handoff, I think.
Yeah, that's almost, maybe not a whole hand, but maybe a knuckle. Definitely got a piece of it, didn't he? Not really a genuine chance. Off the end of the fingers, but does keep it to 1.
I like the look of Gupta. And Path has smashed that one for 6. Oh, I like the look of Path Baladir as well in this tournament so far. We've seen him bat well at times throughout the years here.
It's hard to believe. I mean, this is his 30th match on ECN. His highest score previously was 31. He's already gone past it in this game. But the other thing is, sometimes you see him batting a bit lower than he probably could bowl.
Well,
That's a good bat, I should say.
The other thing is that I think from watching games from all around Europe, these T10 games, you see that there's definitely a different approach from some of these teams as to what to do during these games. Just really throwing the bat at it. I'm sure they've done power hitting practice as well, which is probably something that wouldn't have occurred to them a few years ago.
Yeah.
But Gupta, I like the look of Gupta. He's hitting things along the ground and looks a very, very correct and good batsman.
Kumar Aspel, his spell.
It's been pretty expensive going. About 12.5 and over, almost 100, and they'll still be under the 100 mark. Gupta's not very happy with himself.
He's done that one, but it'll be the end of the over, and the score 99 for 4 after 8 already. These two have put on 60, and that is in just 23 balls. So it's been a real key partnership. Still 2 overs to go. Computer saying 125. For me, it's around about a par score. I'm kind of starting my par at around 120. I don't know, I have a feeling that it might even nudge up closer to 125. That's just my expectation. Last year, it was 114 per 10 overs, the average score.
Yeah, look, it was quick as well, the ground last year. But, well, we must have a Nawab to continue.
Yeah, I was wondering about Ali Sitar as well. I thought maybe the same from the end, but maybe not, because this is the 9th over. Say hello to Wayne, who's come in. I like his spelling of your name, the way a lot of people hear it. Danny Hooter, check.
Yeah.
But, I get a few different spellings from time to time. Down leg side from Nawab first up.
Yeah. Well, the extras have been pretty good. That's 100 up for Spartans as well. Just hit firmly down the ground. Good fielding. Got right behind it, did Magare.
Path is just batting so confidently, though, even that way he took a stride. And on drive's a difficult shot to play. He plays a genuine drive, bangs it, well held. And there by Magare.
You get, as a fielder, when you get something smashed at you, there's a bit of a panic. You think, well, firstly about the bounce, but also trying to stop it. And that's going to be 4. No stopping that. Nice shot from Gupta. Just whips it away on the leg side.
Yeah, and a lot of bottom hand takes over here because it is kind of slightly short of a length. But again, it's a free and easy approach from these two. It's worked for them. Hundreds come up during the over as well. Really good game here in match 2.
Yeah, look, I mean, United are going to bat second in this. They won the toss, elected to field, and they'll be chasing. They'll know the total that they'll be chasing, and they have got a good batting lineup. But it's a very good performance so far from the Spartans. This one is edged and it is going to go down towards Amandeep, who does pretty well. And they'll come back for 2.
Yeah, well stopped by Amandeep. He knocks it away for an easy 2, but at least he stops 2. Gupta 35 and counting. This is one just bounces before that touch, so he wanted to make sure it didn't get through him.
Did well. It's a tough one. This one's hit straight to Magare, who drops it. Oh, It was hit firmly, should have been taken, especially with a player of Ruturaj's quality and experience. I'll be disappointed at that. That would have been just a little momentum shift.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those that's hit flats, hit hard, and just bounce straight in, straight out.
Oh, this is another nice shot here from Path. Another 6, moves on to 47. Gets a juicy half volley and smashed over the long off, which is Bagoli, who had absolutely no chance.
Yeah, great shot, just misses length by a fraction, becomes a kind of step hit length up and over the top. 6 more to the Spartans.
Path Balladia is, I've seen him bat well before, but not like this. This is fantastic. And not going to be out. It's going down leg, but dot ball.
Gonna say, has he been in the gym?
Maybe.
I don't know. This one, yeah, nips back. I think it's just going down leg side. He was nervous. That's why he takes off with a non-existent run. But yeah, small win for Nawab to finish his spell. 114 for 4 after 9.
Interesting contest this between two. They're very evenly matched sides. Spartans and United. United, I think what they do is when they get on a roll, they're very hard to beat. But it's Spartans on a roll at the moment. Look at the bowling figures. Amandeep, those 2 wickets, pretty good economy rate, but everyone else going for above 12.5. So it will be Ruturaj. Oh, cheeky. He's gonna have a look at it. There's an appeal from the bowler.
Yeah, interesting. Yeah, Makare, a bit filthy about the drop catch, maybe comes on and tries the run out on striker's end. Oh, it looks out to me.
I think he's just dragged his bat. Let's have a look. So he goes out.
And the thing is he still in at the moment that the bails are broken?
I think he is.
I think he probably is.
Yeah, I think he's still in.
So,
Bat could be on the line, but it could be behind.
I think you got to go benefit of the doubt there, or you go essentially umpire's decision.
Look, have a look.
Yeah.
The ball's going there. These bats still in, I think.
I'd say it's not out. Anyway, that'll be a nice little conversation piece as they walk off.
Yeah.
And, at least Path knows he's being kept honest.
I think he'll stay in his crease this time.
He's more in his crease that time. It does have the effect. It probably doesn't. He had his bat probably another 20, 30 centimetres back.
Well, it's given the batsman something to think about at least.
Now they get to match up from 22 yards.
Whether he's going to absolutely hammer him, I think he's going to try. And big swing and a miss. That's a win for Ruturaj. It was expensive in his first over. Let's have another look. And yeah, outside towards that tram line. It's a pretty good line of length in this format. In again, and that one just missed it. It's called a wide.
Tight one.
It's a fairly good score here. You said the par was 120. That one, I think, is definitely fair.
Yeah, as long as they're consistent. That for me, I still think part of the ball might have been on the outside line, but
I think it's a good call. Oh, this is hit straight and high and gone. Great catch from Pramod, right on the boundary. You thought that he'd be. He would have gone over, taken that step. He just took a little jump. When he landed in the field of play. Really, really good catch there from Pramod, right in front of us. Let's have another look.
Path almost had the ultimate revenge, didn't he, as well? But he just didn't quite get it over Bagoli. So, hey, Path, brilliant effort from him. So close to his first ECN half century, but he'll have to settle for 47 off 19. 3 Maximo 6-4s in there. And Spartans 116 for 5 now, with 3 balls remaining.
Absolutely. Look, you got to say that McGarry has won this over. I think it was 19 off his first. And there's bowling a very, very good death over. This one's over the top of the fielders. They should cut it off, I think. No, they won't. How quick is this ground at the moment? It looks very lush. Nice to field on, but it does run to the boundary pretty consistently. Have a look at this. Kept on going away from the fielder who had no chance. Well, that's another 4 runs to the total, 120. He said 120 is about par.
Yeah, in my opinion, it's still pretty early to say, but yeah, super interesting game.
It's a bit of a dodgy inside edge. That'll be 4 as well. 124 now. And it's Ahmad who's come in. Here's Ahmad, and he's hit a couple of 4s off the first 2 balls of this of his innings. There's only 1 ball left. It's hasn't done too much wrong. His Rutaraj picked up that wicket. It's a pretty good over, but still getting a few late runs are the Spartans. Comes in, gets a good piece of it. Bagoli's got to work, does well, really well. And they'll look for a second, and it'll be, well, it won't be run out, just be a dot, or a single in the end. And a great effort from Spartans, as you see. It's runs off the field. Does the batsman? He's excited.
Standard's been great in this game, I think. You know, I think the field's in good condition, the outfield's good conditions, value for your shot, something in it for the bowlers as well. Yeah, and I think pretty close to Parto, maybe a handful over for Spartans. 125 on the board in match 2.
Yeah, look, really good effort. After losing those 4 wickets, you thought, how much depth do they have, the Spartans? And it was shown with, let's see, Thakor with a really, really good opening for Spartans. And he saw a couple of quick wickets go. In fact, 4 of them altogether. It was a neat catch there by Joshi. They kept on attacking, which was, I think, a really good sign from Spartans how they want to handle this tournament. This one was high in the air, fell to no one in the end. Oh, in fact, that was the catch, the caught and bowl by Armandeep, one from Gainsham. Fell in the middle of nowhere. That was Gainsham's first ball. Really good start to his spell. Took a bit of stick though as well. But good effort, I think, from the Spartans. Really attacked. That was the unfortunate one with Bagoli, who ended up with a nice catch towards the end, and also some good fielding to restrict the runs. But this is the one that went high in the air that 3 of them converged to and couldn't quite make it. But again, some really, really positive batting from the Spartans. Anything they could get, they just tried to slam over the boundary or along the ground. Gupta, I thought, batted very well, and but Path Baladia was the one who did a lot of the damage. End up, that was the catch that went down from Rutaraj, and again it was just good power hitting from Path. Ended up just not quite getting his 50. That was the cheeky one from Rutaraj. That's a good decision in the end. Have a look at this. So this is the catch from Bagoli. Really well taken catch, just right in front of us. And well, I think, not sure if they've done enough, Spartans, but they've given themselves every hope in this game. As I said, 2 very evenly matched sides. So the batting card, Thakor at the start with 14 off 5. Really good start for them. The wicketkeeper Gupta batted for most of the innings. And I thought batted very, very well as well and sensibly. But it's Path Baladia who took the bowling part. Fell right in the last over, 47 off 19, and a good little contribution from Riaz Ahmad with 9. The bowling figures, Amandeep, the only one with a good economy rate. Mr. Fanal. That tram line to stop the hitting, but 126 needed. 12 and a half and over. They'll have to bat well, United. They're very capable though, with some good depth in batting. Bagoli and Magare. I think the the keys for me. If they can get off to a good start, then they'll reach this total. If not, though, it could be a struggle for United, who are firm favourites coming into this game. We're back with the second innings of the game between Prague Spartans and United from this European Cricket Series in Czechia in just a few minutes' time. See you then.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Well, welcome back here to the Czech Republic for the second innings of an enthralling game between two very good sides. It's game 2 in this European Cricket Series in Czechia. As you can see, United, if they can get this total in, 87 in 7 overs, then they'll get a bonus point. I don't think they'll be necessarily looking for that. They will want to get a good start to make it easy for themselves. Whether that's possible against some good bowling from Taigi. He's a national team bowler, is Taigi. Very consistent. But two good batsmen out there, Ruturaj Magari and also Pramod Bagoli. I know they'll try to get as many as they can in the power play. It's only 3 overs, of course. And the momentum in this game, I think, is definitely with Spartans, with that very good partnership between Baladia and also Shubham Gupta. So it will be Taigi bowling to Ruturaj, who starts well and just out of the reach of the fielder, 4 runs. Just rocked back, hit it through cow corner, and Ruturaj, probably the class batsman in this lineup for United. Really, really good. It's definitely a good moment of the day, as my pie has just been delivered. Not sure which one it is today. Beef pie. Looking forward to that from the Down Under. Buitahasa doing the delivery. That one I'll have to stare at for at least another 9 and a bit overs. As Taigi comes into Magara again. And same sort of area just over the fielder. Another 4. Well, I think they'll drop him back onto the boundary. The 2 men back are on the offside behind square. One at third man, one at deep backward point. And Taigi is moving the third man up, which means there's a bit of a gap there now. Still got a bit of cover on that offside. But those two are Magara's hit, and that one has gone just in front of the fielder. Well, if he'd taken a couple of steps forward, I think he could have caught that. Ended up being a dot ball. That's how well he picked him out. In fact, they did take the single. Let's have another look at this. So Taigi comes in and just, well, he stopped the boundary, which I guess is good. 3 runs saved. But could he have caught that? I think he might have been able to take that. The fielder out there. Taigi comes in again, bowling to Bagoli, who hits this flat over the fielder. 4 runs again. Well, it's the power play, and they're taking advantage in the moment, hitting just over the field. Nice shot from Bagoli. Almost baseballed it over the fielder, but that's what you can do in the power play. It's just hit over the infield. Of course, it's a 30-metre ring. And, well, Bagoli starts off like Magaro with a 4. And this one's just pushed to the covers, just a single. And nicely played, well respected. 14 off the over so far, still a ball to come. It'll be Ruturaj will be facing. And final ball, he'll want another boundary. It's a pretty good total, 126. They're on target at the moment after the first. And this one's been lifted over the top. Player coming round. 6 runs. Nice shot by Magari. That's 20 off the over from Taigi. There was a man out there, but Ruturaj got just enough of it. Get it over the boundary. Taigi comes in. And just too straight. Magari, very good batsman. You can see the fielder not too far away. So, great start. 30 matches since a golden ball. This one's a good candidate, actually. Especially that, around about that score, I think, is a pretty good total for Spartans, but they'll need to bat well, United. So, could be a golden ball in this one, especially with United. They've had 3. It's a record they hold with a couple of other teams. They've been in 3 golden balls, 2 in the same tournament as well. One of them a bit of an ECN classic as well. It's if you look that one up, the stolen run, the victory over one of the PCC sides. So new bowler is Rayaprolu. Gets a full toss, should be called a no ball, will be. And, well, the fielders collide. I think it should have been Diraj's catch. They know it was a no ball. It'll be a free hit. Rayaprolu just losing that one, apologising to the batsman. But it'll be a free hit. And it will be Magare to face it. And, well, he's bowled him, but that really doesn't matter. As Diraj knows what's going on. Missed out on the free hit. Good bowling there from Rayaprolu. Good comeback. Magare just missing out. Let's have another look. Diraj is trying to pick at the ball to run at Magare, who was a little bit down the pitch. So Rayaprolu. Been a fairly good start. That big no ball though. It's not great. This one's going to the fielder. Dropped. Well, a big wicket there, Magare. And it's that third man coming in. Got 2 hands to it. Probably should have taken it. He's always moving forward. And when you're on the move like that, it makes it a lot harder. Let's have another look. So moving forward and kind of got a bit big on him. That's Shubham Gupta out there. Oh, another piece of good bowling there from Rayaprolu. Right up the block hole. You can see what he's trying to do. That'll be, I think, a leg by. Maybe it was off the bat. Have a look what the umpire says. I think he might have got a bit of bat on it. So Magare's on 16. Bagoli is on 7. It's been a good over from Rayaprolu, considering the first one went for 20. Keeping the runs down. Still on target, UCC. Comes Aditya again. And clamped down on it. It's gone to the keeper. They've taken a run. Good awareness from the batsman. I'll look for another, but there's a couple of Spartans crowd around the stumps for the to back up. Couple of balls left of the over. Only 5 from it. Got away with a free hit as well. Did Rayaprolu. 25 for no loss. Comes in again. And right in the block hole again. This one's not quite through the fielder. It's Taigi who gets down and stops that one from going to the boundary. Does take another good piece of bowling. You can see he's just trying to bowl a really pitched up Yorker length delivery, and it's worked for the most part in this over for Rayaprolu. One more left. It's going to be called a wide. It will be. Let's have another look at it. Remember, it's that blue line. And that was outside that blue line. Just see it. It's just visible. It's a good indication for the umpires, though. Anything behind the legs, behind outside that leg stump is called a wide automatically. And that line's a good indicator for the wides on the off stump. And a good finish. Called a wide again. This one could be closer. The bowler doesn't love it. Let's have a look at this. And might have caught the line. I think a good decision. Vinny would have probably argued with me. I think it was a good decision outside that line. And you can see where he's bowling it now. It's changed a little bit. This one's another Yorker length. Got a good piece of it. That's got to go to the boundary. Nice shot. Fielder couldn't cut it off. And it's still in the power play. 32 for no loss after 2 UCC. Yeah. Chasing 126 for victory. 88 is the total they need in 7 overs. They're pretty much on target for that as well. Let's have a look at this. This is the standings. Can't read too much into that apart from the fact that Bohemians had a massive win over Dominators in the first game. But they're the teams playing in this tournament. Most teams from Prague, Ostrava, Moravian and Brno from different cities. Brno Moravians from Brno, Ostrava also from the third city in the Czech Republic. We'll see them for the first time in this tournament soon, and the first time on the network as well. Brand new side to Czech cricket. New bowler is Riaz Ahmed. And this is in the air, gone. Well bowled, great start. Good celebration from the bowler as well. And that's the end of Bagoli. He's gone for 8. First breakthrough for Spartans. UCC lose their first wicket, and it's Pramod Bagoli. Let's have another look at this. Came in slightly on him, played it inside out. Nick catch there from Parth, who is looking good for a Man of the Match award. So, new batsman is Sunil Azuchi with the 295 on his back. I'll join Rituraj via the non-strikers end. But Magare, he's a very important player for this United side. They're missing a couple of bats with Abhimanyu and also Piyush, who are out today. Bowler comes in again and right on line, dug it out. Oh, a good piece of fielding there, wrong-footed slightly. The fielder there at point got it very square, and I think it might have spun a bit. Happens sometimes. Really good piece of fielding. If it gone past him, it would have been 4. It'll bring Magare back on strike. Zucchi off the mark. 33 for 1. It's been a very good start here from Riaz Ahmed. He's bowling with a headband. You don't see that very often. Well, a head scarf, I should say. As Rudraj rearranges his equipment, picks up his bat. We'll face his first delivery from Riaz. Comes in. And it's just hit on the leg side. Just be a single. Good pick up from Ashutosh Sharia. He's a good fielder in that area, is Ash. Brings Huchi back on strike. It's a bit of a lull in this over due to that wicket for United. Still pretty much on target with the run rate. That's a nice shot. Again, the fielder sticks out an arm and stops it with something. He had a bit of backup that time though. Just a single for Zucchi. It'll bring Ruturaj back on strike. Magare, 22 of 9. Looking pretty good, but he'd like to stay there for as long as he can during this innings. And a big swing and a miss. It's been a really good over here from Riaz Ahmed. Just 1 ball left. Taking a wicket, but only 3 from it, which is just as important, I think. It was an important wicket there of Pramod Bagoli, who can be a devastating batsman. But this is the over they needed. Spartans. They'd love to see the back of Magare. Riaz comes in again. This one's fuller. And it's just gone to the fielder there. Direct hit. And it's going to go to a replay. They like it, Spartans. They like it. Rudraj, I think he's on his way back. He's starting to walk. Going to see. They think the umpire's given him out, but he's actually looked for the replay. Rudraj goes pretty early. Struggling. And gone. Great piece of fielding there. And that's a big, big wicket in the context of this game. That's the end of Rudraj Magare. Run out with a direct hit. Maybe could have run it a bit quicker. Did all the right things. Maybe also with the sliding of the bat. Let's have another look. And hit it to the fielder. Started running. And put his bat down to slide. But this ball coming in now. Fantastic piece of fielding. Hit the middle stump. And that's out. I think it's Ray Parolu who effected the run out. And that's a big wicket. UCC now. Well, think run rate wise they're okay, but they've lost 2 huge wickets. Let's see what they've got in the batting. UCC, they're a plucky side, and it will be Ayush Sharma, who again is a very good batsman, coming in pretty much at the right time for him to mount a score. Just like Spartans needed a partnership, it's exactly what UCC need from 2 new batsmen. So it'll be Zucchi who'll be facing. Sharma's at the non-strikers, and the new bowler will be Ashutosh Arya. Ash on his back. Again, a good cricketer for Spartans. 3 overs down, end of the power play. They've pushed a few back. Should be a bit of relief for the Spartans. This one's wild, going down, and that's 5 wides. Well, not the start that Ash would have liked. Minimo, as Maximo says, just really lost it. Gave the keeper no chance. Gave the third man no chance. Good placement by the bowler in a sense. Look at that. It's almost a no ball. Got past everyone. And, well, he's having a couple of them, Tiagi's there, and Rai Prolo having a bit of a chat already to the bowler, and he's only bowled 1 ball. They're trying to find the ball in the wheat field. I think we said it was a barley field. I think we'll go with barley, because barley does produce beer and whiskey. Vinny, is it a barley field or a wheat field?
I couldn't tell you, because right now all I'm thinking is what a delicious pie I just had next to Down Under. And actually, I implore you to maybe, you can do one over. Why don't you take the middle?
I'm going to take my time with the pie. It's not going to get cold. I've got mash and a side salad as well. Yeah. I'm happy to continue with this and let my pie
it's a good game.
Suffer.
Right, a bit of a gift there from Ash first up though. See if we can find the surface.
It's well, called a wide again.
It's been an interesting one. Firstly, just what a great piece of fielding that was to run out Magare a moment ago. So to have a good look at it. Yeah, probably just outside.
I was moving away as well, so I think another good decision. They've been good with the wides. Yeah, with, the umpires.
Aditya Rai Prolu with a direct hit to get the dangerous Magare. Had a breakout season last year in the ECS, didn't he? Player of the tournament, which was fantastic. Fantastic job from Rudraj, who's now got the captaincy of United as well.
Yeah, a couple of different captains as well in this tournament. We'll see a new captain for PCC in the next game as well. And that's called wide again. Can't quite get his line right. You can see where he's aiming, but that's a little bit of
another one.
A bit of respite there with those 2 quick wickets. United
just misses again.
Sharma now getting a bit of a sighter. He's a good player though. There's Sharma. This one. There's a fair delivery, just leaves it.
Sharma has a bit of a reputation for kind of digging his team out of trouble. So we're in a lot of trouble here or anything like that. They're pretty much right on the rate. But certainly wasn't in the plans to lose the openers so early.
Yeah, especially Magare, who's starting to establish himself a little bit in the Czech national side.
This is a good call. I think this one does actually go pretty much straight over the line, maybe a little bit of the ball inside the line.
Yeah, pretty good call there from the umpire.
But he has been pretty disciplined, hasn't he, since that first one got away from him, Ash. Just feeding that tram line outside off. And again. So, yeah, Sharma still yet to score.
That one didn't really get up much either. Look at this. It's inside, really kept quite low. I think there's a patch out there just outside off stump that's, well, out in that area. Might keep a little low. I don't know if it's from bowler's foot marks. Can't see that. And this one's edgy, gone to third man, who does well to fall over and stop it. It's, the runs have been dried up in this over. Quite a bit from Arya. There was that first 5, the minimo. Ever since then, in fact, I think that's the first run off the bat of this over.
Yeah, you're right. And 7 runs in wide so far. But his last ball to fourth.
It's going to be wide again.
Or not.
So they're, well, as you mentioned, they're pretty much on the target. Dropped down a bit this over from with some, well,
we haven't had a boundary hit for a while. That's the thing, right?
It's just a strange over in the sense that you can see where he's aiming. This is hit down towards Raiprola, who'll just pick it up. That all the runs have come from wides, but that's where he's aiming at. So they've left a couple outside of stump, hence not that many runs, but 10 off the over. It's just a little bit below par, 45 for 2.
Yeah, so the result, even with the 5, which was a bit of a shocking way to start, but yeah, you're right, just not quite enough to stay on top of the rate. You can see United had that big first over with a magical first 20 coming off Chargi, but since then 12, 3 and 10. Still very good game. We thought this would be a close one. It's shaping up that way.
Yeah, it's two, as I said before, two very evenly matched sides. This was a really good over. I think the previous one from Ahmad, this is where it tightened things up. He got the wicket. It was and only 3 runs from it. Let's see if he can reproduce that. It's a bit short down the leg, called it wide.
Yeah, Riaz. I like the comment from Wayne saying he's serious now. He takes the wicket, then takes his tea cozy off. I think he's talking about that. Pretty cool looking bandana. It's actually be riding a motorcycle somewhere.
So comes in again. And again, good areas outside our stump.
When they've got it right, it's been effective, hasn't it? Not surprisingly. You can set a field to this as well. So it looks like they've got a 6-3 field. 6 on the left of screen, 6 on the offside, 3 on the leg. And instructions to the bowlers keep it pretty simple. Just, bowl around about that blue line just inside.
That's what he's doing. And this one, well, it's in the air. And Ash takes the catch. Doesn't drop him. And nice shot there. Well, nice catch there. Right in the boundary by Arya. That's the end of Zucchi, who just scored the 3. The runs have dried up a lot for United. Just got under it there, tried to clear the fielder, but of course the field back now with the power play ending.
It's a build-up of pressure though, wasn't it? Build-up of pressure. I know there was a couple of wides out there, but the batters, they want to feel bat on ball, and it goes to one of those 6 offside fielders. About the fact they've set a field to their bowling. I mean, typically you'd see probably 5-4, but they're obviously so confident that the bowlers can hit the mark that they're going with that 6 fielder over there. So 46 for 3. United, for me, they're just a touch behind in this game, but Ghanshyam Kumar is going to come out at number 5. We'll see if he can move things along. Also, you got these kind of X-factor players like Joshi still to come, who can come out and belt the ball around, but at the moment, I think they are just a little slight underdogs.
Right, for me, Ayush Sharma's the player they need to dismiss Spartans. I think that will make their job a lot easier. But it's been good disciplined bowling from Riaz Ahmad, again in that tram line sort of area. Comes in again, and well, missed that one leg side.
Bit greedy against the new batter, maybe attacking the stumps. But that's one I'll have to bowl again.
You can see where these 2 bowlers at the moment, both Arya, who bowled the previous over, and also Ahmad here, they're bowling to a plan. I think it's the captain Niraj is always thinking he's a plotter. There's Niraj. The bowler again, and just clamp down on it. Just be a single. Good bowling again from Riaz Ahmad. He's looks a good cricketer. Very tidy with his bowling. So Ayush Sharma. So this is the man that I think can push the runs if he's in good form. He's only scored 1 off 5 though so far. Sharma. He's left a couple wide outside off stump. Comes in and leaves another one.
Another one. He wants a wide. It's not a wide. It's disciplined, accurate bowling. No, it's accurate. It's funny to say it's accurate when it's so far from the stumps, but yeah, Sharma wants a wide. probably also knows if he throws the hands at that. 6 fielders over there. What kind of bats are you going to get on it? Might fly away to the backward point of the point.
It's a definite tactic that's come into this form of cricket over the last few years. Is it down the ground, should just be a single. Bit of a fumble, but Kumar was unaware and just got the one.
Was that quick hello to Helix, who's watching from Australia. Hopefully you're well. Just chatting to Charles. He's looking forward to seeing the State of Origin Rugby League later in the week.
Yeah, I've lost track a bit with rugby league. I think
next week, I think. Kind of a Blues versus the Maroons here, if you like. They don't even take a run here. Drilled at cover. They've certainly fallen a long way behind now for me. That'll be the end of the 5th over. And United on the chase, but behind in the race, 49 for 3. Vinny Sandu, Mr. Maximo with Danny Hitchek, welcoming all of our viewers wherever you're watching from around the world. I want to say Eid Mubarak, very happy Eid to everyone out there that is celebrating that today. But you're right here, United, 4th last year, made the top 4. Spartans had a bit of a year to forget in the ECS last year, but they're certainly looking fairly strong so far in their opening match. Yeah,
they're looking really good, and well, they really attacked the United bowling, and now they're keeping them tight over these middle overs. After a bright start, 20 off the first over from Taigi. But I think Spartans on top at the moment. Things can change so quickly though, Vinny.
Yeah, that's true. It just takes that one big over, doesn't it? Let's go back, and it's going to be Dominic to bowl, and he almost castles Ayush Sharma, who just has not been able to kind of get in any sort of rhythm. And this is one that probably is more in his zone. Remember, he's had a lot that have gone outside off and teased the tram line, but that one was a lot more hittable. Even this one, he back himself. He set Kumar a bit of a task, gets there in the end, brings up the 50, but runs hard to come by for United at the moment.
Yeah, they just scratching, getting singles with with some pretty good bowling. But yeah, as I say, 1-4-3. German Dominic. Haven't seen him on the network before. Again, he's swinging hard at everything in his innings, and started off pretty well with the bowling. Just one off his 2 balls so far.
Sharma's probably trying to hit the ball too hard at the moment. And almost like when he does get one in his zone, he's so excited that he's kind of losing his technique slightly. We know this guy's had a lot of success in ECS cricket, but yeah, every game's different. 3 off 9. Not great numbers so far. He can make up for it though, but let's have a look at that required rate up to 16. Creeping a bit out of control, I think.
It's a nice shot. And again, it's that same man who falls over and stops it out in that gully region. It's a good piece of fielding. Stops 3 runs.
Yeah, they have drilled a couple of balls at fielders as well, haven't they? Yeah, something's got to give here with Sharma. He's going to hit out or he's going to get out. Oh, this time he's not even going to face up.
It's Faiz Ahmad, who's in that sort of gully, sort of backward point area. And he's saved a lot of runs out there just by sticking hands out. This one mistimed. It's going to Rai Prolu, who just picks it up and throws it back in. Ayush really not getting his rhythm.
Same thing. This is a bit of a gift, isn't it? It's about a knee-high full toss. And when he's on, that's baseballed out of the ground, but he can only miss-hit a 1.
That's what happens with players, though. You can't always be in form. This is hit over the top. It's going towards a boundary. Should get there and does. Well, that's welcome relief for United. The first boundary in quite a long time. And that's Ghanshyam Kumar who gets that one. Let's have a look at this. Again, trying for that tram line. Just scoops under it. Gets it over the fielder.
Yeah, first boundary off the bat since the end of the 2nd over.
Wow.
So that's 22 boundaryless balls in the middle of this innings.
It's a full toss. Might be a no ball. It's going towards the fielder. It's Riaz Ahmed who picks it up. And I'm not sure if they're going to have a look at this. It's pretty high. He's out of his crease. And, well,
probably if he's in his crease, it's probably coming down enough. So I think that that'll be a legal ball.
He's not the tallest either, as Gunchum.
True, but I think I can just see the trajectory of that. Probably would have taken it below the waist. If it was judged at the crease. End of the 6th over then, it's 57 for 3, so they need a big 4. Just over 17 and over required to pull off a win. At the moment, it's just not looking likely.
Well, it's 13 extras as well in those 6 overs, so it's been a bit of ill discipline from the bowlers from Spartans, but you can tell where they want to bowl outside that towards that tram line, so there's always going to be a bit of a risk. And for the most part, it's worked with Ayush Sharma just not getting going. He's 4 off 10. He's watched a couple in that area just go past him. So the new bowler will be Suhaib Wani. Bit of spin. A bit of leg spin. That's dab down again to the backward point area. Just a single. You can see Tiras Thakur with a helmet and coming up to the stumps.
Yeah, Suhaib took 4 wickets in the series last year. He seems to be bowling more and more in these matches. So let's see what he delivers here.
And just hit off the back foot. The man out there and gets a hand down. They'll come back for 2. Wasn't the most convincing piece of fielding, but it was effective in the end. And that's 2 for Sharma.
I'm not sure that's almost no ball, by the way, for keeper encroachment. But then I think he pushes the stumps over. Well, no, I think he had the glove, had the ball and gloves first, but safely home.
It's a good start. Pretty tidy from Wani so far. Sharma, sometimes it's only just a one off the middle of the bat just to get him going, but it's taken him a while. He's almost absorbed 2 overs. And again, good bowling. Big swing and a miss.
Yeah, gives himself a bit of room, hoping to be able to muscle this down the ground, but yeah, Sharma, just it's a tough one. He's not the kind of guy you'd imagine you'd retire out ever, but he's trying his best to make something happen. It's just the harder he tries, the harder it's getting for him. You have mentioned someone like a Joshi who, it's still a lot of runs to get, or someone that's kind of out-and-out hitter that you might hope they have an absolute heater to pull this off down the order. But
well, they're missing a couple of big guns in Abhimanyu and also Piyush, who can. So maybe they're down a little bit. Still a bit puzzled why they didn't bowl Ali Sitar, but obviously there's some sort of issue there with the bowling, but also just not batting as deep. I think it's just short, and he misses out on that one as well. They'll get a single, well, a bye, but just not in the right sort of shape at the moment is Ayush Sharma. And
yeah, I mean, it seems like he's been given a full one, couldn't put it away. Been given a short one, couldn't put it away. Kind of a tossed up one that he could normally hit down the ground, couldn't do it. Just there doesn't seem to be any shots working for him. Fortunately, at the other end, Ghanshyam Kumar is going to go large maximal to finish the 7th over, but still plenty of work to do for United, even to get a point. It's 67 for 3 after 7.
Yeah, nice shot that from Ghanshyam. And, well, it'll be Ayush to face. And it's just a little bit slow for United, but it's been a good performance, I think, from Spartans, both the bat and the ball. And here's what's coming up next. It'll be Prague CC, and looks like a pretty handy lineup. Even though they've got they've rolled a couple out in Sudhir Gladson and Roy Sudhita Udagala. They'll be playing the Dominators, who have a tough couple of games to start with. It's see that game coming up next. So just outside of stump again, and Sharma leaves it again. So it's he's just not quite getting it right. Is Sharma. Probably needs to get closer to the ball, I think. That was spot on from Dominic. This one's hit down the ground, and Ash takes the catch. Good catch there from Ash, and I think it's probably a good thing that Sharma's gone, because he really couldn't find the centre at the middle of the willow.
Yeah, it's an innings that he won't look back fondly on, no doubt about it. Great catch, by the way. Kind of takes it kamikaze style. It just shows you sometimes you got it, sometimes you don't. That's a great bit of fielding, even to protect that ball and to use his other hand to break his fall. Sharma, you just need to kind of put that one out of his mind. I'm going to start again next time. But, yeah, that was a bit of a painful one to watch for Ayush. And United a long way behind, 67 for 4. Dominic with the wicket.
Yep, and the new batsman is Mustafa Nawab. So it was a bright start from them, 20 off the first over, and then they were right on target for about the first 3. And now, if you look at the supercomputer, Prague Spartans, 98% chance of winning this game. It's not over yet, but they'll have to get a few big overs here, United. And this one's dabbed down. Just be a single to Nawab. It'll bring Kumar back on strike, who hit that big 6 on the final ball of the last over. So he's very capable with the bat. Ghanshyam Kumar. Dominic, it's been a good spell. 1 for 9 so far. That wicket of Ayush Sharma. Willing to Ghanshyam short. Tucks him up a little bit. Turns it around the corner. And it'll just be 1. So again, just a bit of a surprise delivery there from Dominic. Just another single. And I think, well, with 24.5 needed off each over, I think Spartans are going to win their opener. United look back and think, well, what could have been? There's another really good ball there from Dominic. I like the bowling lineup that they've got. The Spartans. There's a couple, Job and Dominic here. So good bowling from Riley Prolu, but Riaz Ahmed, the pick of the bowlers for me. Oh, it's short.
Well, it would have been a wide, but he's hit it, so it won't be a wide, but it will be 4. It's probably the latest cut in history, if you want to call it that. But yeah, it can't be a wide because it's the first one over the shoulder for the over, and he's hit it. So, I mean, the boundary will help. You can see what they need there for the point, 15 or 12. I mean, they should do that, but you just never know. You always need a tennis racket to hit that one. Somehow it ends up at fine leg. Well done. That's Dennis up there. He's followed that. Not an easy one to pick where the ball was going.
Well, it'll be Taigi to bowl again. This time to Ghanshyam. So Taigi's first over win for 20. In fact, it's not. It's Dry Prolu. It's a better pick. I saw the sunglasses and thought it was Niraj, who does bowl in sunglasses, but he's taken them off and given it to the umpire. It's all right, Prolu. After a very good spell from Dominic. He's going to come on, be bowling to Ghanshyam Kumar, who's 15 off 8. And, well, good start from the bowler.
Very good length, didn't allow him to get under it at all. Just looking at that Prague CC side for the first time in this series. Remember, they're going for a record equaling 20 ECS wins in a row. Do you have the beast in there, Sudesh? Listed to open with Davitsi. You got the tank, Ritik Tomar at 3.
Interesting that the tank is captaining the side. So good luck to him. I hope he does well.
No Aaron Ashokan in the side today. Hilal Ahmed is back. Didn't see too much of him.
With the gloves?
Exactly. Yeah, and he's listed as the keeper. Smith Patel's in there.
Good to see Smith there. He's a good player, Smith Patel.
14 off 9 for a point. This would be a shocker really for United. It's one thing to have a subpar batting innings, which it has been, and they'd be the first to admit that. But at least if they can walk away with a point, they can say, okay, we've achieved something that game. Of course, each team will play 10 matches. The top 5 will get to play on finals Friday in the second week.
That's a bit hit over the top, going towards a boundary. That'll be 4. Just got enough of it towards the end of the bat, did Nawab. And again, trying for that blue line, the mythical blue line. And it's 4 welcome runs to United. They're not going to win this game, but they still need about 7.5 and over for that bonus point.
10 off 8 now.
That'll help as well. Just over the field. Got a hand to it. Knocked it down. It might only just be well, it's gone over the boundary. So 4 runs. Good effort there.
It was a chance, though, albeit a tough one. Just a hanging outside edge. If you had to go back and kind of dive outside the circle. Hello to Kasi Viswanathan, who's in the chat as well. Tell you what, the Spartans, they're pretty excited at the moment, on and off the field.
Yeah, saw Kasi, the comment, great effort, boys. So, don't know if we'll see Kasi later on in the week. But, again, a good player for Spartans. As you see here, Niraj was expensive, but good bowling all up. Riaz Ahmed, look at that, 2 for 7 off his 2. Good bowling from Dominic also. So it'll be interesting to see who bowls this last one, and it looks like it will be Wani. So Niraj not bringing himself back on. I think it's wise as well. It's a long tournament.
For a point. I mean, what's your approach here? Do you push one? Do you go for boundaries, just bat normally? You imagine.
Well, they're definitely not going to win the game, but they do need that 6 points. I'm sure they're aware of it as well, that they need to get that bonus point. I think it's a really good addition to the league this year. That bonus point, Vinny. Very good thinking on whoever constructed that. This is big swing and a miss. Niraj takes the bails off pretty quickly. Good start from Wani. But it does affect the final table. As you can see there, never moved his foot. No chance of a stumping. But good start from Wani. Then again and rocks back. Hits it pretty well, but there's a fielder right out there. Gets behind it. And that's just a single. So
5 or 4. I mean, there's no ties. They've got to get these 5.
They've got a drop catch. It was a good effort there. That was Taigi. Just dropped in front of him. Maybe got his hands under it. Cut off the boundary though, and that's okay. 4 off 3 for United to get that bonus point, and just pokes it down to point for a single. Surely they know what's on.
Yeah. Well, I know it's the first time we've had this system in place in Prague, so you'd hope so. But they need 3 off 2 here.
They're having a chat, the batsmen, and I think they know that they need these 3 runs. But Wani, it's been a good over so far. They'll definitely need to run for 2. I'm not sure if Spartans are aware of the total. And it's a nice shot. Again, it's just it's got past the fielder.
Tortuga, and there's the point for United. They'll get it. It's always going to spin that way though. How much is another question? And even though it hasn't been pretty, United have something out of this game, having exceeded 70% of the first innings total now.
This it's a second bounce that took a left turn to Albuquerque. And, well, it's Path Balladia who's out there, who's been instrumental in this game. I think we'll probably get the man of the match for his batting performance. But that one just got away from him and gave the point to United. And this one's just hit down the ground, just be a single. Fielded by Ash, and a really good win for Spartans first up against a good United side. And they really approached this game in the right spirit, trying to hammer everything with the bat, getting to a pretty decent total, putting scoreboard pressure on United, who failed to get there. As we see here is the game that's going to come up a little bit later.
Yeah, looking forward to this, and it is coming up in around about 20 minutes or so. We'll be back, and it really is a bit of a David versus Goliath there, Prague CC. Of course, we last saw them on ECN at the ECL, where they were the champion club of Czechia, taking on the Dominators. Their first day in ECN cricket. Anyway, Prague Dominators won the toss again. This time they've decided to bowl first. Might run into a couple of big units there when we return for match 3 of 5. Let's go back and have a look at the highlights of this one. And yeah, that one was kind of fortunate stop in a way that he steps over. I think the ball bounced off him first. But yeah, United, despite kind of that bright showing from Magari early, Just never had anyone click at all. It was a strange, I called it a fake hat trick because I think it was a caught off a no ball, then bowled off a free hit and then dropped on the boundary. But, you know, fielding is super important. We know that. That was a nice catch by Parth Baladia. Just taking a couple of steps to his left. But Magari, he looked the most likely, I think. And yeah, he was pretty important to the cause. But then a very, very good piece of fielding saw him on his way for 22.
Yeah, absolutely. This is the game changer for me with Magara getting run out. Really good effort from Rai Prolu. And, well, that was Ash's first delivery that went for 5, but it was pretty tidy from him for the most part.
Good old-fashioned loosener there, wasn't it? But, I mean, to be fair to Ash, he then kind of got it more or less right. Just occasionally getting wide. Wide's called against him for missing his spot in the off stump, but only just, and then took a good catch there. Meanwhile, Ayush Sharma, fortunately for him, just couldn't get anything going. No boundaries in 16 balls. Ended up being out for 6 off 16, and that was the kind of crucial period where they fell off the pace and they could never quite make it up. Then Ghanshyam Kumar came out. He tried to make something happen. Same with Nawab. That was a great catch, wasn't it, to get Sharma. But they fall behind the 8 ball, and then the only thing left to see was if they could get that 1 point. It was an extraordinary shot off a ball that he had to jump miles off the ground to even reach it. That was a good effort from Faiz Ahmed, but he couldn't quite reel it in. That cost 4. And then this is the shot that takes United at least to a point, which means the Spartans have to settle for 3, but still pretty healthy margin between the two teams here in match 2. Prague Spartans 125 defeating United CC 90. Score-wise, Magare top scores with 22 before he was run out. Great piece of work by Aditya Raiprolu. Apart from that, Ghanshyam Kumar with 18 not out, Nawab with 19 not out, but the task was just too great by the time they got there. You have a look at Zuchi and Sharma combining for 9 off 21. It's made it really tough for Gawley, unfortunately, as well. It hit 1-4, but wasn't able to provide an innings of substance. Bowling-wise, some pretty good performers there. Got ourselves really impressed with Riaz Ahmed in his first game of the series. 2 for 7 off his 2 overs. Dominic chipped in with a wicket again. Pretty good figures for him. 1 for 14 off 2. Wani provided a couple of decent overs, I think. 1 for 17 of his spell. So we'll take a break. We'll be back in around about 15 minutes to take you into the third match of the day, and it will be the champs versus the challengers to an extent. Prague CC taking on Prague Dominators when we return to the Vinohrady Cricket Ground and Scott Page Field for more European Cricket Series.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Hello and welcome back. Well, pretty exciting moment in the day now because we're going to have the reigning champions on the park next. And I'm talking about match 3 and Prague Cricket Club, Prague CC, taking on the Prague Dominators. So a real kind of clash here. You have the Dominators, their first ever tournament on ECN, and we saw them playing against Bohemians. Struggled a little bit, I think, with the heat. They ended up making 73. It wasn't enough, and they lost in 4 overs. So without a point so far, Prague CC have won the last 3 European Cricket Series here. A little bit of history here because Prague CC have an active ECS streak of 19 wins. The record is 20, and with a win here, they could equal that record held by Albi Salmi in Sweden. Charles Croucher is the sheriff, and he looks a bit like a cowboy today as well. What do you think about his new hat? He's over there with the 2 captains. Let's see who wins the coin toss.
Welcome to match 3 with Prague Cricket Club versus the Prague Dominators. Dominators to call.
Tail.
Tails is the call. And it's a tail.
Bowling first.
Dominators have won the toss and will bowl first.
So the Dominators have won the toss, and this time they've decided to bowl first. Suppose it makes sense. They won the toss and batted earlier on. It didn't really work out the way they wanted, but they do risk running into a Prague CC lineup that are normally stacked now. I know they've got a pretty big squad, and it'll be interesting to see what kind of teams Prague CC roll out here. But of course, they've got plenty of talent in there. You've got the tank Ritik Tomar. You've got Sabun Davitsi, who's likely to open up the left-hander with a lot of national team experience. But one player I think that always turns heads is Sudesh Wickramasekara, the Beast. Now, one thing the Beast hasn't got is an ECN 100. Wonder if this is the series that he might do it. And he did momentarily at least hold the T20 international record for the fastest century, a record that he held jointly with Rohit Sharma and David Miller. So pretty good company, so watch out for him as well. Dominators, well, they need to try and take some early wickets and press. I've got to say, I like the way they went about their first game, and so it just didn't really work out for them. This is a real test. The draw they've got is pretty tough. They've got some big hitters first up. Let's see how they go. Match 3 on the way, and it will be Prague CC batting first after being sent in by the Dominators. Over to Danny Hudacek as we get ready for the start.
Well, thanks, Vinny, and welcome back to this European Cricket Series here from Prague in the Czech Republic. This is match 3. And we'll see the first appearance of Prague Cricket Club against the Dominators, who we saw earlier on in the game against Bohemians, very strong Bohemians side. Now look at the lineups, and Sabun Davitsi and Sudesh Roy, as it is here, Wickramasekara will be the opening bats, but they've dragged out a bit of the older brigade of PCC with quite a few, well, very good players and ex-national team players, but probably a side you would have seen maybe 5 years ago with about half of those players. And say PCC 88% according to the supercomputer. Well, the way I see it, I think this opening combination, if they can get them early, well, they've still got a lot of good batting to PCC, but they'll have a little chance here, Dominators, but it really depends on early wickets. If these two can get on top, the score could be anything. It's Sabun Davitsi, who's facing the first delivery, the left-hander. A little frustrating at times, Sabah, but when he's in full flight, he's one of the best batsmen in the country to watch. As is Sudesh Roy, as we're calling him in this tournament, Sudesh Roy. It's see the first ball, and just been pushed out to cover a no run. So Davitsi, he has 3 international T20I centuries to his name. T10 possibly not his game, but when he's on song, you just can't bowl to him. Oh, this one's in the air. It's going straight, and good effort there on the boundary. That's Abdullah Mahmood, who comes around, cuts off the first boundary. Now we'll see the first bit of the beast who will face Arif. I think bowled pretty well in the first game, Sultan Arif. And Sudesh, one of the hardest hitting batsmen, I think, in Europe. When he's on song, everyone's in danger. He's hit quite a few into the commentary marshmallow over the years. Hopefully he won't target us. So it's Arif bowling to Kramasekara. And good ball straight up, right on his toes. Just pushed out. Well, a bit of sloppy fielding will allow the single and bring the left-hander Davisi back on strike. So Davisi, he's very strong off his legs. He's got a very strong cut shot. There's a little grey area in his batting, just outside off stump where he kind of dangles a bat. We'll see if he's rectified that. He's a very talented batsman, is Davisi, and that's what he does well. Just pokes the bat out, 4 runs. Gets him a lot of runs if it's over pitched. Just no footwork, just puts the bat there. 4 runs to Davisi. Let's have another look at it. And really easy, just deflects it, completely under control. And that's the first boundary for PCC. They are the dominant force in Czech cricket, or have been over the years. They're the first club ever in the Czech Republic. And they've done a lot for the sport here. Quite a few clubs have formed around them. Bohemians, who you saw early on, came out of PCC. This is down leg side to the pesky left-hander, and he's limping the bowler. Hopefully he's okay. He might have done a hamstring, you know. It's called a wide. I think he's gone. You're right, Vinny, who I've heard in the background. And that's unfortunate for Arif and for Dominators. But, yeah, I think let's have a look. He's coming into bowl. Gets it down the leg side. And then he holds his hamstring. And that's not good. That's a tournament-ending injury, probably.
Yeah, we don't want to call it too early. Yeah, I'm going to jump back in. It seems more than cramp. And this is the thing. Bowling your first over after a break, you know, I know there's various levels of warming up and structured things that players will do. At this level, normally they're kind of left to kind of do their own preparation. And often players will have certain, I suppose, weak spots. I know for me it was always, I wonder how that'll help things. The old toe poke. You know how you have the vibration gun? That's kind of the human version.
What?
I mean, you called his tournament over. I've seen enough recoveries to know, but this is the slightly pseudo-scientific technique.
The kicking.
But it's worked. So he's going to continue the over. Now, he thinks he can bowl another ball. I'm telling you right now, he's going to bowl this one. He's probably going to snap his leg off, and then he's going to come off. But anyway, this should be interesting. Davisi facing up to the one-legged Arif.
Yeah, down leg side.
Well, he's going to have to bowl that one again, so that's not going to help either. Honestly, at this stage of the tournament, I think you're better off just replacing him.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think, you know, you got 10 games and then potentially finals. Because also, what's he going to be delivering? Okay, that one actually came out okay. But, yeah, puts a lot of stress on your body. Now, if it's cramp, that's different. Cramp versus an actual tear or
it didn't look like a cramp there.
Yeah, that's the thing. Didn't look that way, did it? But anyway, I'm feeling the pain all the way from here.
Pretty brave, though. Good ball to Sudesh. It's no run.
So even if you have 2 good legs in your bowling to the beast, that's not easy.
You ever done a hammy, Vinny?
Yeah, actually, one of the last time I played was on this ground, and I didn't fully did it. It was just a slight tear, and I did it running between the wickets where there's kind of a bit of hesitation. Then I sprinted and just took off. I tried to describe it as trying to run 110% of my maximum speed. It's just be knocked away for one. That'll be the end of the first over. 10 without loss. But it was interesting. It affects you in certain ways. So for me, it was more like crouching was fine, but like kind of taking off quickly was difficult.
Yep.
So I found I could wicket keep fine. I just didn't bat. We played the final later on that afternoon. Anyway, let's have a look at a little bit of what's coming up on the European Cricket Network. And we're really excited to announce that this year, the European Women's Championship, so that's the ECCW, is now 2 divisions with Austria, Germany, Jersey, Czechia, and also Ireland and Scotland joining the party. And we're really excited about that prospect. Austria, of course, played last year, I should say. So fair smattering of new teams. One thing we'd love is to have a 3rd division as well, and have our own kind of promotion relegation system. I think with women's cricket, what we've learned as well, it's really important that you match up the right teams against the right other teams, because there is such a big kind of spectrum of abilities and experience levels, and that's why I think the CE Cup was so successful. Anyway, that's a blast off the bat of Wickramasinghe. He's going to put it behind point and get 4 runs. It's welcome to the crease, Abdullah Al Mahmood.
Yeah, nice shot. A little bit edgy, though, I think. Didn't quite get it off the middle. Good-looking bat, though, that Suresh has. I don't know how long it'll last.
Opens the face slightly, I think, there. Still went away pretty quickly. One thing I mentioned in the intro is he does have a T20 international century, but he doesn't have an ECS century, Suresh. And yeah, I think it'll be interesting to see if he can crack the 3 figures during this series. That's if he can get on the park. I know sometimes there's been availability issues. There's some great kind of Dennis Rodman-like stories of people going over to Sudesh's house, waking him up, putting the kit bag and going off to play some international cricket.
Let's just dab down. Good running between these two.
So
Subba's not the greatest runner between wickets. I think so. It's
I will say it's something that he's much maligned for that aspect, but I think he's improved it a lot. I think the last time I saw him in the ECL, he'd improved a lot. Probably identified that it was a little bit of a weak point in his game. I think partly it might come from the types of cricket he played growing up.
I think there's a lot of experienced heads in this club, PCC, and I think more than one of them have had a good chat to him. That's a good ball. And it's a bit of an appeal. That's about the area I think that he has a few issues with. He didn't a while ago. That's a really good ball.
Yeah, just wasn't sure what to do, and it's only a defensive shot in the end, so it wasn't even going to go anywhere. He's got 2 favourite shots. One's the kind of the whip away to square leg, and one's kind of carve away over deep third. Well, that's the kind of mini carve, isn't it? He jams down on it, but how fast is his field at the moment? That's going to race away. That's a long chase. 4 runs to Davizzi.
He deliberately plays for that. It's an angled bat. Have a look at this. He clamped down on it, but have a look at it's an angled bat.
Yeah.
And maybe that one.
I know what you're saying. Normally he does. That one was more of just the primary thing was just get some bat on it, and it happened to hit more of an outside edge than anything else. But yeah, but he does deliberately play in that region quite a lot. Yeah, I agree. Hello, Terry Richmond, who says Dobre odpoledne, and I'll say straight back at you, Terry. And I also want to say hello to Prakat Takura, says good move to open with the beast.
Good afternoon to you too, Terry Richmond. I like your use of Czech there. It's very nice of you.
He always makes an effort.
Yeah.
And I know Czech is quite a challenging language. We talked about this yesterday. You've picked up bits and pieces, haven't you? You still impress me around the place.
I'm pretty good in a pub and a restaurant. But, yeah, my Czech should be a lot better than what it is. So that's we'll leave it at that.
It's better than mine. I'll give you that much. Last ball, the second over. Again, not a great-looking drive from Davizzi. He'll have to stay put. And at the end of 2 overs, the score is 19 without loss. Monkey Man is asking, what's the weather like in December in Spain? Because he's thinking holiday watching cricket. It's not quite the same as it'll be in September, October. But yeah, typically we had kind of 16 to 18 maximums. We did have one game delayed due to frost on the field. So that's because we have to have early starts there in December because of the light as well. We only get 4 matches a day. This is the table. Spartans looked like they were going to take the 4 there for a while, but then had to settle for the 3 against United, who picked up a solitary point. The other result we saw this morning earlier on was that the Dominators got dominated, didn't they? Didn't take a point out of their first game against Bohemians, who are currently on top of the table with 4 points.
Yeah, Bohemians looked very, very good this morning. and especially with Zahid, who came out blazing. Well,
Well, that's Beast incorporated, isn't it? He just steps and he just chips it, if anything. That's the power of the man. Harun Rashid comes in and disappears just as quickly. Maximal, 6 runs.
yeah, nice shot, and just didn't overhit it. It just got so much power. I said I think he's one of the hardest hitting batsmen in European cricket, and you'll see that when he goes into beast mode, it's frightening. There's a bowler again. It's down leg side. Missed out on that one. That was looked to try to hit it towards a car park. Be called a wide. I have seen him hit it in the car park actually.
Yeah, that doesn't surprise me. Can hit some huge bombs, can't he? Want to say hello to Ajar Alam as well, from the Prague Tigers, who's saying hello to us and looks forward to seeing us soon.
Yeah, looking forward to seeing the Tigers. Oh, good ball that.
Tigers, their first day in ECN cricket was crazy. 2 years ago, they smashed basically, a bit like Dominators did in their first game, but then second game they made 60 and we were just preparing for an early lunch. They defended it. They kept the Barbarians to 34. So yeah, the ups and downs of club cricket.
Is that still a record?
It has since been beaten. Ljubljana defended 56.
Wow.
The Slovenian side in the ECS Croatia last year, and it remains our only 50s defence.
I'm sure we'll see. Like everything, we'll see records broken. I think we'll see a couple of centuries in this this tournament, though, with the ground playing so quickly and the quality of batting that is available. It's on show. Good ball there. Still going about 10s and over. They'll want more than that at PCC, but Rashid, apart from that boundary, it's looked okay. And Sabah, well, that's uses his feet beautifully and smashes that past the man, a little bit wide of the fielder there at mid-off. Let's have a look at this. Uses his feet well, and he does have good timing generally. That one he hit pretty hard.
Yeah, he was premeditating there. He wanted to come down, get something drivable or make more lengths drivable. That was beautifully hit by Sabah. Oh no, what's he done here? Has he swallowed a bug?
I think he might have.
Or a bug's gone in the eye. Oh well, bring out the nose plugs. As we've had an inhaling incident. Yeah.
Right in the eye.
We do get a few little creepy crawlies down here, don't we, from time to time?
We got lots of ants here in the commentary, Marshmallow.
They can't fly, can they?
No, can't fly. But we do see them quite a bit. We were invaded by ants a couple of years ago.
I do remember. Pretty well bowled, good comeback. Vitsi pushes, runs, and good to see him running. You know, I said everyone was a bit critical a couple of years ago. It was just lazy between the wickets. He got run out, barely cracking a jog. But it's an aspect of his game. I think that he's tried to be more professional. That's a lot better. Good, confident call and run.
I was speaking to Sudhir Gladson yesterday. He said that Sabah's matured a lot. He's recently become a dad as well. Nice shot there from Sudesh. It looked like a backward defensive shot. Just punched it through the covers for 4. Have another look at this one. Really didn't hit it that hard.
Yeah, it's just a push. You know, we won't get a great look at it here, but you get the idea that he just plays it with a fairly straight bat as well, so it's a fairly safe shot in case it bounces a bit more or a bit less than you think. That'll be the end of the 3-over power play, and the score 36 without loss. So look, it's a good power play for PCC. Wouldn't say they've blown their Dominators out of the water just yet. But we'll head into the middle overs where up to 5 outfielders can be employed by the fielding team. I want to say hello to Mickey, who said he's been watching the ECS after such a long time. He's hoping his favourites, Davitsi and the Beast, put up a show. Well, yeah, a bit of a curtain raiser so far with the odd blow, but we know that if these two click, it could be an outrageous score in the cards.
I think they haven't really taken any risks, and they're just playing themselves into this tournament. And again, a really good ball there coming around the wicket is Rubet Mia, and just tucked Davitsi up. Good start from the new bowler. And Dominators, I thought they looked okay in parts in the the match against Bohemians. They
Yeah,
got blown out of the water.
They kind of played better than the scoreline suggested.
Yeah.
It's strange to say. This is one that he does open the face slightly. Probably looking for two. Going to take it on. Good throw. Might have had him in trouble. But pushes the keeper slightly back away from the stumps. Davitsi ambitiously but successfully gets 2 runs.
Yeah, it's sort of an easy single. Easy two, I should say, but he did make it in plenty of time. One shot he likes to play is the one over mid-wicket. Oh, misses out on that one.
Middle kind of ball there that he hasn't always kind of made up his mind where he's trying to hit it. Just lost his shape slightly. A couple of those have gotten past the bat now.
I know he likes the ball coming onto the bat, so there's not too much pace from the bowler. Well, he's got him on the shoulder then.
Right on cue. This one actually surprised him for pace. And I think the bowler sees him coming, and remember he just got driven when, well, we just saw Davitsi executed a drive when he premeditated charge. So the bowler this time says, all right, I'm going to bang it in, make you play a cross-back shot, and he couldn't catch up with it.
Bring Suresh back on strike. And just prodded that down into the covers. No
Seems
run.
patient enough today, doesn't he, Beast? Just kind of biding his time.
What he's really good at doing is judging the situation of a match, and if PCC lose a couple of early wickets, he'll stabilise the innings. He scores quickly, naturally, because there'll be an odd ball that he'll be able to hit for 4 or 6. And it's batted straight down the ground, just be a single. So he's it's surprising. You look at Suresh, and he's on 19 off 9. But you know, a couple of overs, you look down and he'll be, he'll be close to a 50.
Yeah.
And it happens out of nowhere, because he's always, he'll keep the good balls out. He's respectful to the bowling, but anything loose, he'll crack for 4 or 6. As we see the score mounting up quite nicely.
Yeah, Beast's just one of those guys that often, it's almost like you're waiting for a miss hit, and sometimes it might not come. So he has those days. At 82. His highest score in ECS cricket, but he did used to hold the fastest T20I century, which is a record he held jointly with David Miller of South Africa and Rohit Sharma of India. It has since been bettered though. Anyway, this is Vinohrady, who's going to bowl the 5th over. Davitsi facing up, 18 off 15. Probably wants to get a bit of a move on. And that's a nice little flick away. So he just kind of gets quite square on here. I think he's looking for the leg side, and he gets a ball that is kind of on the leg stump. Nice footwork to get across and flick it dismissively for a boundary.
You can see that. Saba's technique is different to a lot of the players, but I think his game suits T20 a little bit better than T10, because even though he's an aggressive batsman, he'll score very quickly. Sometimes he just needs a bit of patience to get into an innings. Sometimes he'll go from the start, but as I said, he's hit 3 T20 100s, including a record partnership with Dylan Stain in Malta. But he's not the type of player, a little bit like Beastie, who will just blast you out of the attack. He's got his shots. That's probably the best way to sum up Saba's batting.
Yeah, I suppose he's been quite aggressive here, but you look at the strike rate, it's not necessarily off the charts. He's had the majority of the strike so far. So already trying to get it right to him. Has to deal with the Beast for now, though.
Well, these two haven't really swung at everything like you would see in some games. They're still going at over 11 and over, so it's not slow batting. It's pretty risk free, and I don't think I think they can push the accelerator at any time. This is in the air. It's going to fall in front of the fielder. Just dug out. Again, good bowling from the bowler.
Maybe a bit fortunate he doesn't chip that straight to the fielder as well. Pulled up just short.
Right in the block hole. Nice shot. Just scooped under it.
Yeah.
Didn't get all of it.
Bottom of the bat job, wasn't it? A few Brno fans in the chat as well. Don't worry, you get to see Brno before too long.
Yeah, they're a good side as well. Again, we'll see them. We'll see them tomorrow in a couple of games. Moravians as well. The other side from Brno, an offshoot from Brno Cricket Club.
Another leg glance to open space. Davitsi gets 4 more, brings up the 50 and the 50 partnership for PCC, who are out of the blocks. 52 without loss. Don't forget, they're chasing a record equaling 20th consecutive ECS win here on day 1.
He does this well, does Saba. I don't think he's as fluid as what we've seen him, but there are those areas where he could just get the ball away. He times it beautifully rather than smashing it. He can hit a long ball, but it's not something that he's as comfortable with. It's just guiding the ball and flicking it. You'll see he'll flick over mid-wicket soon, I'm sure. And there's another one he hits over the covers.
Down leg side. Much with that. Speaking of records, as pointed out by Golam, and I did know this, Davitsi is actually equal 4th, and that's on the record table of most hundreds in T20 internationals with 3 320-100s, as you said. Only Suryakumar Yadav with 4, and then Glenn Maxwell, Rohit Sharma with 5 have scored more.
Yeah, well, he's as I said, he's pretty decent, but it's mainly the 20-over game as he watches that go past the leg side. Yeah, bowler has lost his line a bit to the left-hander, and would have been wide for a right-hander as well.
But I will say that he shares 3 with also Mohammad Wasim of UAE, Colin Munro of New Zealand, and Babar Azam of Pakistan. But Davitsi's only played 31 matches. Everyone else has played well more, at least kind of twice as much, or even a lot more. Anyway, they like this one. I've got to say that I didn't hear anything myself, but it's a top ball, which is a good ball at the moment.
Sabo, in his very first tournament in the Valletta Cup, hit 100, and he ran himself out twice in the 90s. So he had a pretty good tournament first up, and he likes that ground because that's where he hit that record partnership. Him and Dylan Stain, who both scored centuries, and so record opening partnership.
He gets himself into trouble here. Well, he just took off, and luckily he looked up just in time to see that Beastie was looking back, saying, "You better go back to your end." He yorks himself, and I think he cops it right in the shoe.
Yeah, again, better bowling. Would have been a wide if he left it, but he did cop it in the shoe. And Beastie still hasn't moved. Well, now he's walking a little bit as Saba needs a bit of attention. Bit of magic spray maybe. So hopefully he's okay. Hasn't done too much damage. I'm sure the magic spray will help a lot. So as I mentioned, it's probably a bit of a bits and pieces side that PCC have brought out, but all the bits and pieces were former national players.
Well, so shoes off now, so it must be serious. I got to admit, I wasn't a huge fan of taking the shoe off. If I caught one, you'd rather just keep it on. Just don't look at it like Booney. We've got hitting the gloves and he thought he broke a figure. I'm not taking that glove off. I don't want to know what's underneath. But yeah, Davitsi, shoe off and sock off now, and he's hopping around. These Grizzlies are super hard, we know that. I wonder if it looks like he's going to retire hurt. The new batter's ready to go. So, yeah.
Well, I hope he's okay for the rest of the tournament because he's an important part of this side.
Yeah, I mean, at least he has the shoe to cushion some of the impact, but you can see there he's in quite a lot of discomfort. So, I guess Dominators remove the first batter. No, it's not by way of a wicket or a dismissal. It's going to be a retired, not out situation due to that blow on the foot. It'll be 54 without loss.
It's Smith Patel will lend a hand. I thought he was going to...
Well, he wasn't going to step on it, hopefully, but...
I thought he was going to put his arm around him and help him off, but looks like Saba's going to...
Yeah, normally you get the old, hold on to 2 people either side of you. But
it looks like a toe. It looks like a toe because it is a toe, but it looks like he might have copped one on the toe. He's looking at that.
Might see Davitsi at the World Hopscotch Championships with form like that. At least he's got a little bit of help now.
There you go.
But geez, Hey, he looks in a lot of discomfort. You know, you can break some bones in your foot. You can do yourself some damage. You just never know how serious it is.
What was that football injury? The metatarsal?
Yeah.
It happened a few years ago. There was a big spate of them where players would break their metatarsal. Hopefully they'll be okay.
All right, so that partnership's kind of broken at 54. Here's the tank, Riddick Tomar. So you got the tank and the beast together. And there's dot ball to finish the 5th. And Sorardi, well, I suppose he does get one victim in the over, so to speak. It's 54 without loss after 5. This is the last one that just sneaks in. Pretty well bowled. Tomar not really moving the feet. First up, Vinny Sandy, Mr. Maximo in the commentary. Marshmallow, as we call it here sometimes in Czechia. Got Danny Hudacek with me. PCC, yeah, records are made to be broken right now. They're on 19 consecutive wins. So are Roma CC in Italy, by the way. But the all-time record is 20 wins by Albi's Army. And you've got to say, with a matchup against the newcomers, they'd be odds on to equal that record today and potentially beat it in the next game.
Well, they'd be definitely disappointed if they lost this game, seeing as the first game of the tournament against a third division side, maybe a good third division side, but PCC probably not at full strength with the lineup, but should still beat the Dominators.
You'd imagine so, but not really blown them out of the water yet. This is a cracking shot though, and it's going to beat point by some distance over towards the golf course in the heavy rough as the beast asserts his authority at the start of the 6th over. And yeah, they've gone for Rongdi here. Now, Rongdi was leading the batting, the bowling stats, I think, in that third division. But, you know, he's going to have a stern test here, no doubt about it.
When I've seen Sudesh bat well, I mean, I've seen him bat well a lot. He's on 24 now off 11, which seems like good scoring. But he hasn't really taken too many risks. He hadn't really, loosened his shoulders too much. And leaves that one outside off. That's when he starts to build a score, but then he can accelerate. And when he accelerates, it's pretty frightening. He can easily hit 25 off an over, if not more. Good bowling there from Rongdi, though. Tucked him up, but he's not taking any risks, as I said. And I think Riddick Tomar at the other end is a very good batsman, so he's got plenty of support. Oh, it's got through the keeper. It's going to be called a bye, I think. In fact, it might go all the way for 4 byes.
It does. How fast is this outfield? It's also slightly downhill to that end, isn't it? But yeah, bit of a bonus PCC here. Check it out in the replay. I mean, he's actually probably a fraction far back, I think, in the first place, and actually had broken more by the time it reached him. He's about a metre too far back, I think. Kosa Hussain doing the keeping in this one. Earlier on, we saw Goswami with the gloves, but he's not in the side for this second game. That's a really nice shot by Sudesh. He just leans on this and hits his second boundary of the over. We've also had another boundary that wasn't even hit.
You have to plug that gap, wouldn't you? You just hit 2 in the same area. There's one fielder out there. In fact, there's one fielder.
Yeah, yeah. There's one. Yeah, I'm a bit surprised with given the line that he's bowling that they're going kind of only 4 on the offside. So you probably could afford at least one more. And now he throws the hands inside out this and get a single. So
well, at least he found that fielder. Oh, they'll get another. No, they won't get another one.
Almost not quite. But yeah, they've decided to have looks like a forward square leg in the circle, which is they've got a boundary rider there anyway. So yeah, I don't think they need 2 in the kind of fine leg quarter. Because he is bowling offside most of the time. That'll be the end of Rongdi's over. 11 go against his analysis, but I think 15 total, and that will be the end of the 6th. The score is 69 without loss. That's another thing that you don't think of as much, but it is really important. The higher the level you play, the tactics and getting the fields right and the plans right. And I think probably at slightly lower levels of cricket, you just kind of leave people to their own devices. You go in there and, you know, you're a good bowler, you bowl and tell us where you want them. But when you get higher levels of cricket, you start to develop specific plans for different opponents, as you know your opponents better as well. Certainly something the Dominators, I'm sure, will be tested in during this tournament.
There's definitely a lot of potential on this side. I'm impressed with Rongdi, both with the bat and the ball, and certainly I mean, it was a big win for Bohemians, but I don't think that Dominators did anything particularly wrong. Nice shot there from Tanky.
Yeah. Well, don't forget, we've got the Beast, but we've also got the Tank. The Tank fires. He's been given the captaincy today. Just steps towards this wideish delivery from Rubate Mia and crunches it. Probably catchable height, but I'm glad there was no fielder in the way. That could have been dangerous.
Yeah, nice shot there. His first boundary. Again, he can hit the ball a long way. Can Riddick Tomar. 73 for no loss. Just with Divisi going off retired hurt. Short. Oh, got away with it. That could have been in the car park there. So, Mia. Look at this.
Yeah, right at the end, Q end of the bat. Just a bit itchy to pull that one away.
Yeah, maybe try to hit it too hard. Can be accused of that actually sometimes.
Can happen.
And
Can
Ken
happen.
Riddick. He's important. Actually, both these players are important with the ball as well for PCC. Good bowling right in the block hole. Just a single.
And Prakat thinks we've just entered the beast zone, so they should be handing out helmets to everybody. We'll say in Cyprus, it's one place I would have been fielding in a box, even if I was fielding on the boundary. So a lot of balls hit hard. And, yeah, maybe that goes for spectators as well. Not quite there to hit. I tell you what, might still go for 4. It beats the fielder, and it does go for 4. Well, probably was fieldable. A bowl like Rubate Mia has his hands on his hips, teapot style, I think for good reason. He feels this one should have been cut off, and as it got straight through the fielder, it was just green pastures behind it. Another boundary to PCC.
Yeah, again, it wasn't overhit by Sudesh. He's just trying to time the ball. Just got past that fielder. And he moves on to 33 off 16.
Now, this time does find the fielder. Just with a pretty awkward bounce. Well done out there. It keeps it to 1.
Again, one thing I've noticed with the improvement around Europe is the fielding in general. It used to be a little bit comedy-like. I think it's just improved a lot.
You still get your moments. I mean, you know, this level, with the amount of balls that are getting hit at different speeds and in different conditions. But I think on the whole, you're absolutely right. Right now, this is up in the air. Fielder comes around. It was catchable. He misjudges it, and it's going to be 4. Tomar gives a bit of a chance. And, well, Rubate Mia, the bowler, cannot take a trick at the moment. Somehow, that gets away from the fielder and goes to the boundary.
It would have been a nice catch. He was always moving to his right, never really got set. So, yes, what's happening in the Cardamom Oval. It's the European Cricket Championships for women. 2 divisions this year, the Challenger Division and the Premier Division. Both look very strong. And, Vinny, you saw the tournament last year. It was a great initiative.
Yeah, look, it's certainly something we're really proud of as well on ECN, to be able to be shining a light on women's cricket and the fact that we were able to show tournaments like the CE Cup, for example, on the weekend. And the thing is, we've seen all kinds of levels. We've seen, obviously, the ECCW last year, teams like England 11 and Netherlands, you know, teams that have players that are playing, you know, pretty close to a full-time basis. And then, you know, at the other end of the spectrum, you've got teams like some of the Czechia players we saw over the weekend. You know, really, it's their first competitive cricket. So it's 1 run to start the over. Rongdi getting a second over.
Well, this could be out. Player coming in and takes the catch and is limping as well.
Oh, well, guess who? Well, he acts on instinct. It seems like it mustn't be a full tear. It's definitely a strain, and so Tomar gives another opportunity in that part of the field. And this time it is hauled in. So, yeah, pretty good catch in the end. But then he realised, oh, yeah, it's a burn in the hammy. Unfortunately, Tomar also gets burned. He'll be out for 10, and the score is 84 for 1.
It looks like it's a little bit higher. It's not. There are hammies and there are hammies. So there's one which is right in the middle of the hamstring, which is quite painful. This one's just under the bum muscle, the gluteus maximus.
Yeah, he's still functioning, but
He
only
is.
just. New batter is Ravikumar Solanki.
Yeah, he's a good pickup for PCC. Handy with the ball. And, pretty decent with the bat as well.
Yeah, so we actually saw him at the ECL for the first time. And yeah, handy with the ball. Took a couple of wickets. Played a couple of nice shots as well. I think it was a bit of a culture shock to him in a way, obviously, going straight to the Cardinal Oval. Anyway, Beast gets a thick edge. That'll fly away for 4 more. So, Rongdi is not getting any luck here. There's that one. It's just going to run into the vortex for another boundary.
Yeah, and I don't think any of the PCC batsmen have really just have been fluid with their stroke making. I don't know if it's the bowling, if it's just the fact that it's the first game of the tournament. I mean, Bohemians look like unstoppable. But, well, talking about unstoppable, that's gone a long, long way.
It was a kind of challenge delivery that he tossed up and said, all right, now see if you get after this. There's a chance you might make a mistake. But, well, Beast, his eyes do light up, and he just holds his shot back, and he gets it at the exact right moment. That's 6 on any ground in world cricket. Maximo time. PCC looking for a big finish here. Clock's also a little bit of a factor here. Still need to bowl another over after this before it runs out. Goes again, this time inside out, and it's Seismas Maximo back to back, and that will be 50 for Wickramasinghe as well. Brings it up off 21 balls and brings up the 100 as well. 101 for 1 after 8.
Yeah, another 50 for Sudesh, and he's been such an influence in Czech cricket over the years with the ball and the bat. But I say it was just an inside-outside, as you said, Vinny, and just got under it, and he's got so much power that can clear the boundary very, very easily.
So 100 comes up, and still 2 overs remaining. What could they get to here? A couple of magicals to get them up in the 140s. Dominators, yeah, obviously, they're underdogs. We know that. I mean, they'll be hoping, first thing first. Get to the point target and get some at least a point on the board. Do have a tough draw first up. Fraction short. And Solanki pulls this away. Chase is on. Might just be a perfect little teaser. It is. Gets away from 2 fielders. And Ravi hits his first boundary of the tournament.
Yeah, not superbly timed, but this ground's pretty quick. Got enough of it. And, well, the PCC machine moves on. Yeah, 105 for 1. Of course, that was the retired herd of Sabawunda Fizi. I hope he's okay. That's mishit slightly. Player coming around and takes the catch. Nice catch. And that's the end of Solanki.
Yeah, and guess who again? He's a ball magnet, Sultan Arif. And he takes it on his injured leg as well. Just have a look. It's that left leg that's been giving him trouble. But Solanki, this is one of the longest pockets of the ground from where you stand as a batter. Oh, my eyes are watering every time the ball goes near Sultan. But he does take a second catch. Pretty good one as well. Solanki goes for 5. It's 105 for 2.
Yeah, really good catch. And maybe Smit Patel, the new batsman. He's a talented player, Smit Patel. Identified when he was quite young as a prospect for the Czech team. He's played a couple of times. He's a bit of a Swiss Army knife type player. Can bowl, can bat.
He's a very good fielder.
Very good fielder.
Anyway, 10 balls to go in the innings. Here's Smit. Miss hit down the ground though. 1 does the job. Hands it back to the Beast. I think I've asked this before, but what is the origin of the Beast nickname? Is it something that preceded his entry to Czech cricket, or is this?
Don't think so. I think it was just through him battering bowlers and hitting cars in the car park.
That's short, and that's a long, long chase. It's still going. I don't know if we can follow where this ball's gone, but it's gone about 180 metres, I think, from where, if you include how far it's rolled on this fast outfield. He just can't bowl there to the Beast. Yeah, and this isn't one of those nicknames that ECN have given.
No.
He was the Beast when we first saw him on the network back in 2020.
It's probably Vinohrady, probably the ones who were mouthy enough to give him the nickname. But I think, Sudesh, he's a beast, I think would be would be where the origin started. I don't know exactly who though. Well, this is coming to kill us, Vinny.
It's just going to miss us, but it is Maximal. 6 runs. And the scary thing is if this game was a 20-over game, you feel like he's only just starting to warm up.
Oh, yeah.
And you just have a look at the way he hits this almost effortlessly, just a push, no need to run, just misses the cube. I was in high alert mode, protecting the equipment.
You know, as I said, like you blink and you miss it. He's on 63 now. I mean, it's just something that you've seen over and over again. It's down leg side, hit the pads.
Doesn't want the run. Thinks it's too risky. It's the end of the 9th over. 118 for 2. They just beat the clock by about 30 seconds or so, as well. PCC looking for a big finish. And I think, if you're Smith Patel here, if you're smart, if you're happy to take the one, hand it back to the big man. 1 for 34 to Rashid, and 1 for 29, Emil Rongdi, the successful bowlers. I did like the work of Abdullah Al Mahmood, who ends up only going for 18 off his 2-over spell.
Yeah, there's promising signs from Dominators, but PCC 118. I mean, the expected score 133. Smith's capable of scoring pretty quick ones as well, but I think you're right, giving Beastie the strike. And well,
you could do that, or you could hit a 6-year own. So sometimes it's good to be a bit greedy. Maximal Smith lifts that one up and out of the park.
Yeah, nice shot.
What was I thinking about the one? Why get one when you can get 6? And mind you, if you got caught, it'd be a different story. But that was a really good hit.
Very nice shot. I think the player didn't hit it very cleanly was Riddick Tomar, the captain. He can hit a long way. Smith looks at that one and gets 4 more. Outside edge then. So who's on to 11? Does Patel?
Yeah, it's not like Beast is that close to 100 either. So runs are runs here. And it could be a big finish. I suppose big question. Davitsi, will he be able to field? I would imagine maybe he'd be bowling in this lineup.
I wouldn't risk. I don't know if they've got 11 players here though. As I said, it's a bit of a bits and pieces side for them. PCC. They're only playing the one game today. So Ellenwood comes in again.
Which is a pass harmlessly through to the keeper. It'll be re-bowled.
But well, they're looking good for that record, Vinny.
Yeah, looking at the moment now. Their next game, go to the fixtures. Obviously, if they can win that, that'll be 21 in a row. Hits this really well into the gap. That's going to be 4 more. So Smith with a little cameo towards the end. PCC flying away into the half-time break. That takes them up to 133.
Yeah, nice shot. Got a juicy little half volley and hit it through the covers very nicely.
You'll like this. Wednesday, match 3, Prague CC, because they don't play tomorrow. They'll take on Vinohrady for the chance to take the record, 21 consecutive ECS wins in a row. Vinohrady, I remember, they got so close to taking the trophy off PCC a couple of years ago in the final. It was a bit of a heartbreaker. But a healthy rivalry, those two clubs, don't they?
Yeah, absolutely. I think it was Sid Gowd that scored most of the runs and fell short just.
This time they're going to go, and they should have run out the beast. They did it. It's one of those ones, I think it's probably uber risky for Smith to actually take off. I like the idea of them running, but you kind of got to hold your crease. As it was, Beast was at risk, but unfortunately for him, the keeper missed the stumps.
Yeah, it was definitely a Sudesh call.
We've seen that creeping in, though, a bit more of batters holding their crease to try and get the set batter on strike, keeping that end safe, forcing a throw to the bowler.
I remember that from indoor cricket very, very clearly.
Last ball then, and doesn't get under it. Fielder will make the stop. They come back for 2. It's a bit of a tight one. In fact, they're almost going to get more. Sudesh. They're going to get 3. They had no one at the bowler's end there. So that's great hustle from Smith. That's the kind of player he is, isn't he? He's busy. He's always going to give you 100%. He almost had to drag the beast along with him for the show. But he'll benefit from a couple of extra runs. He'll finish 66 off 25, including a rare triple. Is this foot touching the line? I don't think I ever see it move.
Ooh, yeah,
Oh,
it did
it
move.
is
That's 4 runs.
It will be 4. So all of that running for nothing. Very good work by our crew at Spring Media there. So it'll be 67. And yeah, probably a lot of unnecessary sprinting there when we looked at the replay. So it'll be 138 for 2 off the 10 overs. But I've got to say, partial credit to our crew at Spring Productions for spotting that, the toe, flicking the rope. Great job, though, by Wickrama Masaku, who bats through that innings and controls it. Prague CC. Well, it's not an outrageous score, but certainly very, very healthy looking. 138 against the newcomers here in match 3. Let's have a look at what happened during the first 10 overs of this one. Well, it didn't start too well, did it, with Sultan Arif clutching the hammy. He was given a bit of kick therapy there to keep him going. Davizzi was there, but he had some issues of his own. We'll see those in a second. But really, the beast was kind of in second gear for the most part, but then opened his shoulders the longer this one went. It was shoes off, socks off, Davizzi off in that incident as well, which forced him to retire not out for 27, but didn't hold him back too far. And that second half, they really, I suppose, cashed in with all the resources they had. 54 off the first half, and quite large 84 off the second half of this innings.
Yeah, it was just a bit of acceleration from Sudesh. Also, this was Tanky's dismissal. Never really got going. Did Riddick Tomar. Sure, we'll see plenty from him during the tournament. Smith Patel, the good little cameo towards the end. And Sudesh doing what Sudesh does, hitting 6s and 4s. That was his 50. The bat being brought up. Solanki, he went to, again, a really neat catch there from the injured Sultan Arif. But it was, again, monster hitting from Sudesh. Didn't go every ball, picked the right ones to hit. And Smith Patel, as I said, good little cameo with a 6 and a 4 the next ball. Pushing Sudesh to run that 3 at the end, which was actually still a boundary. So, good score for PCC, 138, highest of the tournament so far. And they'll have to bat very, very well, the newcomers, Prague Dominators, to get there. As we see, Davizzi 27 or 20 to go off retired hurt with a blow on the foot. Sudesh 67 or 25. Riddick Tomar with 10. Solanki with 5, and a good little innings at the end from Smith Patel, 15 off 6. So 139 to win. We'll have a look at what they need to get past the Dominator as well for the extra point. Sultan Arif injured. Took a couple of nice catches. Stayed out there. A couple of bowlers have got wickets. Harun ul Rashid and also Emil Rogdi, who picked up the wickets. He'll be vital at the top of the innings, I think, for Dominators if they want to get close to this score, if they want to get the bonus point. Let's have a look. 139 to win, 13.9 and over. Pretty easy for some. And this is match 3 from the European Cricket Series here in Czechia. We're back in a few minutes' time for the second innings of this game between Prague CC and Prague Dominators. See you soon.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Welcome back to Vinohrady Cricket Ground in Prague for this European Cricket Series in Czechia. And we're in the second half of this game, the second innings. And a pretty good score put on by PCC. 138 is needed. And it'll be a good bowler coming on from the bottom end. It will be Samira Madaranga, who was very, very good for the Czechs in the recent ECL for PCC, and unfortunately got injured in the first game and didn't play again for the rest of the tournament. But it's the best I've ever seen him bowl, Samira. You look for a bit of outswing, or a lot of outswing. So comes in, bowling to Arif, or gets pushed down to point. Just a single, good start for Arif, who will have to hurry. Remember, he's got that the dodgy hamstring. But Madaranga, say 96. It's a lot to get in 7 overs to get the point. PCC looking likely to get all 4. It was on the back of a very good innings from Sudesh Vikramasekara, and so takes off, called a wide. So Madaranga, he's been around the traps for a long time. Good servant to PCC. Also played with the national team for quite a long time, and I think he's picked up a yard in pace. Still got a good bit of outswing. Bowls with a bit more controlled, a bit more mature bowler, even though he did bowl that wide. And that's what you get from him. Bit sidearm, bit of outswing, cut off the seam, and a very good bowler, Madaranga. So I'll see what these two, Arif and Rongdi, can do for the Dominators. Arif, that little slight injury. Hope he'll be okay for the rest of the tournament. Just swinging at that from Madaranga, and a no run. I think Someone Divizi's, well, he's out there, so that's a good sign. He's got the ball now, so it's a blow on the toe, but obviously not as serious as it looked like it could have been. Oh, it's not a bad ball there. Tucks the batsman up. Bit of a stifled appeal, no, said the umpire. But it's good to see Subba out there. He's limping a bit still. So maybe it's probably not. Maybe that there's no one in reserve for PCC, and they're that competitive that they've asked Subba to come out. So Madaranga, a couple of balls left in this over. Scores 2. I said 96 to get the point for Dominators. Well, they're capable. 139 off the 10 might be a little bit too far. So just holding things up a bit, getting the ball. A slight delay. So PCC, as Vinny mentioned, this will tie the record for 20 wins in a row for a team in the European Cricket Series. And they'll be playing Vinohrady to see if they can hold the record on their own. I think the main thing is for PCC is they want to win this tournament. They're so competitive and been such a dominant force in Czech cricket. But this year, as I said, I think there's been a good dispersion of quality players amongst quite a few of the clubs. We saw Bohemians earlier, who looked very, very solid, and some players in form, especially Zahid Mahmood, with a comfortable victory against the Dominators. But went from ball 1. Spartans also look well drilled, well prepared for this tournament. So this is hit through the leg side. That'll be 4. Bit of an inside edge. Arif gets off the mark. Madaranga, that one didn't swing. Let's have another look. Started it a little bit straight and just didn't move. Inside edge, could have gone anywhere, but ended up going to the boundary. So Dominators are 6 for no loss. 1 ball left of the first. Arif gets the first boundary. And win predictor still very much in the favour of PCC. They got off to a pretty good start, but kept on going on with it. If you get Sudesh batting through the innings, as I can see here right in front of me, is Sabun Divisi hobbling. Hopefully he won't have to chase too many. Well, that's a big wide from Samira. Just bigging him up, saying it's a bit of a sending bowl, but he's bowling like he used to a few years ago. Just losing that line. And did move away off the seam quite a lot. So we see a helicopter goes past. And it's Madaranga again. He's fined the ball to Sultan Arif. And called wide again. Well, he's finding it hard to control it. Is Madaranga. They'll probably hold him back for an over. Got good bowling. Raj is in the team, but I know that he was a very good fast bowler for the national team a few years ago, but they've just asked him to concentrate on his... Oh, this could be out. It's in the air. Madaranga takes a catch. It's the first wicket down. And that's Sultan Arif. Just squared him up. Got the leading edge and first wicket down in the first over for Dominators. Vinny, you've come back at the right time.
Yeah, always bring a wicket with me. Madaranga, yeah, it wasn't really his best over we've seen, but this one kind of just cramps him for room. Little leading edge, pops up, and Samira very quick to jump on it. Good to see him back in action, though, last time we saw him. Just struggled with a bit of an injury that hampered his ECL, but yeah, 8 for 1 after 1. And yeah, look, 139 to win. It's a tall order for sure. To get to 97 to get a point, that's a secondary target. Obviously, you go out there, you're hoping to win the game. And obviously, that's your primary focus. But Dominators, they held their own, I think, in that first innings, even though it got away from them a little bit towards the end. 31 matches since the golden ball. And we had a couple in Cyprus, actually. We had a bit of history with the first ever double golden ball because we had a wide off one. And then the next one was a height no ball, and that was it. But then we also had a pretty dramatic golden ball with the Cyprus Knight Riders and Kipro Tigers Limassol as well. So 63 golden balls now. Danny, normally we have one here, don't we? Brno had a golden ball last year. They're on the park in the next game, by the way. Looks like we're going to have Ravi Solanki now with his left arm spin. Play we saw for the first time during that ECL, which is basically, if you're not aware, it's the Champions League of European cricket. So it's the champion club from every country that's involved. And that's why Prague CC were flying the flag. And a really tough group, I have to say, as well, with the two English teams. But yeah, they actually even picked up a win against Wimbledon. The English champs. That's a brilliant shot through extra cover. Rongdi, well, he's been putting up some big numbers in the Czech season this year. And this is a classical cover drive all the way along the carpet.
Yeah, lovely shot. See, comes in and good drift in, but lovely shot for Rongdi, and I think he's a very important player for the Dominators.
Bit surprised that you got Divitsi fielding there when they got kind of like a pseudo slip in. I'd probably put him there instead where he's less likely to have to run. He looks in a lot of discomfort.
Well, that is his position. With
when he's got 2 feet?
When he's got 2 feet. Well, this is a full toss. Players out there. Smith Patel takes the catch. Well, I don't think it's going to be called a no ball. And
No.
Smith doesn't drop those. A very good fielder out there on the boundary.
I don't know. I reckon this is worth a look. Let's have a look. Yeah.
I think it's okay. Well, it's coming. Is it coming down?
It's about as close to a 50-50 as I think. Yeah. To be honest, if you're in doubt, normally they get called. Is it coming down quick enough, though? That's the question. And if they're not sure, they might stick with umpire's call. No, they're going no ball. Got to say, in the spirit of the playing condition, I think that probably is the right call because it is too high to play a comfortable cricket shot. And so Solanki is going to have to bowl that one again. It's a reprieve for the batter.
Yeah, it was pretty high. I think it's the right call. It's
Now you start analysing because he's slightly out of his crease and he's dropping slightly, but I think both of those things were slight. So Rongdi doesn't actually get a run off that, and now he's going to get the free hit. He's going to chop it down for 4 behind the wicket. So now he's come back from the beyond. He'd seen the light, but he got pulled back, and Dominators are able to get a couple of boundaries in this over.
Yeah, there's a bit of luck about that one, but it was a free hit, so it didn't really matter. Solanke, he's I like Solanke's bowling. He's been a little bit unlucky in a sense.
Obviously, the conditions here don't necessarily suit him as much as if he was playing on a spinning track and had a bit more breathing space with the boundaries. But yeah, good to see him out in the ECS for the first time.
Yeah, as I said, I thought he bowled pretty well in Cardamom. It added just a different element to PCC. So he hit down the ground and through Davisi, the player behind him though. So he's not moving very well as Sabo, and we saw he got a knock on the foot while he was batting. Hopefully he'll be okay. They're only playing one game today, PCC, so I'm sure we'll ice it overnight.
Day off tomorrow as well, actually. Next time we'll see them on the park will be Wednesday against Vinohrady. And that's taken on down the ground. More work for Davitsi, and he looks a bit like an Olympic triple jumper as he tries to chase that one to the rope, but it's going to be 4 more. Solanke copping a bit of treatment there. That's a great start for Haruna Rashid.
Yeah, really good shot. And just over the top of Davitsi, who's inside that circle. Only 2 players back, of course, because it's still within the power play. But nice shot in Davitsi. Yeah, trying to get feeling back into that toe. Solanke's copped a bit of a hiding in this over. 14 from it so far. This one's just played on the leg side, no run.
I think we said this earlier, but Dominators, even though they got kind of smashed in their first game, it felt like they played better than the scoreline said. And they've got some players that I think have the right attitude, and they're dangerous players given the format. And again, taking it on again, like it, straight down the ground. That's 4 more. Solanke goes for 18 in the over, and the Prague Dominators now 26 for 1 after 2.
Yeah, that's really good over there from for the Dominators. I said with Rongdi there, I think they've got a good chance of mounting a pretty good score, going 13s and over, just under the run rate, but it's not too bad. And Solanke, 18 off that over, is going to be taken out of the attack for sure. But the captain will come on to bowl. It's Ritik Tomar. As we see the scoreboard, huge win for Bohemians first up. And a really good win for Spartans as well just after.
Yeah, and we'll see Spartans take on Brno. That'll be a really good test for them. That's match 4 today. Brno will play back-to-back here on the first evening.
I saw Dylan Stain over there.
Yeah, Dylan's there. Went and had chat to some of the guys. Riaz Afridi as well in the side. We've got Satya Sengupta, who is playing for Brno as well.
He's a handy pickup for Brno.
Yeah, so Rongdi faces up. Here's the tank. Right on the money first up. But Rongdi able to keep it out.
I'm looking forward to seeing Riaz bowl again. He's a very exciting player. And yeah, he did rearrange Sahil Grover's face last year when Sahil went out and batted without a helmet.
Yeah.
That's the last time he's doing that, I think.
Yeah, now it's mandatory anyway, which I think is a very good thing. Now this is in the air. No, what collision's on here? Oh, that could have been really, really ugly. I'm happy it's just a drop catch. Smith was there. Davitsi calls, Smith calls. They both call yes. They both come together at a similar moment. But it'll go down as a single.
It was looking risky. And Saba made good ground, but he doesn't listen very often, Saba. He goes for a catch and he goes for a catch.
And that foot is
yeah,
apparently giving him some discomfort, but he still makes ground pretty quickly to his right.
Oh, that collision was on. That could have been the other foot.
Classic hospital pass, but Tomar is going to sneak the next one through. Well, maybe they didn't even run there because they don't see a run listed. So, yeah, obviously Rongdi was ball watching. They should have at least got a single out of it.
Yeah, I'm glad that collision didn't happen. It was happening right in front of us. I saw one in Dresden actually, and the noise was horrible.
I've seen a few, and yeah, it happens, I suppose, this form of the game more than any. As that's blasted Wrongdy. He lives on, he fights on, and he smashes this down the ground, straight and along the carpet for more.
That's a nice shot. And Wrongdy, as I said, really important for this this side, the Dominators. And PCC would love to see the back of him. And while he's there, they've got a glimmer of hope to Dominators. Let's hit into the covers. So they shall pick it up and throw it down at the stumps. Nice stop there from Hili Ahmed. Good to see Hilal back, actually, with the gloves. He's slimmed down a bit over the last couple of years.
He looks in good shape.
Very
Hilly.
good shape.
Good to see him back.
He was an opening batsman for the Czech national team for a while. Had a really good run, and was the keeper as well for the national side.
Nice ball, the power play. Good ball by Tomar. He's asking for it. Gotta say, I wasn't convinced immediately. But, yeah, umpire not certain. Pretty close to the outside edge. Head went around for the batter, which is often a bit of a giveaway. But yeah, just too much doubt surrounding it. 31 for 1 then after 3.
Yeah, it's going 10 and over is not too bad for the Dominators. The fact that Wrongdy's still there and Rashid has hit a couple of fours is looking okay. They're hanging in there. Let's have a look. There's a good second over, 18 from it.
Have a look at their first innings though. See how they kind of held him to that 4th over, but then some tall towers. Scoring became a lot easier off the back, down the back end of the innings. Croom's got an interesting observation. I did notice this myself. With PCC, they have 6 shirt numbers, 23 or below, and the other 5 are 161 or higher. There's nothing between 23 and 161. Quite strange. I think it's just how they've been allocating their shirt numbers, because I guess PCC, they're kind of 3 teams in one, right? Here in Czechia.
They've reduced it. Again, I'm speaking to Sudhir. For various reasons, they've reduced it. So they've had to cut players who have gone to other clubs, which has done a couple of things. Firstly, the availability of players for PCC isn't quite as much. Hence, Sudhir is playing in this game, and he's long retired. Well, still playing in the leagues, I think, but probably wouldn't have wanted to have had too much of a hit this weekend. But also, what it does is it's got good players from the 3rd team of PCC dispersing throughout the league. So it's there's a bit of strengthening within Czech cricket. Hence, I think it's going to be a pretty close run tournament.
Yeah, I think that's a good thing if it results in more close results. Well, this is pretty well handled by Davies. He's still hopping mad, isn't he? Right, he keeps that one from getting past him. Just a single, gets a couple of high fives from his teammates.
Yeah, it's a good piece of fielding. And it was past him. He picked it up with his right hand, actually. It looked a bit strange, but...
He sprung into like a throwing position. Just a beast. And look, he's one guy that can get something special out of this pitch. That really flew through.
Yeah, as mentioned, he's probably slowed down a little bit over the years, Sudesh, but still a pretty quick bowler for this league.
Got that reputation though. He always bowls within himself, but when he really wants to let one go, then he can. That is a psychological blow, I think, against the batter Rashid.
Oh, that's a psychological blow as well. When your off stump leaves you, that's Rashid who's out, and good bowling from Sudesh, who takes his first wicket. That's the end of Rashid. Let's have a look at this one. And just angled it in slightly. And the batsman playing the wrong line. And, well, it's... Again, he's got that reputation in this league, Sudesh. Some of the big batsmen will take him on. But still, looking at Sudesh bowling at you, it is that sort of fear factor somewhat. Because he will bowl at the stumps. He'll bowl one around your head as well occasionally.
Yeah, I mean, that is just a proper working over in 2 balls. You cut those 2 together. The first one takes off a length. The batter's probably having second thoughts, getting behind the line of it. Next one comes back and knocks the off pole out of the ground. 32 for 2 now, with the ball to go in the 4th.
Raza Ahmed, the new batsman. We're facing Sudesh, who's got figures of 1 for 1 at the moment, but nice and tight. Squeezes that one out past the fielder. That'll be 4. And It was Raj out there.
Yeah, I mean,
Couldn't
that's
stop
actually a
it.
really good ball, and it kind of flies away. Thought for a second it might go to the fielder in the circle, but this is the pace working against Sadesh, because it didn't go that far from the deep third, but he didn't really have a play on it. And so that'll be the end of the over, and the score 36 for 2 after 4, with the Beast certainly be a hot favourite for a player of the match.
I think so. It's a good innings, and he's taken a wicket already. Hi to Dave in the chat. Good to see you there.
Yeah, Dave, good to be with you, and yeah, let us know what you think of this Vinohrady cricket ground. Dave's been with us for a while now as an ECN super fan, so I think this will be his first, his second trip to Czechia for an ECS. Also keeping an eye on Cyprus, Estonia, with the men's and women's T20 irons at the moment going on there in Happy Valley. Anyway, Tank comes back. So I remember when I first was following Czech cricket, you didn't have the Tank and the Beast in the same team.
No.
So, yeah, they've teamed up and they're bowling in tandem now.
Well, Saba was another one. Saba was a Bohemian.
Yeah.
Tanky was a Vinohradian. And, well, I think Sudesh has moved around a couple of teams as well. It was, whoa, nice shot. That's a beautiful shot. Bit inventive there from Rongdi. And he's a class act. What's the bet he's going to play for PCC next year?
Well, I mean, it's a brave shot. But this one, I think it's another type of adios pelota, because this goes about 5 rows deep into the, I'm going to say corn. I still don't really know what it is. Maybe somebody can tell me. But, yeah, you know, you have to be brave. And I like it stays in a good position, stays behind it, watches it, doesn't try and hit it too hard. Maybe hoping to force a field change. Don't think there is a fine leg still. So, yeah, we'll try it again here.
Got through that time. But, yeah, Riddick, the skipper. Well, he's the one who could move someone back there, and he hasn't. So I think it's good discipline from Tanky not to put someone at fine leg. There's a very wide fine leg, more a deep backward square, but
definitely rampable though. I would actually consider going again. He played that first one so well. He does. A bit wide though, because remember that line's the line. Yeah, I like it. I think Tomar's trying to avoid getting ramped, but remember, even if you move, that line's now set. Even though the line belongs to the bowler, but the line won't move. I just want to say a quick hello to Colin Mustafa and Prague, saying they've been following ECS since the COVID days, where players celebrated with leg shakes. We remember that pretty well, don't we? This was a slightly awkward take for Smith, but he makes it look easy. Fires the ball back in, and yeah, that takes us back. When we had even players playing in masks on occasion and things like that.
I never saw that.
Yeah, we had. They're not playing in masks. Although some people chose to, but even when you're off the field, you had to wear the mask and you had to stay distance. I'm sort of happy that this is going to be knocked over as well. But the wind picks up and he puffs and he huffs and he blows the wickets down as the Tank fires and the Dominators lose a third wicket. Rasu goes for 4 and the score is 44 for 3. Now we've got one of those occasional breezes which has come out and it's blown a couple of fences over. Luckily the cube has stayed intact.
The towers look like it's leaning forward with that sail of a...
I mean, basically the sight screen acts as a sail, and there's just nervous moments up there, I think, for Dennis, who we hope has his affairs in order.
Well, I think his chair fell down. I know I saw a coffee cup come down as well.
It is strange how it can be almost completely calm, and then you get these bursts of wind, and then they just seem to disappear.
It's just disappeared again.
You called it
Almost.
The butterfly effect.
Yeah. Somewhere around the world, something's happened. It's hit Vinod just at that time. Tanky to continue, bowling to Sorati. I thought bowled pretty well for Dominators in the first innings. Just clamps down on that, no run. And now the run rate 19 and over. The halfway mark. It's well, this is what's happening in Cyprus at the moment. Cyprus against Estonia. It's we've still got another day after this. Is the final day, Vinny.
No, so it's just day 1 of 3. So I know right now the men are playing their second match, but the women are actually playing 2 matches a day. That's why match 2 we're able to broadcast. So they play 1 match on the other ground in the morning, and we're showing the second of the women's matches every day. So we'll show matches 2, 4, and 6. Both best of 6 series over there in Cyprus. So yeah, you can turn over any time. You can multi-screen, and a lot of people are. But yeah, actually pretty well matched, these 2 teams in both the men's and the women's. That's what we've noticed so far.
Smith Patel as the bowler and gets on a little bit short. Does like to bowl on the short ball. It's hit Rongdi in the mid-rift. It'll be okay, I think. Let's have another look. Just yeah, just struck him. They're uncomfortable, but he'll be fine.
So I want to say
So Smith,
a big happy birthday, pardon me, to Dave's son. He's turning 32. But also John Heesum is 78 and apparently watches every day. But for some reason, he can't leave a message in the chat. And I got asked for my suggestions. And my suggestion would be maybe try a new Gmail account, maybe start from scratch. Subscribe to the channel, and you should be able to get involved in the chat. Although I'm not a computer scientist, I don't understand. Sometimes comments go missing, and no, I can see no one's deleted them, but I hear it as a constant complaint. But anyway, John, just know that we're with you. I want to wish you a very happy 78th birthday.
yeah, happy birthday.
I think is about how old Alfonso Jayaraja is, who I think is our oldest ECS cricketer. Played at 76 for Roma Capinelli last year.
That's a good age.
Yeah, it's well bowled by Patel though. That's a very testing delivery. See what they need for a point. Now it's up to 12 and over, so that's the target. I think it's probably a bit more realistic. Still challenging.
Rongdi's still there. 24 off 19. He's slowed down slightly, but hasn't had much of the strike, to be fair. Well, gets the strike now. Nicely taken single onto the offside of Smith. So as one of the banners falls down again.
Well, they put it up with love and care, but obviously it wasn't quite enough because it's been blown down again. Wind seems to be behind Smith Patel here. Big swing and a miss from Rongdi, who is still there. He's on 24, but a very tight over from Smith. Just the 2 singles off it. 46 for 3 after 6.
Well, Smith looks like he's been going to the gym a little bit. He was always a very slight man, but looks like he's built up a bit of upper body strength, and good consistent over there from Smith. Only 2 from it, as you mentioned. And we'll have a look. Rongdi at the top, 24, and other batsmen contributing. Only 4 wide so far, but 46 off 6. It's a little bit like their first game this morning, where they got off to a pretty bright start and then slowed down and just haven't been able to pick up the pace. So it will be Madaranga to come back. Hopefully he can bowl a little bit more control. This one's through the point area, just get a single. Good bowler to bring back. Madaranga. Beastie's still got another one as well. So just looking around at other bowling options. Well, Subba would be one, but I don't think he'll ever bowl. And
Yeah, I don't think you'd bowl him unless you're completely out of options.
Woody Gallagher was a very good. He started off as a medium pacer, then ended up bowling spin. He was a good player again for PCC, and actually also the national team. He's an option. I don't know how much bowling he does nowadays. Raj, as I mentioned before, he used to be a very fast bowler, but this is in the air, and it's Madaranga under it and drops it.
Just had a feeling. It's a bit blustery right now. Madaranga pointing towards Hilal Ahmed saying, hey, why aren't you going for that? He said, it was your wicket. You go get it.
I don't know why Hilly didn't move. Let's have a look at this. So it goes up in the air.
I mean, Hilly is looking slightly into the sun, maybe.
he had to move about 5 metres to his forward and to his left, and Madaranga caught that right near the end of the pitch, or tried to catch it. Should have taken the catch though, to be fair. And tries to take his own head off there, Rongdi. But I think there is a player back there now as well. That's looks like Meet Thacker is back there at a deep fine leg. So I'm not quite sure of why he's trying to play that shot again. It's not normally very successful at this level. We see it in quite a few games, and this is missed, I guess, again by Rongdi. He's now going to run a ball. He's really slowed down in his innings, has Rongdi. But yeah, that ramp shot normally not very well performed. That first one was nice though. I think he's just trying to repeat it, but when the ball's swinging out, it's not the easiest. There's Madaranga again. This one gets a thick edge. Oh, that's a better shot. It's in the right area. Raj can't pick it up. 4 runs for Rongdi. And they've moved up into the 50s. Go just, I think, bouncing before. One bounce over the rope there. Not much the fielder could do. And, they move on to 51. 7 overs gone, 3 to go. As we see the match coming up. Prague Spartans against Brno. It's new captain for Brno, Nor Kande. Some really good batting and bowling for Brno. Naveed Ahmed in the side, Sengupta, Afridi, the man up the top, Dylan Stain with the bat. Spartans, though, they look very, very good this morning with a big win over United. Path Palodian with a nice innings. Gupta, the keeper, also batted very well.
It'll be a cracking game, I think. Spartans made a really solid start. It's Dominators just falling away here. Even that 97 for a point falling away. Talk about the fact that they want a point. But the other thing is PCC, they want all 4, don't they? Now heading for 20 wins in a row, equaling the Albi Zalmi record in Sweden 2022-23. So alrighty, we'll get a single here. But yeah, that sets up a really great showdown. I think with Vinohrady in match 13. Funny things happen in 13. Match is number 13. Bit of a tradition.
Well, we won't see these 2 umpires who are Vinohradians in Shobit and Venki. They'll be doing officiating. This is pulled and 4 runs, too short then from Smith. He sometimes does that, and Rongdi, he's after he's let the balls column catch up to his score, he's starting to score freely again. Nice shot.
Yeah, nicely struck. Just enjoyed the little bit of length that was offered to him there. So Rongdi, he's flying the flag, isn't he? But even it's still hard work for him, isn't it? I think. Look at his strike rate, 32 off 26.
It's like
he's played some nice shots.
It's like he's had a little siesta in this innings, and he's back. He's woken up in the afternoon and put up the shutters of the store, and he's out selling his goods again. Yeah, Big Joe Cope's another player that I think is very, very good for Vinohrady, who often gets early wickets.
That's going to be gone. It's a little bit of an edge. It flies through to Hilal Ahmed that takes the catch. The Sarawati found it pretty hot in the kitchen, and he gets blown away in the end by Smith Patel, who has his first wicket of the series, 57 for 4.
Yeah, good bowling. That's a pretty thick edge, actually. A nice catch by Hilal Ahmed. Brings a new batsman out. And Dominators, as we told you before, they are a 3rd division side. They'll be promoted to the 2nd division soon, and they'll look to build an offshoot of the Tigers, who we'll see later on in the week. And so new batsman in. He'll join Rongdi, who's on 33. It is Hussain. It's Kausar Hussain. And Smith Patel, it's been a pretty good spell from him actually. Just that one dropped short, for the boundary. Just a little bit earlier on this over from Rongdi.
Nice ball for Smith now. And he's going to get it past Hussein first up. Into the 8th over, and the Dominators are 57 for 4.
Yeah, I think, well, as you can see, 40 off 12 to get the point for Dominators. That's going to be a difficult task as well, 20 and over. PCC will win their 20th in a row. I'll be happy about that. They know about the record. And
they've had about a year to find out about it. Even though, okay, the ECM winning streak came to an end in Kartsma, but there the ECS streak lives on. And not just that, how far can they go? And that 20 is, yeah, it's a pretty good mark. And the other thing is Roma CC will have the right of reply later in this year as well when we get to the ECC over there. So Prague CC's draw Dominators here, and then they'll play Vinohrady, then they'll play United, then they'll play Prague Tigers, then Barbarians, then Brno in their 6th match. So, yeah, potential's there, but as you said, with the scheduling and everything, it's probably not as easy for them to consistently get what they would consider their kind of all-star team on the park. But still, you need a couple of big contributors. This guy's been lion-hearted today. Sinesh Wickramasekara coming on and rushing Rongdi. Can't quite throw the hands at that one. Let's just bunt it back.
the other thing, I think, as I said, a lot of teams are much. I think the competition is a lot more even than what it has been in previous years. I wouldn't be surprised if PCC lost a game or two. As I said, probably still favourites. And this is turned around the corner, play coming round, and won't get there. 4 runs.
Pretty good shot. This is what he couldn't do last time. He couldn't quite get the bat out in front, the hands out in front. This maybe was a little bit shorter. But yeah, I mean, Rongdi, it's never easy when you're coming up a level. Actually, in this case, a couple of levels. I know he's been dominating in the 3s. Pretty cool here in Czechia now that they have those 3 different divisions. I think it provides a promotion relegation system, kind of like the one we'll be having in the ECCs this year as well.
It's a good step forward for the league.
But it means that players that are new to the scene, they can kind of try and fit a level of cricket in a club that's best suited to them. So I think that's really healthy. A lot of countries, even bigger countries with more teams, tend to have just that one level of cricket.
No, I think it's a good initiative, and it just shows about 20 odd sides in the leagues.
Clever play. We'll put that down in the end because it's Ravi Solanki had to get behind it, got something on it, down to Davitsi. Hello to Naveen Padmaraju, who is watching in the chat, of course, of PCC, saying great spell, Smitty. It was a very effective spell, wasn't it?
He's a very good player as Naveen as well. So I think he should travel up from Slovakia to play for PCC.
That's what I thought, and I hope that we see him at some point.
Oh, that's close.
Yeah, that is gone. It was pretty full, wasn't it? And he was kind of trapped on the crease. And, well, he ends on a high note, doesn't he? The Beast, 2 for 10. Let's check it out in the replay. Yeah, that's out for me. I know it's angling towards the leg stump, but I can't see it missing. Umpire didn't have too much hesitation to put up the finger. So, Derek will get wheeled out at the end of 9 overs. Now, the Dominator 62 for 5.
Yeah, good bowling there from Beastie, and no answer to it. Just a bit too quick for the batsman. Rongdi's still there on the other end, who's scored most of the runs. But that's the thing you see with new sides, is that there are often quite a few really good players in the team, but just not that depth yet. We've seen that with we saw that with UCC at the start of their ECC journey, or ECN journey, I should say.
Yeah.
But their full strength side is actually very, very good, and probably the same, I have to say, with the Tigers. The Tigers will improve this year as well. So it's a journey for the teams.
It is, and look, like I said, they've got a real tough draw first up, and I think that you can try and take some positive out of these games. They've had some individual performances that have been up to the mark, and then you can run into some teams that I think are dominated. If their stars can shine, might be able to push, might be able to pick up a few wins still in the series. Meet the Car is going to be the bowler in over number 10. 35 off 6 for a point. And that won't be going to the boundary, so I think it'd be pretty sure to say now PCC will pick up all 4 in this one. Rongdi, 39. And yeah, he's had to battle for his runs, but you know, he's fought back. I've liked some of his decision making, calculated risks, like the wrap. Maybe something he could have tried a little bit more, you might say, but I also think he's had to deal with a pretty solid, well-rounded bowling attack. It's going to be a wide, well handled by Healy up to the stumps.
It's good to see Tenki throw the ball to somebody else. Meet Thacker is the bowler. It's a little bit short. Of course, Davisi with that foot injury as a bowler he can't use in this innings. Throw it to someone who could be useful during the tournament. It's not a bad ball. It's been hit high in the air and 6. Well, he got under that. Did Mia and went high in the air. Just kept on going. It's a nice shot. Let's have another look.
Yeah, he goes after it, gets a fair piece, and disappears over the rope. Consolation runs for the Dominators.
We've got spectators out there, Vinny.
Yeah.
Not 1, but 2.
Well, let's check the tickets. I've heard Brno, they might be camping out tonight.
Uh-huh.
And we talked about the fact you, I think, camped out
I did.
a while ago here at the ground.
Yeah, it was the very first day of the very first European
Super Series?
Cricket Czech Super Series.
Yep.
Yeah. My dog Oki got me up and just wouldn't take no for an answer. This is gone. Picked out a fielder. There's just one there, and well, Meet Thacker gets his revenge. It's Solanke who takes the catch. Couldn't have been much easier. Went straight to him. Let's have a look at this. And Short tries to put it in the same area.
Yeah, didn't quite get the contact, did he? Like a hanging top edge, didn't go too far. And so Mia will have to go for 6. 6 and out time, and 70 for 6. This will bring Mohamed Alamin to the crease with just 2 balls to go in this contest.
What we did see, a lot of rabbits on the ground early in the morning.
Right.
And comes in again. This one's hit nicely. That'll be 6. Nice shot. First up from Alamin. It's just a bit short again from Thacker, who possibly not a bowling option for PCC in the future. Let's have a look. Just dropped it short. It was wide, and that was a nice shot. First up from Alamin.
That was a really good shot. Last ball coming up then.
That's a good comeback there from Thacker. When he pitches it up, he looks okay, but just dropping those couple short made it a pretty expensive over. But in the end, a really good win there for PCC, and the Dominators just not able to get up to the score of either the bonus point or the total that PCC put on the board. It was a good innings from their star man, Himel Rongdi, but unfortunately no one else could really support him for a long time. And PCC, the machine rolls on. 20 in a row now in the ECS.
Yeah, it's an equal record at the moment with Albizami of Sweden, but yeah, Prague CC, they deserve it. They've had to go quite deep into the squad, I think, to make sure that they can get a team on the park. But they do the job over the Dominators. Don't forget, we have Prague Spartans coming up against Brno. Battle of the Reds, actually, in match 4, starting in 20 minutes' time. Prague Spartans winning the toss, batting first. Remember, they got the job done, 125 to 90 over United, batting first earlier today. That should be a really good game. Make sure you join us for that. Let's go back and have a look at the highlights. And, well, it looked like too many runs on the board. Mataranga came out. It wasn't his most consistent over, but he got the result. Solanke did get a little bit of tap, but I think PCC are always in the driver's seat here in their first match of the series.
Yeah, absolutely. And apart from Rongdi, as I said before, it was there wasn't much support there for the Dominators. No one could really get going. And Rongdi, in the middle of his innings, also did stall a bit. So that almost collision between Sabawun and Smith Patel would have been a bit of a disaster. Good fielding there by Saba on one leg, and then the Beast came in and cleaned up the batsman. But It wasn't a terrible effort. That was a nice shot. Good piece of improvisation from Rongdi. I said he slowed down in the middle of his innings and then got things going a bit towards the end. But just his batting partners couldn't quite hang around with him to score any runs. That was one that Mataranga put down that probably should have been a keeper catch. And right at the end there was some nice hitting. So to get the score up to 76, as you can see, just, that was the one on the leg side. And Beastie picks up another wicket with the LBW. But good win for PCC. And apart from a couple of flourishes, it was the catch there by Solanki. A couple of flourishes from the Dominators batsmen that weren't Rongdi. That was a pretty comfortable win there for PCC. March on, and they get their first win of the tournament.
Yeah, they'll be hoping it's not their last. I'm sure it won't be. And as far as Dominators went, it was always a struggle, I think, in response. And they were able to manage 76. Over half those runs coming off the bat of Himil Rongdi, the captain. So, yeah, no, he flew the flag, but obviously slightly different gravy here when you get to the European Cricket Series. Nobody else able to crack double figures, and also not too many wides and no balls, just the 6 in total for Prague CC. And they run out comfortable winners here in match 3, taking all 4 points. As far as the bowlers went, I like the work up front from Mataranga. You know, he's such a proven performer, but the tank bowled well, 1 for 13. I actually think that Sudesh was probably the most dangerous of the bowlers in more ways than one. 2 for 10, but how about that spell from Smith, 1 for 8. The other wicket went to Meat, who bowled at last over. We'll take a break then, back in about 15 minutes, and it will be the Spartans taking on Brno. Still 2 matches to go here on opening day of this series. Also, you can turn over, if you like, in the break and catch some of the Cyprus Estonia T20 eyes. But for now, Vinny Sound and Mr. Maximo with Danny Hujek. Back shortly in Prague for more European Cricket Series.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Hello and welcome back. Time for the fourth match of the day. Still 2 matches to go on opening day here in Prague. We're at the beautiful Scott Page Field in Vinohrady, just a little bit north of the nation's capital. So Prague Spartans coming back for their second game. They're taking on last year's runners-up Brno. Let's see what happens at the coin toss. Charles Croucher, the sheriff, has the 2 captains.
Welcome to match 4, Spartans versus Brno. Be Brno to call.
Head is the ball.
Heads is the call. And it's a tail.
With a bowling. Oh, batting first.
Batting first. Spartans have won the toss and will bat first.
So Niraj Chagi of the Prague Spartans has won the toss. Eventually, he's decided he wants to have a bat. And that is how they won a little bit earlier on. They had a good win, 125 to 90 over United. Almost took all 4 points. Had to settle for the 3 in the end. But I've got to say, they look pretty well put together. I just think the Spartans, they've got a lot to prove this year. They were bottom of the table last year. I know they weren't happy about that at all, albeit they did win 4 games along the way, but they certainly made a strong statement earlier, and they'd like to go back to back. Against the Brno side, of course, they have had to travel, so they'll probably have some issues from time to time getting their best players on the park. But I know they had a bit of a heartbreaking loss, didn't they, in the final last year. It went right down to the wire against PCC, and they have a huge rivalry of their own. Watch out for Riaz Afridi. He's a real firebrand, bowls fast, he can hit big bombs, but he is a little bit unpredictable and sometimes can be expensive. So he's a player I'm sure a lot of our viewers are keen to see. Let's get ready for the first ball as the sun comes out. Good timing. Let's go over to Danny Hudacek. And in match 4, I can tell you, Spartans winning the toss and batting. Over to you.
In Cricket Series, Czechia. It's the 4th match of the day. We saw a good win for Spartans a little bit earlier. And then now they've got a real test against a top Brno side. And Riaz Afridi is, well, he's near the boundary and putting his run up. It looks like it from here anyway. It's very close to us. They'll be opening the bowling. He is quick, sometimes ill-directed, as we see here. The Spartans, they had a fantastic start. They really took on the bowling of United. As you see here, the 63%. The supercomputer says there's a chance for Brno to win. I think it's going to be a lot tighter than that if they bat like they did earlier in the day. Spartans, they really took on the United bowling, and especially Path Balodia. We'll see a little bit later. I was impressed with Shubham Gupta as well. Here comes Riaz Afridi with the first ball of the game, and cracked into the covers, picked up there, no run. Looks like Sandeep Tiwari, I think, who fielded that one. Afridi. Right on song first up. It's a good ball. Hit nicely. In fact, it's Jobin Dominic who's opening. It looked impressive. He tried to hit the leather off the ball from ball 1 in the game prior. Data Shetty, his batting partner. Freddie comes in. And this is hit down the ground. That'll be 4 through the fielder. That's Sen Gupta, who's a good fielder. No chance. That's first boundary, and really hit that hard. Probably low percentage, but effective. Hi to Mark Smart in the chat. Good to see you there, Skippy. Finally, he reckons it's a decent cricket ground in Prague. Yeah, it's a nice ground in Brno as well. It's a good facility down there and a very competitive club. Brno Cricket Club, as are Moravian, who are also from the second city. It's Riaz, bouncer over the top, smashed for 6. He just threw everything he had at it there. It did Dominic, and it was short by Riaz, and just threw his hands at it. And 6 runs, 10 on the board after 3 balls. Let's have another look at this. Riaz. Oh. short. It was pretty well directed. Just got a good piece of it to the batsman. So German Dominic, it's pretty much how he started off this morning, just throwing the bat at it. Thing is that this time it's actually really working for him. Comes Riaz again, and that one tried the Yorker, got it outside off. Better delivery, hard to hit those, and just inside that line. So it's a good contest here between the bat and ball. Dominic's on 10. Freedy bowling pretty quick. Sometimes takes him just a couple of balls to warm up. I think this one will be hot though. And it is. Good ball outside off stump. It's Mohammad Ratul is the keeper. We'll see him with the bat. Probably at the top of the innings for Brno with Dylan Stain. Strong battling lineup also for Brno. Good options with the bowling. Sen Gupta's there, who was a former Spartan. He'll want a big win here. Navid Ahmed, the off spinner, is quite often the top wicket taker in the Czech leagues. Sandeep Tiwari as well. Good bowling lineup and good finish to the over from Afridi. And in fact, well, there's one left. 11 on the board. Dominic not getting anything to hit at the moment from Afridi. It's a straight drive, and then that other one, the big slashing 6. Let's see if this one's short from Afridi. Might keep it outside off like he has been for the previous few deliveries. And well, he's put it in the slot, and that's one bounce over the boundary. And again, Dominic having a big swing at the fast bowler and coming out on top. 15 off the over. And a good start again for Spartans, are really attacking the bowling from Brno. Nice shot by Dominic. So we'll give him something to think about. As we see here, well, Cyprus is ongoing, as is here. We're here for 2 weeks in Czechia, then Romania, Hungary, Bulgaria, Croatia, and then back again in Italy, in Rome. This time there's the Meltel Shield, as well as the ECS in Italy. Good cricket on the network coming up throughout the summer, and well, it's looking pretty warm here. It's nice and sunny, and it's pretty hot going for the Spartan batting at the moment. So the new bowler will be Niraj Mishra. Again, good consistent bowler is Mishra. A bit deceptive as well. We're bowling to Dada Shetty. Mishra. Let's see what happens. As you can see, the Himalaya restaurant down in Brno, owned by one of the players from this Brno side. I don't see him around, but a really nice restaurant right in the centre of Brno. So a little bit of a plug for them. Dan Ziller's in the shot, in the chat. Good to see you there. Saying hi to Skippy. This one's hit down to third man. It's Navid Ahmed, who's down in that area. Another good fielder, good pair of hands as that man Navid. So Shetty gets off the mark. What he's done also is put Dominic on strike. Bit of a chat from Dylan Stain to Niraj. And Dylan, one of the best fielders in the country, is prowling there, extra cover. Comes in, and it's a good ball there from Mishra. I said he's very consistent bowler is Niraj Mishra. 16 on the board. And it's going to be nothing between these two sides. So Mishra coming again, bowling to Dominic, he liked the pace of Riaz Afridi, and he's hit that one pretty nicely in the air. Players going back, and it'll plug. It'll just be one. They'll come back for 2, and the throw's a little bit wide. And good running there from Dominic and Shetty. So 18 for no loss. Good start here for the Spartans. It'll be interesting to see who they turn to next. I don't think Afridi's going to get another one straight up. They'll hold one back for him. As I said, quite a bit of bowling for Brno. They're a good side. And got him! Well, straight through him. And that's really good bowling from Niraj Mishra right at the stumps. That was pretty quick. And that's the end of a good little innings there from Jobin Dominic. Just, again, swings hard at it. It's pretty low percentage. Came off the last over, but not on that ball. Let's have another look. Mishra right at the stumps. As I said, a really good consistent bowler is Niraj Mishra. And that's the end of Jobin Dominic. So, new batsman coming out. And Vinny, you've come in at the right time again.
Yeah, geez, what a fire meets fire kind of opening. Wouldn't have expected anything less, really. You know, Afridi is kind of, he's a high risk, high return. He's kind of like throwback, really. But, yeah, there's bat on ball to him, it can fly, and that's kind of the way it worked out early on. But now Mishra flying the flag for Brno. Made the trip here last year's runners-up. And look, in, I suppose, the league here, T20 league and longer form leagues here, it's kind of been PCC and Brno. They've had the kind of the big rivalry. They've been the top dogs over the last couple of years. This is Gupta, who gets off the mark with a little push for one. So yeah, Brno, obviously they've got their own issues with availability and travel, but it looks like a pretty good side on the park here. You got Stain, you got Ratul, who actually set a record for the most fours in an innings in last year's ECS, and we've recently seen him playing for the national team in the T10 format. He's a very tidy keeper. I think that solves one of their problems as well. Satyas and Gupta's, I think, a really good player to have. You've got Naveed Ahmed. I still think he's under bowled lately in ECS cricket. Oh, it's well bowled though by Mishra. Brilliant over as Brno fight back, and the Spartans are 19 for 1 after 2.
Yeah, great over from Mishra. And, just that little bit of shape away from the batsman. And you can see he's really got his tail up as Niraj Mishra. So let's see. Well, it looks like it will be Riaz to continue now that Dominic's out. As you can see the table here, Bohemians with a really good win this morning over the Dominators, who played 2 games, lost 2, but had some pretty hard games. Bohemians and PCC, who've won their 20th in a row here in Prague.
And they'll have to wait because they don't play again until match 13 on Wednesday against Vinohrady for the chance to beat that record. Afridi bowling, and then another one anyway. And he goes Yorker. He's knocked down partially in the infield. Slightly awkward bounce. They might go for 2 here. Keeper's end. They can get a good throw off. Might have been a chance, but not a lot on it. Yeah, Riaz, certain players are just really exciting to watch. And, you know, he's got that powerful run up. He's a super interesting guy as well. You know, worked a lot in Italy as a translator before. Now living in Brno, which is the second largest population centre in Czechia. But you never quite know what he's thinking. That's why I think he's exciting. He could be thinking bouncer, could be thinking Yorker, or
nothing at all.
Yeah. He's just running in at the moment, loving it, watching it. And that one is pretty spicy. It rushes Ratul behind the stumps. He's a pretty good keeper.
It's always exciting to see fast bowlers. He's bowled with a bit of control, actually. We've seen him go well astray at times, and just wild bowling. But he's pitching it up. He's in the right areas. And well, it was Jobin Dominic who liked the ball coming on. But Gupta was good in the first game. I thought he batted very, very well. Shetty missed out. Comes Riaz again. It's, take it off over the keeper, and that's no one stopping that. That has just gone straight over the keeper. I can't quite believe it. It's called buys, but let's have a look at this. It's a shorter ball, and it just took off. I don't think it's anything dodgy in the pitch. So look at this. Boom! Oh,
there was one that took off in that area from Wikramasakra, but yeah, that's very harsh on Ratul. But geez, that was something like you'd see at Miranda de Corvo.
That was quick from Riaz Afridi. There's a player. This is not quite backstop. He's a very, very fine fine leg, and had absolutely no chance with that. This has been hit pretty straight and hard. It's Sengupta who picks it up. Just be a single. It just absolutely blasted off the pitch. There is a bit for the fast bowlers in this pitch. It's not totally flat and won't.
You got to be quite fast to get something out of it. That's the thing, though.
That's it.
You know, it's not one for medium paces. It's almost you have to break through the top layer with brute force or something. I don't know.
That bounced over the keeper, Vinny.
Yeah. I have seen a fair bit of that recently in the Portugal night series. That's why I wasn't shocked as everyone else. Oh, jeez, that hasn't missed by much either. Freedy has one more chance to take a wicket.
It's a good take by the keeper, who didn't really move his feet very far. Just had time to react and take the ball by his hip. And as I said, it's great to see fast bowlers, and there's not much. Well, there's no one faster, I think, in the Czech Republic at the moment than Riaz Afridi. One ball left in his spell, bowling to Dada Shetty. Like welcome relief and somebody else to be bowling to him. And nice shot. It's got through the gap. That's 4. Just got a bat down. It was a Yorker length delivery. Squeezed it out and went with the pace of the ball. It's 4 runs. Let's have another look. So Riaz comes in and just nice shot there.
Yeah, pace in, pace out. You know, it's only a push, but it flies away. Riaz. And he goes for 22. I say only. We had those 4 byes in the over as well. Don't forget that flew away. Exciting cricket, to say the least. 30 for 1 after 3 Spartans.
Good start there for Spartans. Going 10 and over, especially off the quality of the bowling. It'll be Mishra to continue. Yeah, very, very good first over. I thought Niraj Mishra picked up that wicket, but was dangerous. Again, bowling at a pretty good pace. Fast medium pace for Mishra. Only 4 from his over, and that wicket of the dangerous Jurban Dominic. Will be bowling to Shubham Gupta. As I said, I think batted very well throughout the innings this morning. I've got quite a bit of batting to come as well. Do Spartans. This one's hit in the air and away from the fielder. That's 4 runs. Naveed Ahmed couldn't catch up to it. It's another boundary, and they move on. Spartans. They are 34 for 1 after 3.
Yeah, it's a
bit
pretty decent power play, I suppose. I mean, they're going to still have this attacking instinct throughout their middle order, even if they lose wickets. We saw it earlier, and you know, someone like Parth Paladia came in and he absolutely smacked them. So, yeah, I love the way they're taking the game head on.
They are. It's a definite plan. You can see they've talked about it. They've practiced it as well. It's not something that comes too easy. It's got through the batsman that time. We've seen it around Europe where teams have gone hyper aggressive, and it works most of the time. Sometimes it fails spectacularly, but it's definitely happening at the moment for Spartans, and it's the first team that's really done it that we've seen in this tournament that's really done that and taken to trying to smash every ball.
Takes bravery as well. I mean, you're getting some good bowlers here. Tortuga alert. I don't think it'll cost him a run in the end. Oh, Riaz, always close to the action, isn't he?
It's been a good spell from Mishra. Still 3 balls left. Picked up that wicket. Dada Shetty's on 5. Gupta 9. Both going at just over a run a ball. 35 for 1. It's Mishra again. And it's down leg side. Bit of an appeal. Might have caught a bit of pad. And because there's nothing said by the umpire. Let's have another look. Maybe, I think, caught a bit of pad. That's the sound.
It's a lot easier to adjudicate the wides, isn't it? I suppose in our T10 playing conditions. With anything down the leg side being wide. Unless it is, of course, making contact with the batter or the bat. Or unless it goes between the batter and the wickets.
Oh, good ball there, right in the block hole. Mishra. He's deceptively quick as Niraj Mishra. In a very good spell there. 1 for 9 off his 2 overs. In fact, he's got 1 ball left as Mishra. But yeah, as I said, keeping things really tidy, very tight. good bowler in this format is Mishra, especially with Riaz at the other end, trying to blast you out. Just consistency and always at you is Neeraj Mishra. Good spell, 1 for 9, and Prague Spartans are 35 for 1 after 4. So it's been a good start, I think, for both teams now with that spell. It's 35 is a fairly decent score off 4 overs. The power play was pretty good, and just lost that 1 wicket. So pretty even at this stage. They know they can attack as well. There'll be a new bowler will be Suresh Ramarao.
It's okay. Oh, you can have as long as you like. Ramarao.
Ramarao. There we go, Ramarao. Gotcha.
But yeah, it's good to see some of these Brno guys again. Of course, last time we saw them as a team, they were losing that really tight final. There are a team that have ECL experience. They went in 2023. Again, probably didn't play their best cricket there, but still to make it to Cardimer is an achievement in itself. Here's Ramarao.
It's a good start. It's a pad, and that'll go down for a leg bye, I think. The umpire will call it. So there, come through for 1. So it's a pretty good start. Angling it in, swinging it in slightly as well. Here's Ramarao. Comes in again, bowling to Shetty. That's cracked into the covers. Good feeling there, Dylan Stain. So he's a very good fielder, is Stain. Seen a couple of spectacular run-outs and catches over the years from him. We'll see him no doubt opening the batting for Brno.
He's a great fielder to watch as well, isn't he, Dylan? He's a guy that has become a bit of a leader, I just think, because of his cricket experience and his pedigree.
Yes, captain the side. This is hit in the air over the top, lifted over, and it's going to go towards boundary. 4 runs.
It was a friendly bounce, wasn't it? First bounce seemed to just skip on and didn't really give Solanki too much of a prayer. 4 runs to Spartans, who, despite their attacking instincts, run rate's not really setting the world on fire at the moment.
Well, both these batters are 9 off 9.
Now there's like a plug. This is the opposite to a plug. I don't know what you call it. It's like a skid. And no chance for the fielders.
Been a good start from Ramarao. It was a proactive shot there from Shetty. That one is left, outside off stump. And well, they were going hard at it with German Dominic. He still slowed it a bit. But it's been some pretty good bowling though, pretty tight bowling from Brno. Comes in again and cut. Straight through the fielder. Well, he didn't quite get down there. That was, I think it might have been. Can't quite tell who that was. Probably wouldn't want me to mention his name anyway.
Yeah, sometimes it's better left unsaid, as you say. But yeah, Spartans 44 on the board. Brno looking at their lineup. I think they'll probably open with Stain and Ratul. Norkande, the captain's listed at 3.
Oh, that's a nice shot. Smashed away over the covers for 4. No chance for the fielders. And Ramarao, 12 off his over. A couple of 4s to finish it up. And Prague Spartans, 48 for 1 after 5.
Yeah, let's welcome you into the commentary box. Everybody sounding Mr. Maximo here with Danny Hudacek. Opening day of this ECS Czechia. Great to have your company wherever you're watching from around the world. I love that last shot, how he kind of threw his weight into the shot as well. Kept their head in a really good position. And yeah, Spartans have played some good cricket today, but they're going to be challenged here by Brno. It's looking that lineup up and down the order. I think Brno, they've come to play. It probably still stings them a little bit that they got so close yet so far last year to the trophy. But Spartans, again, I love their attacking instincts. I think what I love even more right now, though, is the weather. It has turned out to be a beautiful day here in Prague.
Absolutely gorgeous day. It's threatened to be like this for the last few days, but it's nice and warm in the marshmallow. Still a little breeze around, so it's quite nice. But it would be pretty warm out there for the players, especially under the helmet. And I'm just looking at the umpires as well, wearing all black.
Yeah.
I think they'll be feeling the heat as well.
Men in black are sweating it out, no doubt. But plenty of cricket still to come. 59 matches in this series, and then we'll finish with 10 T10 internationals.
So Navid Ahmed is their new bowler. Very clever bowler. And they try to launch him first up. So Fried, he'll pick it up and back to Ahmed. He's a good fielder off his own bowling, actually, is Navid. He's pretty low to the ground, and then he does pick up the ball very, very quickly if it's close to the ground. He's a very, very good fielder.
It's a quick load to Ali Kashif, by the way, has popped into the chat. Nice to see you, Ali. Hopefully we see you soon. I know not everyone can make the trip every time, but
he's an exciting player, Ali Kashif.
He's another must-watch TV. This is in the air. Is it catchable? Not quite. It's going to bounce just inside. It's going to be 4 runs. But, yeah, that was kind of, I suppose, catchable height, but the fielder just crept around a little bit. I think Satya at long off. That's going to be 4 to the total. Brings up the 50 as well for the Spartans.
Yeah, nice shot that. And just played through the line and just away from the fielder. Not too far away from Satya.
Happy to see Naveed bowling, though. I think he's a guy who, for Brno to be a good unit, they want him being able to contribute a couple of overs in there just to bring some of that variety to the attack. And Shetty gets another run there, moves to 22. Hello to Mark Smart as well. Good to see you in the chat. And Big Dan Zilla is in there. I'm having a few words. Maybe about the over 40s weekend. Interesting.
Good take by Ratul.
This is such lightning work. We're going to have a look at it. I also worry about him maybe encroaching here because it was so quick and he's come from the side of the stumps. But this should be a pretty interesting replay. We might not get helped out by Sandeep Tiwari here, but let's have a look. Well, he's definitely out there. To me, it looks out. I think even from there you can tell it's out. So, yeah, we'll have another look here. To me, there's no doubt. The only thing is the encroachment, which we didn't get a look at. He hasn't even turned around. So Ratul, I think, is gonna get the stumping here, and there's the decision. So, geez, you talk about quick hands. This is it's like what I call like a sweep, a keeper's sweep. He just takes one motion. He starts wide of the stumps, takes the ball on the way, and without changing the direction of his hands, he's able to knock the bails off. Really top work. There's one keeper stumps another. Naveed Ahmed with his first wicket of the series, and Spartans 54 for 2.
There are some good keepers in the Czech leagues nowadays. There's a couple that haven't made this tournament. I know Ushan is one that plays for PCC but hasn't been selected because his keeping is top quality. His batting is a little bit slow for this format, and they've got Aditya behind the stumps, and Ratul is up there as well. He's a very, very good keeper for Brno.
I do rate him highly. He's yeah, just the instincts there. Sometimes you need to rush, sometimes you don't. That was the time he did need to rush. He had to take the bails quickly because the bat was going to come back down if he took it in a more orthodox fashion. Baladia, though, probably not a bad time for him to come to the crease. Only 4 overs left. See, Gupta, 10 off 11, wasn't really setting the world on fire. Can get another run here if they're quick and they're ready for it. So Baladia will turn 1 into 2. But yeah, I think Baladia, there's an argument maybe he should have batted a spot higher, considering how well he hit it earlier today.
Yeah, he was fantastic in that first game. Different bowlers though, and a high grade team in Brno. But Parth, I think he hit 47 not out and batted beautifully and powerfully. So good over there, successful one for Navid. We'll see Ramarao back again. Ramarao, I should say. Interesting that Sandeep Tiwari hasn't bowled. He's been a good bowler for this side for many, many years.
Yeah, true. They've got a few options, don't they? Ramarao's getting a second before they go to someone like a Tiwari.
Even Sengupta.
Sengupta is another one. I rate him highly. We'll never forget the first ECC. He's outstanding for the Czech national team.
Took a wicket on his very first ball, the very first ball of that tournament, I think, for the Czechs.
Dave Lusty Volfova is in the chat. Hello to you. And how are you feeling after the weekend? She was heavily involved in that CE Cup, and she's got a bit of a knock there as well. So, Lusty, thanks for coming into the chat and saying hi. We really appreciate it. Looking forward to seeing the Czech national team as well in just under 2 weeks' time, not this weekend, but next, with both the men's and women's teams playing in ECIs, which are T10 internationals.
Hope she's fit for that tournament. She played pretty well throughout that throughout the weekend. So
She had to keep off for 2 weeks, but
it's 2 weeks is
13
close
days
enough.
is close enough to 2 weeks. Anyway, we don't want you to see you doing any damage. Follow the doctor's orders. We want you to have a long and successful career.
Well, it's turned around the corner. Nice shot. I think it's 4 from Shetty, who's looking pretty good. Turn that one around the corner. 27 off 17 now, Shetty. And Spartans move on to 62 for 2. It's going at around about 10 and over. So look at this. Just turned it around the corner.
Yeah, using
Nice
that
shot.
really well. Mention this isn't normally what I'd call a super fast pitch. I know some of the faster bowls have gotten a bit out of it, but yeah, if it bounces, there's the Scott Page bench, by the way. Maybe we can talk about that for a second, because I think that's something unique and quite special. This is cracked over cover. Shetty moves into the 30s, needs to get a move on, and is. That was a really nice elevated cover drive. Yeah, but Scott Page, obviously the field named after him, and that is a bit of a tribute to Scott, who unfortunately lost his life probably 4 years ago now.
Yeah. It was just before the first ECS. And yeah, that bench is a tribute to Scott, who did so much for Czech cricket. Bowler comes in, flashes outside off stump, and no run. It's a nice bench, and then you're sitting on some of Scott's old bats, which he acquired from various places. Some of them we don't know. Some of them are just.
But I kind of like that. There's a bit of mystery about the bats as well. I know, it's a nice place to watch the game from. This is hit in the air, and it's going to carry all the way. Maximo Shetty, kind of, I think, sensing that time's running out. That'll be the end of the 7th over. 72 for 2 Spartans. Ramarao ends up going for 28 of his 2 overs.
That was a lovely shot over the top. Just didn't try to hit it too hard. Just lifted it over the top of the covers and over the boundary. So Cyprus and Estonia is happening at the moment, and will be happening for the next couple of days.
Yeah, so the first women's match we're televising actually is starting in about 15 minutes' time. Quite incredible. So Estonia pulled off 2 190s chases, and Sahil Chown scored 127 balls, which in T20 cricket, it's not only we found out it's not even the quickest international T20 100, it's the quickest T20 100 at all. This is going to get straight through the fingers of Sacha, unfortunately, and long off. And that's going to be for Balladeer. One thing about him today, he's hit the ball hard. That was no exception. Burst through the hands. And now, the traditional, because Dylan getting in with the European cricket culture, he replaces Sacha in the position. So we see that sometimes. Yeah, but isn't that crazy? It beats Chris Gale's 30-ball 100. So this is up in the air. This is going to be another 6, I think. It is. That's going to go back past the spectators. Quite a few of them coming in now as Balladeer helps himself to 6. Yeah, so isn't that incredible? And we've seen it here on ECN, the fastest ever T20 100 of all time.
Yeah, no, it's fantastic to see. 27 balls is crazy. Well, talking about big hitting, it's been definitely Balladeer's day. It's 13 off 4, and with a sparkling, smashing score earlier on of 47. This one's slightly mishit, just be a single, but it's been his day. He's been batting very well. Dara Shetty, though, he's gone well as well from the other end. Really picked up the run rate. 37 off 20, 83 for 2 now. We're in halfway through the 8th over. Expected score's 112. If these two can stay in, I think it'll be higher than that. Well, that'll help. That's another 6 runs. Great shot there. Used his feet well, did Dara Shetty. And 6 runs. Naveed Ahmed. Well, he's a good bowler, Naveed Ahmed. I don't know if these 50-metre boundaries necessarily help his bowling style. He's taken a lot of wickets both in the national team and for Brno in the leagues. So it's dragged down a bit over the top. Player coming round and puts it down, 4 runs. Has made good ground to it. Did the fielder out there, I think it's Solanke, but couldn't hang on to it. And another 4 runs. Dylan Stain wishing you were out there.
Well, I was going to say, just coming home with a wet sail here, aren't they? Shetty's moved to 47, and this last phase of his innings has been very, very powerful.
I think he's broken the ball as well.
surprised me. Almost knocked the cover off at 47 off 22 now. Baladia, he just seems in the form of his life. I think the way he's going, I think you got about him at 3. I know Gupta was in there, and yeah, look, he had to deal with some challenging bowling, no doubt, but 10 off 11. I think it's a no-brainer, straight swap. Next game, you put Baladia up at 3 if you've got the same top 3 available.
You've seen him on that work for quite a few times, Path, and he's never been very fluid as a batsman, and you can tell that something's clicked in him.
Clicked is a word.
So, Data Shetty now 47, batted very well. This is short, going to be gone. Well, that's it. Good piece of bowling there by Naveed Ahmed, the wise old stager. He saw him coming down the pitch, threw one out wide, and it's the end of a very good innings there from Data Shetty. Bit of a pat in the back from his batting partner. Let's have a look at this. Just threw it out wide.
See, that's a good example of one that he knows he doesn't have to rush. See, the two types of stumping. The type you have to rush and the type you don't. So he just concentrates on taking it, and he's got plenty of time to get over to the bails. But still, it was a good innings to watch, wasn't it? Data Shetty, 47 off 23, 2 Maximos, 8 4s in there. It's also the end of the 8th over. Naveed Ahmed is going to finish with figures of 2 for 29. Both those wickets were stumped. There's 93 for 3 with 2 overs remaining.
That was a really good piece of bowling. You could tell he just waited, he watched, he saw him come down the pitch, and then he was short and wide from Naveed Ahmed, and definitely knew that that was exactly what he wanted to do. And the stumping, well, you get someone of Ratul's that quality, he's never going to miss that stumping. So, Baladia will be facing Solanki. Comes in, and it's a bit short. Good pace from Solanki, and swing and a miss from Path. As I said, Sandeep Tiwari has been a very good bowler for Brno for quite a few years. Maybe he's going to be bowling in the leagues, but got other options. Again, really good bowling there from Solanki. And Path has missed 2 in a row. You know how good in form he's in. Let's have another look. Comes in a pretty good pace. Just outside off stump. 3 dot balls in a row will be handy for Brno. And they get it. Really good bowling.
Solanki delivering the 9th. It's the only over he's going to bowl in this contest. That's how it is so far. He's had 3 good results against an in-form Baladia.
He's right on line. Good line of length, actually.
Can it hold?
Can it hold? It can. Well, it's going to be called it wide. But a little bit of a smile on the bowler's face. He knows.
It was wide, but it wasn't too far away. I'd call that not a bad spot to miss. Just gives up 1 run. So I don't mind the new Brno outfits as well. Very, very red. Very, very bright.
Whoa. Well, talking about red and bright, I think that's the bowler's face at the moment, because that was absolutely hammered by Path. Just dropped a bit short, and after missing a couple from Solanki, didn't miss that one.
Yeah, red alert. This is kind of in the slot, the way it kind of comes back slightly into the hitting zone of Path, and well, that one had some legs on it. So we've gone ... wide 6. So it means 7 off 4. Still not the worst for Solanki, but a lot depends on how these last 2 balls go.
Good bowling, good areas. So in the context of this over, I mean, there's only one that's been hit. There's that wide. Apart from that, it's been very, very tidy. 1 ball left of this of his over and his spell, Solanki, and gets it away. It's going towards the boundary, but it'll be picked up there by Freedy. Just a single.
Wonder whether about a Freedy as well. He's listed at number 8. That shows he's got a pretty long order, but he's a really good pinching option, I think, as well. 101 for 3 after 9.
Sen Gupta's down at 9, and he hasn't bowled, which I'm surprised at. So
yeah, I don't know what to make of the order. I know Nora's a guy who's captaining the side. We haven't seen too much of him on ECN, but I know he captains the side. Solanki's listed at 4. Niraj Mishra is listed at 5, and Tiwari at 6. But I suppose when you look at that order, there are a lot of batting options there. So again, that's a good thing.
Sandeep Tiwari for me is a bowler. I've never really seen him as a batsman, and it will be Satya Sengupta to finish up. Yeah, bowls with good pace. Usually pretty good areas as well. Yeah, different testing. It's beautiful shot there by Path between his legs. Well, that's he's playing trick shots now. Is Balladia.
This looks on purpose. This is an amazing shot. It's a draw shot. Just kind of opens up the legs and glances it in between. Well, that is ridiculous.
Shot of the day. It's a brilliant shot from Path. And
where's Path been? Has he been in some sort of intensive training facility that now he's just taking the mickey?
I'm not sure, but I'm liking what I'm seeing. It's just fantastic batting from Balladia, and let's hope he keeps on doing this for the rest of the tournament, because it's fantastic to watch.
They call that the Natmeg, after the English skipper, Nat Skipper Brunt, former, I suppose current exponent of that shot. Can play it deliberately, more of a trick shot for the nets, but occasionally bring it out in the game.
It's like it's like football when you nutmeg someone. It's a bit of a party trick, but it works well. And this one's down leg side from Sengupta. Should we call it wide? It has been. And it's a good bowler to bring on for the final over, Sengupta. But I think Bath will probably like the pace of Satya, to be honest. He's hasn't done much wrong so far. He's trying to pitch it up. And again, really good area there from Sengupta. Good ball.
That's a wild swing. I don't think Bath was looking at the ball. We saw a little bit of the touch. And, this one is a good old-fashioned hack. Doesn't really get up, misses the bottom of the bat.
So Satya comes in again. And this is hit down the ground pretty well. That'll be 4. And nothing they can do about it. It's Navid Ahmed and Dylan Stain there. Just can't cut it off. Just well placed by Path. Nice shot.
Yeah, really kicked in the tail. It's interesting, we've had quite a few innings today that have been slowish in the beginning, but they have caught up later.
Yeah, I've seen that. Even with Beastie's innings.
Yeah.
A slower ball. Picked it, and that's 6. Just a low full toss, and picked up there by Path. And he's in the form of his life as Balladia.
He really is. Okay, he had that kind of rough run in the 9th over. But, wow, some sort of innings here. I still think they're heading for, well, I still consider to be around about a par score 120. So what are we now? We're at 116 with 2 to go.
Was it golden ball territory, do you think,
It could be. And look, Brno, they've especially look at the very top of their order. Their openers, Ratul and Dylan Stain, a class. Remember when Dylan gets in the zone, what he's like.
Oh, whoa! That's hit a mile. That's just bouncing on the Banks field, and it'll be picked up by one of the Vinohrady players who's just shown up. And that was huge.
That was a proper heave, and this last over's gone magical now. But yeah, Path again keeps that front leg kind of open and just hammers it out of the ground. Yeah, remember Dylan Stain in the final last year, and he was you couldn't talk to him. It was one of those things that he said batting partner. He came off and said, I don't remember any of it.
Yeah.
He's just so zoned in. It wasn't quite enough to drag his team over the line. Here's the last ball, and it's going to be out of the ground. Maximo. What a finish for Balladia. He won't quite have time to reach a half century, but he will knock up 47 not out off 17 balls. Goes back-to-back Maximos to finish 27 off the last. And the Spartans, they are 1-2-8 off their 10 overs.
Well, I think it's back-to-back 47s, isn't it?
Yeah,
that's his score for the day is 47.
Yeah, he made 47 off 19 out in that first match, and here he goes 47 off 17 not out. But what a finish! In fact, those last 4 balls go 4, 6, 6, 6. So we'll just remember that as we slice and dice the first 10 overs of this innings. Riazafridi bowling with fire as usual, but a bit of fire meets fire because Dominic was taking him head on. Taddy Shetty was out there as well. I love to see kind of the pace on pace, and some of the stuff we saw was quite incredible. At the other end, we had Niraj Mishra, who was able to rearrange the stumps of Job and Dominic. I want to see this one that goes over the keeper from Riaz. I know it's one that kind of raised everyone's eyebrows, and isn't the keeper in world cricket that's stopping that? Raced into the fence. So even though we saw Riaz Afridi go wicketless, it was pretty entertaining. I love Mishra's spell. They 1 for 9, set things up, although it was Spartans who caught up towards the end of that innings.
Yeah, absolutely. Look, Mishra, definitely the pick of the bowlers, but yeah, it was some really, really good power hitting. Dada Shetty was the one who laid the platform, and then again, it's Parth Baladia who came in and absolutely hammered the Brno bowling. This is one of the stumpings from the keeper Ratul. Very quick hands there, both off Naveed Ahmed. Got a couple, but runs. There was a bit of a lull in the middle of the innings, but it just ramped up towards the end. All the momentum now with the Spartans, and as you can see, it was Dada Shetty clearing the boundary, and Ahmed took a bit of stick, and then he got his revenge eventually after some big hitting. I think we'll see that stumping in just a moment. Saw the batsman come out, just fired one in wide of the stumps, and really neat work again from Ratul, who's a fantastic keeper. But after that, it was the Parth show, and big man just smashing it over the boundary consistently, unless he was playing trick shots and hitting it between his legs. And it was Satya Sengupta who took the punishment off the last over. 3 sixes off the last 3 balls to really pump this score up. Some big hitting, that was huge. That was on the Banks field, and then the final ball also going all the way. So Parth Baladia, we've seen him quite a few times in this tournament over the years, but he's never been this effective. Back-to-back 47s for the big man Parth Baladia. I think he might have trimmed down a little bit, been going to the gym. Something's working very well for him. 128 for 3. And he put a very, very good score. They'll have to bat well, Brno, to get there. Pretty disciplined though. Only 3 wides throughout the innings, and some byes there. That was the one that went over Ratul when they got the bowling of Riaz Afridi. We'll see the bowling figures in just a moment, but 128 for 3. It's a very, very competitive total for Spartans, who have had a great start to their tournament today. Riaz Afridi, as you can see, wicketless. Mishra, the pick of the bowlers, 1 for 9. And then, Ramareo with 28. Naveed Ahmed picked up 2 wickets for 29, but 27 off the final over from Sengupta. He'll probably won't sleep very well tonight, having nightmares of the big man Parth Baladia, who ends up on 47. Dada Shetty also on 47, and good little innings at the start from Joban Dominic, and as I said, Naveed Ahmed with a couple of wickets, and Niraj Mishra the pick of the bowlers, and Solanki just with 8 off his 1. But Mishra, I think, as I said, pick of the bowlers for Brno, who will need 129 to win at just about 13 and over. They'll have to bat very well, but they've got, especially at the top, 2 class acts in Dylan Stain and also Mohammad Ratul. And we'll be back in a few minutes' time in this European Cricket Series match between Prague Spartans and Brno Cricket Club, live from Czechia. We'll be back in just a few minutes' time for the second innings of this game.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
And welcome back to Prague for this European Cricket Series Czechia match between Spartans and Brno. Prague Spartans, they've put on a pretty good total. Some very good batting from Dadashedi and also Path Baladian, who's having just one of those days. And it's 128, 129 to win for Brno. They're very capable, and these two are excellent batters. I mentioned Dylan Staines' name before because he's involved in a huge partnership with Sabu and Divisi in the Valletta Cup a couple of years ago. And both of them hitting hundreds as an opening stand. So you can see 89 in 7 overs to get the bonus point for Brno. So to get the total in 7 overs to restrict them to under 89 for the Spartans. That's what they need to do. Spartans having a good day. Brno though are a very, very good side, and there will be 2 left-handers out there, both very, very good technical players. Dylan Stain, he's well, we saw him in the final, and he hit, I think it was 70 odd in absolutely no time. As Ratul reaches for one, get him off the mark, and that's just a single. The opening bowler is Rai Prolu, who was good this morning as well. It's Aditya Rai Prolu. So interesting that Taigi, after getting hammered for 20 odd off his over, not opening. He's the captain. And again, he's a good bowler, is Niraj. Maybe want to avoid these 2 left-handers. Sometimes left-handers can cause issues for certain bowlers. But Rai Prolu coming around the wicket. We're bowling to Dylan Stain now, who has captained this side. He's also captained the Czech Republic. Nice shot, beautiful shot there from Dylan Stain. Just over pitched. He's a good cricketer. And doesn't take too many risks. There's Dylan. By self-admission, he prefers the 20 over game rather than the 10. Let's have a look at this. Just came down the wicket, used his feet beautifully, and made it into a full toss, and just cracked it through the covers. Gets him off the mark. So 129, 90 is the target for the bonus. Try to bowl Brno, or to keep Brno under 90. And he's hit that over the top, has he? Just! Well, it was a player back there. It's going to be 4 runs. That was a good effort there. That was Riaz Ahmad, who I'm sure we'll see with the ball. It bowled very well this morning. It couldn't quite reach it. Bit of a false shot there. Let's have a look at this. And just got it right towards the end of the bat. Just over. I think it might be 6, you know. I think they're going to look at it. It is 6. The fielder signaled 4. I think it's gone all the way. Let's have another look. And that is 6. So maybe he didn't have a good look at it. He did signal 4, but sometimes you just, when you're falling over, you can't really see it. Stain moves off onto to 10 and beats him that time. Good ball there. Good reply from Rai Prolu. And just left him a little bit. Came in with the angle. It's a good reply from Aditya. So staying on 10. Ratul on 1. They'd like these 2 in for the majority of the innings. This is down leg side and called a wide. Loses it just a little bit. So, and it's cheered. In fact, it's a no ball. I'm not sure what that no ball's for. Let's have a bit of a look. That missed their pitch completely. Well, just checking on it, and he did miss it. Well, don't quite know why that's a no ball. I think it's going to be called a wide. Going to change it. changed the call, having a chat with the umpire, and yeah, changing the call to a wide. If it's off the pitch, then it is a no ball, because we are playing on the synthetic surface, not on turf. Comes in again. It's a good ball, and nice shot. Good piece of fielding there. That was Data Shetty, who gets down well to it. Bring Ratul back on strike. 1 ball left to this over. 13 from it so far. Bang on target for Brno. And just pushes and runs. Good cricket there from Ratul. Who's excellent as well. These two of the best batsmen in the country. As I said, not quite the same type of blasting as we saw from Parth Baladia. Both can hit the big shot. As you can see, 32 matches since a golden ball. This one might go close as well, because I think it's going to be a good game, good tight finish, and especially if these two can stay in for the majority of the innings. It is Noor Kande listed at 3, and then Solanki, then Niraj Mishra. But these two, if they can do a lot of the heavy lifting, I think they'll get very close, if not past that total. Niraj Taigi is the new bowler. The skipper brings himself on. Different kind of bowler, quite clever, very consistent. Comes in, and this is hit straight. 4 runs, lovely shot there from Steyn. Got too far outside off stump, and it's Big Joe Cope from Vinohrady who does the fielding. We'll see him in the next game when Vinohrady make their first appearance. Taigi just a bit too wide outside off stump, and didn't try to hit it too hard, did Dylan. Pushed that man back on the boundary, but it's still within the power play. Only the second over. Let's see what Niraj can do with the next one. Comes in, and well, he hits it onto himself. They'll get a single, rush through. Both of these batsmen are very, very quick as well between the wickets. And that'll bring Ratul on strike, who's on 7 off 4. Dylan Steyn is 11 off 4, 19 for no loss into the second over. Taigi, I said a very good bowler, and that's been cracked by Dylan Steyn. Lovely shot. 4 runs again for Steyn. As the wind picks up, my chair's blustering around, just standing here, but it's rocking the marshmallow. It's these two batsmen rocking the bowling of Niraj Taigi at the moment. Again, risk-free bowling, or batting, I should say. 23 for no loss after 1.5. 9 so far off this over from Taigi. Here comes again. Steyn uses his feet, gets a dodgy inside edge. It's going towards the boundary. It should get there, and it does. Another 4 runs. It's Fielder couldn't quite catch up for it. Dave wants a golden ball for his son Ken's. I'll see what we can do. Vinny calls me the golden ball magnet. It wasn't going to happen in Brescia in the 3 days I was there, and it happened in the very last game. So maybe he's right. Let's see. This is a good candidate for it. It's a really good contest between 2 good sides. Taigi, still a couple of balls left in this over, and just tucked around the corner. It's an easy single there for Dylan. Bring Ratul back on strike. Going at about 15 and over at the moment, maybe a little less. Brno slight favourites according to the supercomputer. Still a long way to go in this game. And hit straight down the ground, and that was good fielding there. Again, it was Data Shetty who came around and cut that off. And well, Taigi's over, goes for a few. Could have gone for more, didn't quite get all of it. Then did the batsman. Tried to hit it straight, just didn't quite get enough of it. And let's have a look. This is the table at the moment. It was a really good win for Bohemians this morning. They look quite dominant against the Dominators. PCC also beating the Dominators, who have gone 0-2 for their first games in on the network. Spartans with a really good win as well against UCC, who are probably a little bit undermanned, but they were pretty dominant. So, new bowler is Riaz Ahmed. He bowled very, very well this morning, did Riaz Ahmed. He hasn't got his headscarf on now. Coming in, bowling to Mohammad Ratul. And just been poked down into that gully area. They'll probably look for two. They should get it. Well, in fact, just close to that boundary. They got two. They run very well between the wickets, and they just couldn't quite reach. Just have a look. Just again, didn't try to overhit it. Just pushed it down, and the fielder did just enough. Put a foot out, rolled towards the boundary, but didn't hit. It's just going to be the 2 runs. Good piece of fielding there. Foot fielding by the player out there. It's a bit short, right onto it, and that's 6 runs. Ratul was offered a gift and he accepted it gratefully. 6 runs there for Ratul. And these two, when they're in form, it's very, very difficult to bowl to. Ratul is it's only come in the last couple of years for Brno. Very good pickup for them. An excellent player. Dylan Stain, he's been down there for quite a few years. Well established in this side, very important member. This is high in the air. It's going back. It's coming towards us and goes for 6 as well. Just lifted it. He is hitting slightly into the wind. And Ratul goes back-to-back sixes. And as I said, Riaz Ahmed bowled very well this morning. He's tried to come over the wicket now and just lifted it slightly against the wind, but it was still in the power play, so only 2 fielders back. Again, good intelligent batting from Ratul. And this one's hit straight, and that's before. It'll be Vinny Sandhu to do the fielding. As he's jumped out of the commentary marshmallow. Well, he's just about to come back in and have a chat. This one is again just a flat hit. Very aware of where the fielders are. A couple of balls left in the power play. 47 now, Brno. They're looking pretty good, these two. Ratul moves on to 26 off 9. This one's down leg side, loses his line there, the bowler. Have to bowl it again. And, well, as I said, I thought he bowled very well this morning, Riaz Ahmed, but they've liked his bowling. Here's a comment, great hair. Looks like a 1970s rocker. It's hit hard and high. And how far? 6. Sounded good off the bat. Again, against the wind. Ratul hits another 6. And he moves on to 32 off 10. Stain is 20 off 7. And Brno are over the 50 mark. They are 54 for no loss. That's an expensive one from Ahmad. Look at this one. Sounded great off the bat, but only just crept over the boundary. Again, as I said, hitting against the wind somewhat. I'm sure they'll put a few players back for these two after this ball, after the next ball. So this is a wide. But as I said before, these two, Ratul and also Dylan Stain, as they look like they, well, it's called a wide. Not sure if they stole one. It doesn't look like they did. But these two of the best batsmen in the country, technically at least. And you can see that they can hit the long ball as well, both of them, if needed. Well, it's a big swing and a miss, and a bit of a minor comeback there from Ahmed, who's looks quite disappointed with himself with that over. You see him looking at the ground and puts his cap back on backwards and walks back. So he's looking a little dejected.
I feel like, sorry to just come back a bit early, but I feel like it should probably be playing for the Barbarians just on hairstyle alone. But no, Spartans is probably pretty fair as well. Has to have a look at that over. 26 came off it. The amazing thing with those straight hits from Ratul is that they're actually into the wind.
Yeah.
The wind's pretty much right behind the bowler, but he's had the confidence to go up and over the top. And yeah, I agree with you. These two technically, I think that they are two of the best batters in the country, and they have the right approach. Ratul does get a bit lazy sometimes. I think that last shot was a bit of a lazy shot. Got away with it though. Dylan Stain though, yeah, he just gets real locked in. That's the way I'd describe it when he's batting well. 20 off 7, it's a great start. Dominic is going to try and stop the bleeding here in the 4th over. And right on time, I think, for the Spartans. They get the benefit of 5 outfielders now.
Well, the sun's gone away, and it's definitely gone away for the Spartans. As the wind picks up. Nice shot over the top and going towards the boundary. I think it is going to be 4 runs. Just picked it up off his hip. And nice shot there from Dylan. And well, they're both very difficult batsmen to bowl to, both left-handers as well. So let's have another look. Again, just picked up just off his hip.
Ball pitches outside leg stump, so Dylan knows that he can use the pads as a second line defence, just kind of clip away with immunity, and that's exactly what he does.
Yeah.
Obvious comparisons with Dylan Stain and the South African fast bowler Dale Stain. D Stain, of course. Dylan, he's originally South African, now lives in Brno. But I wonder if you saw something last week. You probably did, Danny, at the World Cup.
Oh, that's 4 runs. Too easy.
That's a Gundy ball with a capital G, really, isn't it? Shorts outside. I thought that Stain might settle for the wide here. No, he said, why take a wide when I can put 4 and might score with very little risk. Yeah, did you see Dale Stain going into New York, and there was a cricket little exhibition, and they were teaching people how to bowl, and he actually turned up like a tourist.
That was funny,
and,
very funny.
And the teachers didn't really know too much about cricket, I think.
Well, I mean, Dylan Stain, he spent a lot of time in New Zealand.
True, yeah. No, he's got a bit of roots in both countries, South Africa and New Zealand. That's a great shot. I mean, swivels onto the back foot, puts it away. It's clinic. He joins Ratul on 32 right now. And despite the fireworks at the ending for the Spartans, it's really not looking like enough, especially if these two stay together for much longer.
I love that this tournament is showcasing the talent in Czech cricket, and these two are fantastic. At the start of the innings, and you saw, I mean, Spartans have had a really good day. Baladia with back-to-back 47s, and you saw Dada Shetty as well with that 47. But these two are putting a bit of an exhibition. And 32 off 10 for Stain, and 32 off 11 for Ratul at the moment. Short, and well, it's gone. Well, a good catch there.
Wow!
That's Baladia as well. And
I can't believe he's caught that. It was absolutely smashed. I think it was still on the way down when it went to path, but he kind of got under it. This was too fast for my human eyes. He absolutely smashes that, and about knee high, picks it up, slight juggle. Oh, Dylan hit that really well, but he's going to have to go.
I tell you what, how confident does Path Baladia look? He looks like a different player than what we've seen him in the past. He took that. What didn't phase him, he knew he was going to catch it, even though he juggled it. His batting's been like that as well. It's a very big asset for the Spartans in Path Baladia. Hopefully he continue this form with the rest of the tournament. That was a great catch there. Dominic gets a wicket, and the new batsman is Kande. Well, it's a good breakthrough. And I said if Ratul and Stain could have stayed in through the innings, it would have been a pretty easy total to get, but they've made a breakthrough. Skipper Kande comes in, and Dominic, I saw him at the start of the innings for Spartans, smashed the ball around, didn't get too many, but hits the ball very hard and has made the breakthrough. 67 for 1 now. Still only in the 4th over. Nice shot from Kandai. Going to go towards the boundary. Ash does well to pick it up. They'll come back for 2. Well run by Ratul. So it's a right-hand, left-handed combination, which will again play with the lines of the bowlers. If they can get a few singles, but 2s are better for them, quite obviously. And another nice shot. It's going to be no run. Good piece of fielding. Nice pick up and throw there by the fielder. And well, I said I think the fielding's improved definitely in the on this ground, but I think the fact that the ground's playing nicely. It's the first time we haven't seen maybe a little bit of a bumpy outfield. It's nice and lush.
Look, you get the odd Tortuga, the odd one, but yeah, I think it's the flattest I've ever seen the field. It's still really fast. Yeah, like I say, I hope we have just the right amount of rain, mostly at night, and not interrupting the game, because the field is looking sensational right now. Also a sensational start for Brno. The opener's off to the races, but Disdain can't believe. Still coming to terms with the fact that got caught, because it was such a great shot. I don't even think he really hits it up. It seems to kind of hit it down or fairly flat. And yeah, I don't know what's happened to Baladia, who's abducted by aliens or whatever. But you're right, his confidence is key, and he's full of it at the moment. Hey, give him the ball. Why not?
Why not? So let's see if they can dent his confidence a bit. Here comes Baladia. And it's a pretty good start.
That's a nick onto the keeper. It's not really a chance, because you'll see it goes away from the gloves. We'll have a look at here. But, I mean, almost creates an opportunity there, doesn't he? Latest of late cuts.
I mean, as I said, we've seen Baladia in this tournament over the last few years. I don't remember him standing out like this at all. I remember his name. I remember his stature. I think he might have lost a bit of weight, because he was always quite big. But he is playing beautifully in this tournament. Well, again, getting the batter coming forward, going back. Playing full shots. Path. He's my player of the day by a long way.
Yeah, and even the way he finished that innings off. Yeah, I mean, I've seen that he's got talent. It's just he's strung such a great day together, and it's kind of carried into other aspects, hasn't it?
But his confidence as well. You can see it's right up. This has been nicely cut away. Going towards the boundary. Should get there, and it will. That's 4 runs. Nice shot there from Ratul. He's very strong in that area. Just those late cuts. And what was his record with the 4s, Vinny? He's got the record.
Yeah, so Ratul, I'll have to go to get the exact numbers, but yeah, he set the record last year for the most 4s in an innings. Part of it was, the outfield was fast, but then also a little bit unpredictable. So it just it was raining 4s last year here in Prague. And we've seen a fair few more 6s actually, probably this year. I'll go tell you exactly when that was. Oh, well, this is such a weird one. It's actually bounced off the bat of Noor and bounced away, and then he almost got run out of it. So you can't really say it's unsporting when he risked his wicket.
It's a real pinball, wasn't it?
Yeah. Yeah, so the most 4s was set last. It was actually, last year. Okay, now I remember. 17 in his innings of 94 not out against the Spartans actually last year, 21st of July. As that is going to disappear. Maximo Wakande says, well, I've got a bat in my hand, so I'm not afraid to use it. He smashes that one out of the ground. Yeah, so it was actually matched by Vaishak Jagannathan in his century only 4 days later. He also scored 17 4s. But the 25 4s by Brno in an innings, and his corresponding fixture last year, match 22, was still the most 4s in an ECN 10-over innings.
It's down leg side. Look at, as I said, last year was the same. This ground was so quick last year that the correct batsmen were the ones getting the big scores. It wasn't the genuine hitters. This is might be called a no ball, you know.
If he'd known it was going to bounce off the pitch, he probably should have swung at it, Kande, because he couldn't have been out. But I suppose didn't want to play a lazy shot at a ball that just bounced on the pitch and get caught. Looked be a bit red-faced, but does get the benefit of a free hit right here. Last ball, the 5th, or not, because that'll be another wide path. Well, maybe he's human after all. Cool enough to keep wearing the sunnies despite the clouds rolling in at the moment. Hopefully we don't get any rain. We've just had the wind picking up a little bit.
It does feel like there might be some rain after the sun. Oh, this is in the air. There's 3 of them coming round and taken. Well, they're
Free
not
hit.
taken. It's a free hit.
Tried to warn you. Tried to swing the lasso. Hey, we got done a couple of times
Again.
yesterday. But yeah, it was no ball off the pitch, and then it was wide. And so there is no danger here. It'll just be a high single. Put that one on the wagon wheel. You need 3 dimensions. It's 87 for 1 then after 5. Let's welcome you into the commentary box. Great to have your company wherever you're watching from around the world. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo. Got Danny Hudacek with me. We also have the T20s going on in Cyprus right now. The women on the park. So it's actually match 2 of that series. Cyprus winning match 1 and actually having a very good start, looks like, in match 2 as well. But yeah, super exciting first day. It feels quite nice to be back, and it feels like every time we play a European cricket series here, the standard goes up, and it certainly seems that way so far.
It's definitely gone up. I think, I mean, I was here for the first one, and the standard was very, very different. The scores were much lower, but every year it just gets better and better, and it just shows that the quality of Czech cricket throughout the clubs are just increasing. And you know, the fielding, the field's looking great, so the fielding is better, well, nice quick outfield. As a new bowler comes in, and this is going to be caught. Dropped it, Ash. Well, is a reliable fielder out there is Ashutosh Arya, and that puts it down.
I tell you what, he gets the technique all wrong. He was into the wind. Otherwise, you know, with the wind, I think this is going over the top. But he goes proper crocodile style here, and just tries to kind of snap it in the jaws, and it just doesn't work out too well
Might
for
have
him.
copped it in the teeth as well, Vinny.
Yeah, some sharks have very sharp teeth, and I think the grizzly was pretty sharp on Ashutosh there. Hopefully he's all right.
There's a bit of rain, just a few drops. Nothing terrible yet. Just a hit straight to the fielder. New bowler is Fayaz Ahmad.
Yeah, the blue sky in the distance. There's just some dark clouds overhead at the moment. We are past the 3 overs, don't forget, in the game, so it will be a result.
Well, it's nothing much, just a couple of drops. And this is just a single. But might have to cover the equipment in a minute, Vinny.
Yeah, hopefully doesn't chuck down. I'm a bit worried about the marshmallow at the moment. This is a throwback that reminds me when we first commentated together in 2021. Can you believe that was over 3 years ago now?
Oh yeah, we lost a lot of tents.
Where's Terry? We need him to hold down the corner.
Well, Phil's here from that time.
Yeah, we got Phil.
I wonder if you could find coverage of that. That was
I don't want to think about it right now, but when I get a chance and when I'm not holding my screens down, I'll try and get it on the broadcast for you.
There were 4 of us holding the tent down. I was trying to commentate at the same time, but I think you just took over because I was too busy hanging on for dear life.
Understandable.
And then Joe Foster came to the rescue with the igloo, and we were hunky-dory. It was much nicer.
Igloo was amazing. Last ball, the 6th.
That's a nice shot. That's 4 runs. They picked the gap nicely. That time did Ratul. Moves on to 43. And just not too much wrong with the ball. Just picked it nicely, and a good batsman in Mohammad Ratul. It's another 4 runs. Well, a bit of a lull, I guess, with that wicket of Dylan Stain. He went for 32 off 11. But Mohammad Ratul, 43 off 18, and Nurkando, the captain, 12 off 8, have pumped the score up to just under 100, 94 for 1 at the moment. Brno off 6. They still need just about 9 and over. They've gone past the target of 90 that, well, that could have given Spartans a point. So, and they've, well, they have got a point, I think. Brno, that's massive. Wow, Norcande's, that's bounced about 30 metres, probably past the boundary. That's a huge hit.
Yeah, well, it's been a bit of an exhibition. I still think we haven't seen the best of Nor on ECN. Really got under that and hammered it miles over the boundary.
That's a great shot. And, well, Spartans, I think, are starting to understand that Brno are no joke. They're 100 for 1. And this is the, well, could they get it in under the seventh over? Do you think they'll...
It's tough. I mean, they need to do 29 in 5, so you need to pretty much hit 5 sixes.
Well, there's one.
Good start. Need the perfect over here. That was a great shot.
One, he's the bowler. And squeeze that one out. So looking unlikely for that bonus point for Brno.
Yeah, but still, it's a solid win, isn't it? And Spartans, they've been playing some good cricket and just been blown away by the quality of the top order. Yeah.
It's been really good. Well, it was, you needed to get Ratul and also Stain out, but then Norkanda is a quality batsman as well. So it's just been prodded down. No run. Good work by the keeper.
A sensible call at this stage. I need a silly run out. I want to say hello to Dr. De Soto saying, how's the broadcast marquee, boys? Strong tent pegs. Hello from Adelaide, Australia. Hello, Dr. De Soto. Nice to see the doc in the chat. Hello to Wasser as well, saying the crocodile technique's dangerous. Some of his batting's dangerous at the moment. He says broken fingers, missing teeth, broken nose, etc. It's been a really fun first day. Variable weather, but nothing too out of control.
Oh, it's going to be called a wide.
Good take.
There we go.
Good take, but yeah, definitely a wide. Last Evolver saying, let's go Brno, you got this. It does seem like they have it at the moment.
Yeah, they're a good side, Brno. I like watching them play. Some excellent players, and that's a smashing shot. And it's between the two tents. So
Ratul on at the moment. Maximo, 21 of 19.
I tell you what else is the wind has brought. There's a definite agricultural smell.
Yeah.
It's quite nice in one way, and it's very
it's
manure.
It's earthy. That's how I'd describe it. And just quickly, Kroom saying he's normally neutral, but he went to Brno about 13 years ago, and it was a great time, so he's supporting them. Good on you, Kevin.
Fair enough.
Good to have you with us. Last ball of the 7th, and yes, it is that windy. That'll be a wide. That will be re-bowled again. Just a re-bowled, probably the correct way to say it. Ratul's moved to 49.
Yeah, it's been a really good innings from Ratul, quality batsman, and that'll get him there. First 50 for Brno, and first 50 of the tournament for Mohammad Ratul.
He's batted well. He's a real fun player. He was already good when we first saw him. I just think the more he plays, the better he's getting.
Yeah.
He's feeling more comfortable in his own skin. That's the end of the 7th over as well. So it's 110 for 1. Ratul with a 22 ball 50. Looks to have set up a successful chase here. Brno, though, have another obstacle in Vinohrady, who will be playing in match number 5, last match of the opening day. I can tell you Vinohrady won the toss, selected to bat first in that one, and it is starting in around about 35 minutes.
That should be a good game. Bit of a new look Vinohrady side. Some new players we haven't probably seen before. That was smashed to the fielder there, Nira Taigi, who gets a bounce, a nice friendly bounce, and gets it back to the bowler very quickly. No run for Ratul. And this one, again, it's the same man. Good piece of fielding right onto it, Taigi. So in that mid-wicket area, cutting off runs. I can't quite get it around him at the moment. Well, go over him instead. I think that's just bounced in front of the rope, and that's another 4 runs to Ratul. Nice shot. Maybe didn't quite get hold of it as much as they would have liked. They need to run a ball at the moment to Brno to pick up their first win. We'll see them in action in the next game again against Vinohrady. If they're in form like this, it's going to be difficult for the Vinos to pick up a win. So Ratul, he's 54 of 26. Kandai going well as well, 19 off 10. 114 for 1. And turned around the corner. Nice shot again from Ratul, hitting him in all directions. That's another 4 runs. Difficult to bowl to, especially when he's set like this. Mohammad Ratul. He's got quick hands, good technique, and plays relatively risk-free. Moves on to 58.
Yeah, he's been absolutely flying here. Looks in dangerous form. Just 11 to win now.
Oh, this is in the air. Could be caught and gone. Well, put the mockers on someone. Really good innings from Ratul. Ends up on 58. Still need 11 runs off 13 balls to win. It's not all over yet. Ratul is way outside that off stump. Good bowling. And a nice catch there. Comfortably taken by the fielder. So,
Still, it's almost like when you sub out your star striker just 5 minutes before the end of time. Yeah, just having a look at some of those Vinohrady names. What do you think? You've got Mohammad Adnan opening, captaining, I should say, is this at number 3. Joe Cope, obviously big left armour, is a pretty handy bowler. But yeah, this Brno team, they've come out firing, and I suppose they'll get the benefit, if you like, I think, of kind of rolling into match 5 after a pretty good hit out here against the Spartans. As you can see in the background, fence has not withstood the wind. Don't think anything has, except the cube and a couple of tents. Although the cube, I'd say, is questionable. And this looks like the cube that's not waterproof. So hopefully it doesn't rain.
Yeah, it looks a bit dodgy up top. But so it'll be Aditya Raiparolu will be taking on the attack. They still need a few runs off these 2 overs, and that's a good start. So they need more than a run a ball to Brno. Might not be too easy to get. I want to get a boundary. Solanki's the new bowler. Raiparolu did go for 15 off his first, but he's a better bowler than those figures indicate, with Ratul and Dylan Stain taking to him, and they're no longer there. Kande is good. Solanki facing his first ball and hits it down the ground pretty well. That'll be 6. Well, you know, with Brno, they've shown their 4th batter now. Solanki comes in, just steps back and smashes one straight into the wind for 6. It's not bad. And comes Aditya. Again, not too much wrong with the ball, and just spanked over his head. It's a nice shot there. What do you think, Vinny?
Yeah, I mean, look, it's just again showing Brno, they've got some depth of their own. Solanki impressed me with the ball, and right now just 4 will bring up a win in their opening game.
Says in the air, Tiger coming round. Lets it bounce. Couldn't quite get there, and throws that in. Well, could have been a little tricky period there for Brno, but 3 off 9 now. Looks like it's done and dusted for them. And unless a miracle happens, but can't see it with these 2 out there. Kandai facing Aditya. Pokes that to point for a single. Good cricket. That's the skipper for Brno.
I know that you've got a soft spot for Vinos, obviously.
Of
How do you think they'll shape up in their first game against this Brno side?
They'll be competitive, but like the top 4 of Brno are pretty handy, and then you've got other batting as well. So, but it will be Vinos to bat first, I think, if I remember what the toss information.
Yeah, they've elected to bat. So that's good. Yeah, good confident move, I suppose. Trying to lead, get some runs on the board. I suppose Brno, they seem to be comfortable doing either, don't they? They've been on the chase here. They haven't really seemed too under pressure with their left-handed opening combination.
I think that Vinohrady, even though there's some new faces, have probably got a similar quality to Spartans. So if they can get to about 130, it's a good target to bowl at, and you never know. But that's the end of the game, and a really good win for Brno first up against a good Spartans side who had a themselves a very good win against UCC this morning, but Brno, they look like they're here to play, and we'll see them again in action in the next game against Vinohrady, starting soonish.
Yeah, 25 minutes and we'll be back. And if Vinohrady have won the toss, they've elected to bat first in that one. Stay tuned. Also, random question time. It is opening day. We're going to do a check food chat as well. Plenty of places to go around here, that's for sure. Let's go back and have a look. We thought it was about a par score, maybe a little bit over. It certainly didn't look that way as Ratul and Stain went to work on this target. And geez, there was some sparkling stroke play in there.
Well, they're both fantastic batsmen, and you can see a bit of luck there maybe for Dylan with the inside edge, but no luck in a lot of the other shots. And this was the big over for Brno. And it was Riaz Ahmad who copped a hiding, and it was Ratul who hit a few sixes, 26 off the over, and didn't matter where he put it. This was against the wind as well, just lifted over the infield, and well, I thought he bowled pretty well this morning, did Riaz Ahmed, but he got absolutely hammered by these two very good batsmen. Dylan Stain that time with the boundary. And this was the wicket, Path Belodian, who's looking very good in this tournament so far. But it was not enough runs. I think though, even if Brno had a few more runs to chase, and I think they still would have got there quite comfortably. All right, hitting the ball nicely. They're definitely contenders in this tournament. We've seen some good sides. PCC earlier. Looking good, even though they didn't have a full strength side, and Bohemians as well looking very, very strong. Also, I think Spartans will be there or thereabouts, but the story with this one is it's all about the Brno side. And even though the two openers did fall, they got there comfortably. Their skipper, Noor, and also Solanke, who just spanked that back over the bowler's head first ball. Looking very good at 3 and 4. So I'll look at the scorecard in a moment, and it'll be a very good looking one for Brno fans. Ratul with 58 off 28, Dylan Stain with 32 off 11, Norkandai, the skipper, 21 off 13, and Solanke with 8 off 3. 8 wides, but got it with an over to spare and a run rate of about 14. So it was a good score, good effort from the Spartans, but class act. Brno, see the bowling figures. There's Ahmed. Actually, Fayez Ahmed with those 2 overs with a wicket, best of the bowlers. Everyone else going for a lot. 12 for Rayaprolu, and then big for the rest. So, Brno, what do you think, Vinny?
Yeah, look, I think this is about as impressive a first performance as you could have hoped for. But it's only a first game. It's only a start. Spartans, I mean, they played too badly, I think, on their first day as well. Just kind of got outdone there by a couple of real class performers. So plenty for them to take out of opening day as well. I know that we're going to take a break. We're back in 20 minutes for match 5, and it will be Brno taking on Vinohrady in the last game of opening day right here in Vinoj. You are watching the European Cricket Series.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Hello and welcome back. It's great to have your company, and we've made it to the last game here on opening day of this European Cricket Series in Czechia. And coming up, it is match 5, and we're going to see Brno. They're going to play back-to-back matches here on day 1. They're taking on Vinohrady, who are playing their first match of the tournament. A little bit earlier, we had the Sheriff, Charles Croucher, with the two captains. Let's see who wins the coin toss.
Welcome to match 5 with Brno versus Vinohrady. Vinohrady to call.
Heads.
Heads is the call. And it's a head.
We'll go bat first.
Vinohrady won the toss and will bat first.
So Vinohrady win the toss and elect to bat first. Good confident move. And look, Vinohrady, they're a side, they are former finalists here in the European Cricket Series. Went so close to winning the trophy a couple of years ago, but last year they did have a little bit of a forgettable series, finishing second bottom with 4 wins out of 14 matches. So another issue for them, they are missing a couple of their usuals in this series, and so I think it'll be challenging, but I think it'll be a good challenge for them to show what they can do. Brno, though, I mean, look at their lineup. It's pretty strong, and we know that they certainly have plenty of options with the bat and the ball. Brno were last year's runners-up, so both these teams have something in common. They've lost a final to Prague CC in the ECS. But they're writing a new script right now, and we're getting ready for the start of the last game of the day. Vinohrady winning the toss and electing to bat first in match 5. Maybe some random questions, maybe some food chat as well, as we head over to Danny Hudacek in the commentary box.
Well, thanks, Vinny, and welcome back, everyone, for this European Cricket Series match between Brno and Vinohrady. You can see Vinohrady for the first time in this Prague series in Czechia. As you can see here, Brno, a fantastic win against a good quality Spartans team in the previous game. Vinohrady, it's the first time we'll see them, and the win predictor 83% for Vinohrady. Sorry, for Brno. I'm getting ahead of myself. And but I think it's going to be a pretty close game. And I think Brno have to bowl well against Vinos, who have been in pretty good form in the season so far in the domestic leagues. And it'll be Riaz Afridi will open the bowling. Abdul Muiz will be facing him, and it will be Paras Tanwa at the other end. Last game of the day. It's been a good day's cricket. Seen some fantastic batting and some good bowling performances throughout. I apologise to Dave B for not providing a golden ball. It was pretty close in a sense, but Brno always in control of that run chase. So here's Afridi, bowling to the left-handed Muiz. Be a good contest, this. And of course it's the power play. The only 2 men back, and wisely there's a fine leg and a third man. Not too many on the leg side for Afridi as he comes in, bowling to Muiz, and it's down leg side, called a wide. Let's have a look at this. And it's yeah, we're doing a great line of length for a right-hander. That's what sometimes happens with bowlers. And Afridi has struggled sometimes with some wild bowling. Been good today though, pretty much on line. Started with a wide. Muiz, a left-hander, facing him. Comes in and down leg side again. That took off. Ratul did well. That was pretty quick from Afridi. He's just not getting his line right. Let's have another look. Of course, Brno have 2 left-handed opening batsmen, who we saw in the last game, who are both excellent. And well, he's good quality player as well. Opening up for Vinohrady. This is Tanwa from the other end. Afridi comes in again. And this one's hit him that time. That was pretty quick. And got that one more on target. Let's have a look at this. It's rushed him. Don't quite know whether it hit him on the gloves, or maybe somewhere a bit more sensitive. Didn't show it at all though, Muiz. Freedy get to his bowling mark. It's past that 30-metre circle. Charging in. And down leg side, that's going to go towards a boundary, and it'll be a minimo, 5 runs. And just not getting it right. It's a good line and length for a right-hander, but for the lefty, it's down leg side. And 3 runs there for Vinohrady. Let's have another look. And just, well, it was angled down there. Rattle couldn't hang on to it, and neither could the fielder. It's too quick for him. That's, I think it's Nor Kande, the skipper down there. Let's see if Freedy can get this one online. It's only 1 legal delivery. 7 on the board for Vinohrady. Be happy with this the freebies from Afridi. Comes in again, short, hit nicely through the covers. Well, almost through the covers. Really good piece of fielding. And it was Suresh Ramarao out there. Ramarao. Be right-hander, so Afridi. Well, what's the bet that he'll toss one down leg side to the right-hander now? It's been very consistent with that line for the left-hander, just outside leg stump. Comes in, bowling to Tanva. And kept a bit low, too hot for Ratul. And they'll take one. It's good awareness there from Muiz. And, well, it's going to be 4 overthrows. That's, is that a 6, I think? Might be a 6. Let's have a look. So I think they ran. So too hot for Ratul to handle. He throws it back, and it just went through everyone. 5 buys. They didn't take off the single, so let's have a look. 5 buys. I think, well, let's look. They've run one, and then they hadn't taken off for the second one, so it'll be 5. A bit scrappy there from Brno. 3 runs again for Vinohrady. And, well, I don't think they're tired from the last game, but they're looking a little bit flat. It's a bit of a conversation. There's only 3 legal deliveries so far. Just seeing who will face the ball. It will be, I think, Muiz, a left-hander, which again might play with Afridi's line. It's been quick, but it's not really bowled on target. This one, well, that one's pretty quick and right at the batsman. No run. Only 1 run off the bat so far. 13 the score. A couple of balls left of this first over. But they do have a good bowling line-up to Brno. I'm sure we'll see Niraj Mishra come in next. He was very impressive in the last game. Good, consistent bowler is Mishra. Deceptively quick, actually. Not quite a Afridi pace, but does rush the batsman sometimes. Comes Afridi. And this one's right at the pads. And the peel, always going down leg. It's a better area there from Afridi, though. So have another look at this. And, yeah, always missing leg stump. But a good start from Vinohrady. Fact, though, that it's Afridi that's given away the runs, and also that sloppy 5 buys. That's short and swing and a miss from the batsman. And that's the end of the over. 13 from it, 8 from Afridi. Only just 1 off the bat. And good start, bright start for Vinohrady. As you can see here, the European Cricket Series all around Europe. Sticking to, there was a Central European now with Czechia, and moving towards Eastern Europe with Romania, Hungary, Bulgaria, and back to Italy, Rome this time in August. then Austria, Croatia. Then in September, the ECC, also another tournament or two in the middle of the 2 ECC tournaments, and the other one in December, the ECC for women. And the 2 divisions now, which I think is a really good innovation. It's the 2 innovations for the women, but also for the men, the Challenger and the Premier divisions. The promotion and relegation idea. Lots of teams playing from all around Europe. It'll be Niraj Mishra to bowl. Just well played there by Tanbal, watched onto the bat. And well run by these 2. Left-hander. It does change a lot of things having a right-hander, left-hander combination. The pesky left-handers. It changes the bowler's line, but also the field has to move, and just takes a bit of time, a bit of concentration. And there's plenty of space on the leg side for him. Just there's an appeal. Might have hit something. Probably hit a pad, not called wide. Let's have a look at this. So yeah, I think it caught a bit of pad. Nowhere near the bat, I don't think. Just straying down leg side, lucky to get away with it. Just flicking that pad. Sure, coming in again. Oh, a big swing and a miss, and that's lucky to get away with that. Muiz trying to get out at the moment, I think. Just having a bit of a swing. Not much on that. Should have really just tried to tuck it around the corner. There's no one back at fine leg. Easy runs. Well, there's a short fine leg, but no one on the boundary. Was his hit smashed down the ground? Well, no wonder he's trying to have a swing at it, because if he can do that, then he'll be very happy. It was pitched up by Mishra and absolutely smashed past him for 4 runs. Bright start from Vinohrady. Let's have another look. Lined it up. That was an umpire killer. And still in Stain, who's still running to get that one. Give the bowler something to think about. 18 for no loss. Still a couple of balls left in the second. Of course, it's a 3-over power play. And it's only 2 fielders outside the 30-metre ring. And there is a fine leg. The other one straight here. It's Riaz Afridi at long off. Pretty straight as well. Comes a bowler again. And, well, bit of a stifled appeal, always going down leg. Should be a leg by, I think, called by the umpire. Score moves on to 19. A fairly tidy over from Mishra. Was that one that was punished down the ground, but you can expect that in this this format. Never a chance of LBW. Not quite sure what he was appealing for. Bring Town with the right-handed batsman back on strike. Mishra, last ball of this over, and right up in the block hole. Really good bowling, and could be a run out. I think he's safe. I think, did he miss the stumps? Well, he wasn't very far away from it, and that's a bit of a let off maybe there for Muiz. Have another look, and he would have been out and missed the stumps from 30 centimetres. That's a bit of a let off there for Muiz. Well, we'll see. It's interesting. I thought there would be a change of bowler, but just because of the right-hand, left-handed combination caused a few issues. As we see the standings at the moment, Brno 1 for 1, really good win against a good Spartans team. Up the top, though, it was a good win for Bohemians up top in their first game. PCC as well, having a win. So, Vinny?
I've just actually had a nightmare knowing that you can have a 5 buys. Anyway, here we go. And actually say that knowing that we actually had more or less a 7 buys. last year. Do you remember that? It was a crazy finish. They involved the Tigers.
I remember
where
that.
But it was only 3 to win. There would have been 7 buys. But the third run was actually the winning run. But there were 4 overthrows that were involved. And it started with the keeper trying to boot the ball.
Yeah, I remember that.
Prague always gives us something. It gives us a vibe moment. Vinohrady, by the way, just Google 3 to the keeper, and you'll know.
Oh, I remember that.
That's one. I've done lots of interviews and podcasts to Australian channels and on Melbourne radio, and that was this guy Marty Sheargold. He's a famous comedian in Australia and a few other places. And he said, if you want to know about European cricket, just Google 3 to the keeper. and it was one of these. It was a 3-over game.
Yeah.
It was against Barbarians,
Yeah,
and a lot of sawdust all around the place. And a lot of people thought it was snow in the broadcast, no context, right? Anyway, here's Afridi breathing fire as usual. This one blast past the outside edge of Muiz. He's having a pretty rough time out there. This is where you'd say, sometimes you might look at retired out, but he probably feels like I've earned my stripes having to deal with this.
I think
so.
I think he's trying to find the ball. It's there somewhere, and if he sticks a bat there and it goes fine, it's 4 runs. There is a third man back, but fine. There's no way they're stopping that.
Afridi doesn't always get it right, but when he does, it's rapid, as we've seen today.
Well, it's rapid when he gets it wrong as well, to be fair.
True. There's a certain wrist release he does where he's able to get that extra pace on the ball. You talk about guys. I remember Brett Lee talked a lot about, you've got your arm, which is creating a certain amount of speed, obviously, when you're swinging over. But if you have that wrist cocked, if you can just snap that wrist at the right moment, that's where you get all your extra speed. And it's very hard skill to master. And some people have it more than others.
He's a decent bowler, wasn't he, Brett Lee?
Yeah, I think so. I'll tell you one of my favourite.
I thought Shane Lee was a very good player as well.
Shane Lee does a lot of media these days as well. I think with a lot of podcasts. Here we go. A couple of come in the power play. That is full. And it's going to probably get Ratul on the foot. I don't think this is high. Probably just top of the pad high. Searching for that Yorker, going for the stumps. So, yeah, I think it's just below the waist.
I think it's fair enough.
But, Ratul does pretty well to stop it. It's an awkward one. It's not one you're expecting. Not one that anyone's expecting. Yeah. This story, of course, when Australian players aren't playing for Australia, they'll play for their state. This is how it used to work anyway. And if they're not playing for their state, they'll play for their club.
Yeah.
So he was going to go to play for his club this day and drove up in his sports car. This is the way the story goes anyway. I'll give it to you after this. Final ball of Afridi. And he's chopped on. So Riaz comes good with a wicket. Last ball of the power play brings the breakthrough pass. Tanwa has to go. And the score 20 for 1 after 3.
Yeah, it was good over that from Afridi. Yeah, get the ball in the right areas and away from Muiz. And then finally, Tanwa got to the other end and he's chopped back onto the stumps. First wicket for Vinohrady and a good piece of bowling. After a bit of a scrappy one first up, not quite adjusting to the left-hander. That was a much, much better over from Riaz Afridi. So continue.
So the way this story goes, and I do feel it's one of those apocryphal tales, which, is a tall tale that's been passed many times, but apparently kind of rocks up. It's quite cloudy. There's been a bit of rain around. And he rocks up in his sports car, has a look out the window, sees the pitch is green, and says words to the effect of, "I'd kill somebody on this pitch," and just speeds off. It makes for a great story, but yeah, we'll just tell it the way I heard it. Anyway, it's going to be time for the 4th over. Niraj Mishra, he bowled really well earlier, bowled pretty well in this game as well, with 5 of his first over. But Muiz, well, it's time for him to try and get motoring here, isn't it? Got Adnan, the skipper, who's come out to join him, won't be facing just yet. Now it is last game of the day. Random questions are open for business. If you want to throw some in, please feel free. ECN European Cricket Network. Bit of a tradition here on the channel. Here we go with the 4th. Oh, beautiful little kind of drop kick away, wasn't it, by Muiz? Well, now it is time to get motoring. Well, that one might be on the fairway. Maximal, 6 runs.
Great shot. There'll be some confused golfers, I think, wondering if this is the white ball they should be playing. That was absolutely monstered. Have a look at this. Boom.
It's only a little bit leg stumpish either as well from the bowler, but really powerful strike. See the comeback from Mishra.
Slower ball.
Yeah, he bowls a lot of those. I think he bowls it really well. Just rolls the hand down the right-hand side of the ball, slows it up, also can grip a bit off this pitch. This pitch has a kind of coarse surface, so I think it does take a bit of spin, whether that be kind of a fast bowler rolling his fingers on the ball or a kind of genuine spin bowler.
It's a good pitch for it's a good all-round pitch. It does give a bit for the bowlers. You saw that one takeoff from Riaz in the previous game where it went over Ratul's head. But so fast bowlers will get a good purchase from it, good value. But it is it's good for batting as well. Just don't want to play across the line too much. Oh, nice shot, 4 runs.
Beautiful start for Adnan. He just clips this away again. So just into the pads, probably getting a little bit too straight, I think, in this over so far to both the right-hander and the left-hander. Adnan's a guy that really stepped up last year. And it was a bit of a tough campaign for Vinohrady. They still won 4 games, but they finished essentially equal bottom with Spartans, who also had a 4-10 record. But yeah, new lease on life here, and yeah, finding it tough now. What?
Well, there are a lot of new players for Vinohrady this year that have come in and sort of strengthened the side. And in fact, this is hit down the ground. Should just be a single.
Yeah, so Vinohrady, one of a few clubs here in Czechia that actually field 2 teams, right? Normally, I mean, it depends on the format, but
yeah, there's Rossos and Biancos. They've done that for quite a few years. And of course, Vinohrady is Vino as in wine and Rad as in castle. So the area where the club is from and based is it's a very nice area of Prague, actually. I'll come back to that in a moment. It's
well, it goes up to this, nails it. Watch out, watch out. That is camera tower o'clock. That's almost taken out camera 1, about as close as it gets. Is everybody okay up there? Maximo. Well, Moyes, he's withstood the onslaught, hasn't he, from Afridi, but now he's trying to give a bit back. That doesn't get much better than that.
It was a slower ball, and I thought, oh no, he's hit in the air. But he's also hit it a fair distance. That hit the camera tower.
How's the impact? It actually goes about as close as possible to hitting the camera. It's only been done once. Claire Kailash in Austria hit the main camera that we broadcast and basically broke it.
Yeah. It's an expensive repair.
Yeah. Don't know if we got to send her the bill or not. But yeah, 38 for 1. Mishra, a bit of a reality check here in this over.
Might have to look at the ball because there's a new ball coming in because it did hit the tower. And ball on metal probably doesn't.
Ball on metal. I mean, Dennis Lilly tried that many years ago when he tried the aluminium bat.
You know, we used to have one of those bats in our kit in Australia. We never used it.
I think I've held one once. It's just for fun, just to kind of muck around the backyard.
It was all right. I mean,
at school, I think.
Made an odd sound though.
Yeah.
Nice shot, and that's to the fielder out there who does well. Gets right behind it.
Yeah. So that'll be just 1 run, but a nice shot on the up. That'll also be the end of the over. So the score's 39 for 1. Okay, this is my first random thing then. Give us a kind of random bit of cricket equipment that you might, that's not legal but might make the game interesting.
I know that a while ago they tried out Kevlar bats. Do you remember that? And I think it was Matthew Hayden who was just hitting sixes from the net.
It was like a carbon fibre backing. So the bats were still wood, but they had kind of a reinforced back.
I thought it was a full on. I thought it was a full on carbon fibre bat. I thought it was a full on.
Yeah, maybe there was that as well.
And they said that someone would be killed if they used them.
You don't want that.
Or an umpire or someone, because it came off so nicely. I mean, it would be kind of great to see, but you'd have to have full body armour, everyone on the field, and gloves, and it would be a different game. You could hit a long way. You could have a long hitting contest with it.
Well, I know that I've seen, I think it was a bowler in New Zealand that was bowling in basically like a modified helmet, but for his protection. And it's something that you start seeing a little bit in baseball and softball now from time to time, because you don't really have too much time to react to the balls hit straight back at you in that situation. But again, see, protection's super important, but also it doesn't really send a whole bunch of confidence, project a whole bunch of confidence when you're bowling in a helmet. But I mean, maybe that'll become more usual. I mean, umpires wear helmets now sometimes and protective gear. Aluminium bat. Sometimes I think would have been nice to have giant like baseball mitts for wicket keeping gloves instead of having to catch it with the middle of my hand all the time and get pounded. Rico's got one of my favourite ones, but it's a bit more fantastical. That's going to be a fantastic shot. That's 6. Maximal. Adnan coming in at a good time, I think. He lifts that one up and out of the ground off Naveed. Maximal time. And Rico has the idea of, it should be like, you know how you have like zinger stumps? You should have like an electric boundary rope so that when the ball hits it or a foot hits it, it lights up, it glows. Now that's $1 million idea.
What about targets on the boundary?
Well, I mean, I was a big fan of that when they had that in the 90s in Australia. They had the sponsor had a sign and it was a certain, there was, I think they hit 3 or 4 times. If you could hit a 6 into that sign, you got a whole bunch of money. I think I've seen it done with cars as well, but the problem is you end up winning a car with a big dent in it from the cricket ball that you've hit. But yeah, I know that we sometimes talk about like a silly game of cricket that you have obstacles all around the field, even like water, bunkers. So my idea is bunkers, like golf, right? This should be stopped. It is stopped out there by Dylan Stain. Good field up. And for example, some players like foot fielding. So the rules, if it goes into a bunker, you can't use your hands. You have to kick it out.
Could take a
Meanwhile,
while.
they keep running. And Rico's idea is we need to have like water, like golf. I said, what's the penalty for that? It's like, no, nothing. Ball gets wet. Tough for the fielding side. But yeah, tell us. Yeah, what? Just some kind of fantastical fantasy cricket equipment is what I'm looking for. Tell you what, there are some leagues I've heard of where they have a 4th stump.
Oh, I remember that. It was it? Oh, it's another 6, and it's the fielding's done by Vinohrady out on the boundary, and great shot then again from Muiz. Oh yeah, was it Martin Crowe or Jeff Crowe? I can't remember. It was one of the Crowe brothers.
Yeah, probably Martin.
Yeah, and that was the innovation to have the 4th stump, and it didn't take off.
Nah, well, I've heard of it in various contexts. Well, that's going to hit these stumps. It's going to be a dead ball. But I've heard of some competitions in India where, there's always arguments over LBW, especially if it's self-umpired, but they go 4 stumps, no LBW, which I think is pretty clever. Yeah. I think, this is a bit crazy because we tend to think of cricket as 3 stumps. It hasn't always been that way. But I quite like the idea of, in this batting-heavy game, having 5 stumps and just giving the bowlers more of a target. I know it sounds crazy, but, they're always bowling wide and trying to be all defensive. Yeah. It just gives them a bit more of incentive to take on the bat. And if you miss one that's that close, you probably deserve it.
It's a game for batsmen at the moment. So
that's what I'm saying.
I know.
Give them a bigger target. Anyway, that belted. Absolutely belted. As Muiz making up for lost time, as that will be the end of the 5th over, and Vinohrady 59 for 1. Why don't we welcome you into the commentary box, Vinny Sandy, Mr. Maximo, with Danny Hudacek. We do like to get a bit random at the end of a day. Yeah, so I used to do drills where, how normally in fielding drills, if they're direct hit drills, you have 1 stump and you're always just missing. So I used to go the other way. I used to put 9 stumps there and say, right, if you miss now, it's big penalties. So to get more balls in that zone. But cricket used to be a 2-stump game. I think we were talking about that on the weekend, weren't we? That too many balls were going in between that.
Lumpy, wasn't it? Lumpy.
Edward Lumpy Stevens. Yeah, look him up. Anyway, Vinohrady here, former finalist, and Brno last year's finalist, going head to head. And right now, I think a lot depends on the top order of Vinos. I think that this partnership is looking a little bit dangerous. Both batters opening their shoulders. And this is Ramarao, who's going to bowl over number 6.
It's going to start with a wide. Look at the fact it's a no ball. So a free hit, and both these batsmen hitting big 6s. And
must always considered it's hit the edge of the pitch, so it wasn't fully on the pitch. And that's why it's going to be a free hit now. It's a really good take from Ratul. Don't know if you want to stay with it. Maybe probably don't have time, but he's a really good keeper. He's got great reactions. Free hit anyway, so even though it's up pitch, there's no real danger. It'll just be a single. I did see Yug Warrior.
Yeah.
Not in the 11 today, but you might see him on the park tomorrow for Brno, who are camping overnight.
Yes. Yeah, if you
I
want
want
to
to know
meet
if
the Brno
anyone's ever,
boys.
has anyone ever camped at the cricket ground?
I have.
You have?
Yeah.
I haven't, though. I've got to admit there were some times in a different era where I did sleep in my car because it was probably smarter than going home. But that's a long time ago now.
It's it was a nice experience. The mosquitoes almost killed me, but and monstered again by Muiz. Just dropped a little bit short, right onto it, and it's onto the golf course again.
Yeah, just a fraction short, but Wiz is in a mood now. Remember, he's a long way behind runner ball pace, but he always had the ability to catch up. And he kind of gives the stumps to the bowler, says, look, have a look at them if you like. But he's got such a good eye. Lift it up and 6 more to Vinohrady.
Yeah, he struggled quite a bit against Riaz, but now with the pace slightly off.
Dave B's got a pretty interesting one, which I don't have the answer to, but I'll bring it up anyway in case someone knows. Ramarao around the wicket. Gets someone to swing away a bit to Muiz, who just misses out. He says, has there ever been a robot cricket match? He said he's heard of or seen a robot football match, but has there ever been a robot cricket match? I gotta say,
so.
I don't think so. I mean, I know we have bowling machines. We don't really have batting machines, do we? Don't need
I
them.
don't think we need them. That's caught. Great catch. That looks like it's Navid Ahmed who picks up Muiz, and he's looking back at Ahmed, and neat catch over his head. Let's have a look at this.
2 balls in a row. He was just able to bring the ball away a touch. So watch for the movement here. So it just goes towards the outside half of the bat, and a nice catch on the edge of the circle. So Brno get the dangerous Muiz just as he was starting to go up a gear. He'll go for 38. Well caught there. And the score is 67 for 3. Yeah, got to take your chances here. Some dangerous hitters in all the sides, we'll see. But yeah, Naveed did well to just take that running to his left.
Yeah, he's not the tallest, and that was a really neat catch there. He's a good fielder, is Navid Ahmed. So Kumar Tiwari is the new batsman.
These are the kind of random questions I like. Kroom saying, what are your names for the extra stumps? So I think then you'd have a middle and off stump. You'd have an off stump. You'd have a middle. You'd have a middle and leg. And you'd have a leg.
Yeah.
That'd be that's like, exhibition. I reckon that'd be fun.
What about it's the Rolf Harris, the extra leg? The Jake the Peg. That would be it. That'd be the Jake the Peg. No one remembers that.
Now we're gonna
People want to forget Rolf Harris
probably
as
have
well,
to edit that out now. Thanks anyway. There's already the obvious comparisons with your beard.
Thanks, mate.
Anyway, 67 for 3 now. 67-2, I should say.
What about this? How about a light up pad? So if it hits the pad, it lights up, and if it was going to go on to hit the stumps, you could have a light up stump.
Oh, you know what? That's cool.
Oh,
well, that's not so cool because that is a big, big swing from Nilesh Kumar Tiwari, and he's nowhere near it. Change of pace from Ramarao. Well, he's going around high-fiving everyone. We might even see another umpire high-five like we saw on the weekend. But, yeah, that's not one that's going to win too many beauty contests for the batter. So now it is 67 for 3.
I think he might have put his back out. That was a big swing. And, yeah, hit the top of the middle stump. Really good bowling there. And that's the end of Tiwari. So, not the most controlled of shots.
His eyes lit up, I think. Maybe spotted the change of pace, but got completely done by it. 67 for 3 then after 6.
So, it was looking all pretty for Vinohrady for a while.
So I like the idea that with ball tracking now, as the technology gets better, in the next generation we'll have, you'll know straight away is when the guy or the girl lets go of the ball, whether it's going to hit stumps or not, if it's uninterrupted.
I mean, all you got to consider is the where the ball pitches, but that's pretty easy. You could have a light up pitch as well. Oh, this is into the gap. Should be 4, I think. It is.
Last bounce did Riaz. He was hoping it would bounce up and he might be able to kind of slap it back, but just shot on him a little bit. That's going to be 4. So, credit to Vinohrady. He's still swinging the bat here.
Yeah, it's Solanke, the new bowler, and that was a good shot, Adnan.
Do you know what I would love? I've thought of this for a while. Imagine if there's some substance where you don't even need pads, like the magic spray.
Yeah.
But imagine like an incredible super strength magic spray that you could spray on your legs. Lift it up in the air. That's probably going to curve away from the fielder. That's going to be 4 more. So Adnan, it's probably the last great hope that they can put an above-average score on the board. Swings hard, gets an edge, and gets 4. Yeah, so imagine that you spray it on your legs, and then it's just like having pads. It doesn't hurt, and you don't bruise or anything.
Yeah.
That's the because in indoor cricket we don't wear pads. I don't know.
Yeah.
I feel like a lot of time the pad blocks the ball from going to the stumps that misses the bat. Gives the bowler a bit more of a chance as well. No need for helmets. Just spray it on your head.
The future.
This substance. I'll have to ask Michael Lonsbury about boron compounds. Maybe one of them can do this. But yeah, these are the things that who knows. 100 years ago, think about what cricket looked like, and think look what it looks like now. 100 years ago was probably just before the time Bradman was playing.
Yeah.
And now look at the game and how much it's changed. This should be stopped. It will be stopped at point, but they will get a single. It's quickly. Cyprus hoping to go 2 up in the series, the women's series against Estonia. Currently sitting out on a chase of 76. They were able to bowl the Estonian team out for 75 in the first innings there at Happy Valley. That all does reasonably well. This is a pretty good technique, even though it doesn't really work this time. But to collapse that, almost it's like the keeper's long barrier. See how his left leg here, and you really should be able to do that on either leg. The problem is that kind of hit the body and bounce away for a bye, but probably the best way to make sure it doesn't go to the boundary. Now that one jumps up on him, so yeah, fun for the keeper. That will be the end of the 7th over, and it's 78 for 3. And guess what? Plenty more cricket coming your way, and tomorrow we will be heading into day number 2 with another 5 matches. Hey, yeah, a bit earlier on, by the way, I was going to mention that we've got some footage for you in a moment. But first, let's go back to tomorrow. Brno, they're going to have a big day. They've got 5 games in the first 2 days. So they'll take on the Dominators first up. Moravian are here, so they've had to travel a bit. And then Bohemians, who Brno have in the last game. I know that you and Phil will be doing tomorrow because I've got the day off. So it'll be great to have Phil G back in the box here. This could be out, it should be out, it will be out. Dylan Stain doesn't drop too many. Adnan was looking dangerous, but he goes at a crucial time for 22. Ramarao has a 3rd wicket now, and the score 78 for 4.
Yeah, comfortable couch out there from a very good fielder, and good innings there from the skipper. But you'll have to go and see what Vinohrady can put together from here, because he was hitting the ball pretty well.
Remember earlier we were talking about what happened in
Yes.
2021. This is 5th of May 2021. We're talking about the rain. And yeah, we got Talia, and we got, I think, Oki somewhere in there.
Has to be in there
and that's everyone holding us down. Look, 4 runs they needed, Prague CC Kings. And you went, please give us 4 runs. We were getting blown to smithereens back then. And now look at the beautiful day we've got here. Great work by our Crew Spring Media. This is going to be swept away for 4. So new batter comes in, Anna Kumar, and yeah, no real problems. Might have been a slower ball there for Ramarao, but yeah, 4 runs a result.
Yeah, I think Tali wasn't there for very much of that tournament, so that must have been pretty early on, and it was
like day 3 or 4.
Yeah,
something like that.
Yeah, it was an event.
This ground can look different ways in many different weather conditions. Put it that way. As this is out to deep mid wicket. Dylan Stain, he's actually a part-time wicket keeper, and sometimes they've been forced to use him in that position. But I think Ratul coming to the team just gives you so much more depth. Obviously, he's an incredible opening bat, and technically he's a very good keeper.
Well, Dylan's such a good fielder as well.
Yeah, and it frees Dylan up. That's my point. This is going to be hit away, and it's going to be partially stopped. I'm going to take on the 2. I'm going to have to hustle or get there.
Yeah, it's a Pratik Pandey out there who did well just to get a hand on it. Wasn't a great ball.
Let's have a look at the height here. It's
whoa, that's pretty close.
It is kind of crap.
Well, it's not great bowling from.
That one's a slower ball, so that one does drop.
Yeah, but still not. It does have car park written all over it.
Yeah, true. Just went down the leg side. Yeah, this time he picks it and he hits it, but there's plenty of protection on that leg side boundary.
Yeah, just not behind square. There's one man who's short at fine leg. There's a huge gap between that deep square leg boundary.
Mark in the chat saying, did you get a small injury back then in 2021 with the tent? I think is the time that we're thinking that Terry had the tent fall on him.
It wasn't the tent, it was the table.
Yeah.
Mm.
Well, was it the tent and the table?
No, there was no
Just
tent.
The table.
There was no tent. I think we got rid of the tent before. It was a table with the monitor and the mixing
Now
desk and
there's
everything.
a clip I'd love to show, but I won't. 88 for 4 after 8. Probably because we'd have to beep out one word when the table collapsed on him.
I tell you what, though, it was I think it's Teresa Koltunova who was in that clip as well, who's playing that game. She wasn't bowling at the time. Maybe she was batting. I'm not quite sure, but she was definitely there playing the Czech women's captain. Oh, good ball. Straight through him. This is Solanke. Good start to this over. Look at this one. Just didn't quite know what to do with it. The batsman. There you go. And
That could be Turka
I
batting.
think it's Turka batting, yeah.
Anyway, the next one is cracked away through the offside. That's going to be for, at the moment, 105 expected. It's not a bad score. Just think the way Brno have been batting, feels like it's not enough. I guess time will tell.
There's been some bright spots for Vinohrady, especially the batting up top of Abdul Nawiz. It looked very, very solid, very good. 92 now, still. Oh,
Well, you need a bit of luck as
placement.
well. Some pocket of sweat there because that is a French cut from Kumar. He will get 4 more. Vinohrady scrambling for as many as possible in the first innings of this last match of the day.
It's a little bit of luck, but yeah, you make your own luck, and you just have to swing hard at everything at the moment. Still an over and a half to go. 96 for 4. If they can get to 120, well, this was in the air. It should be gone and taken. They're a good fielding unit, Brno. It's I think it's Ramaral.
Yeah.
Ramaral out there who took the catch off Solanke. So
Solanke looks like a pretty dangerous bowler as well, doesn't he? Just, good depth in their attack. That was skewed up. And fairly easy catch taken in the end. And Kumar goes for a fighting 14. 3 boundaries in there. And score 96 for 5.
will be a left-hander who come in, and big Joe Cope. He can hit the ball pretty well, actually, Joe Cope. We'll see him with the ball a little bit later, trying to dismiss the openers for Brno.
Joe hits a clean ball when he gets it. Let's see how he goes. Oof, absolutely smashed that first up. And then quick release throw. But they're going to have to settle for a single.
Was that behind the back?
I think it might have been.
Yeah, it was.
I thought I saw that, but I didn't trust that I'd seen it enough.
Yeah,
Was that Dylan?
Yeah.
Oh, if it's Dylan, then it sure is.
Let's have a look at it. Well, going to get onto the bowling. Solanke to continue. This one's hit pretty well past the fielders, picked the gap, and 4 runs.
Yeah, really nice shot. Full toss, just found the timing there. Hundreds up as well with that shot. So Vinohrady, they're fighting, and they have 101 for 5 on the board after 9.
Yeah, look, that 100 mark psychologically is actually really good for Vinohrady. And they've got some decent bowling, as we see here. 2 good overs and Ria Zafridi. First one a little bit eventful. Second one actually ended with a wicket, but it's Ramaral with the 3 wickets. They're pick of the bowlers, I think. So just 1 over to go.
Got to say, shout out to the crew in Cyprus. I know it's some pretty hot weather over there. I think tomorrow's going to be 37, next day's 38. But they're doing 3 T20s a day over there. So we did 2. We know that's a pretty long day. I think they left hotel 7 a.m. this morning. And I guess time will tell if this is an early finish here. But they're still going, yeah, kind of They're into their 11th hour, probably get into the 12th before too long. So shout out to all the blue crew over there. Right here, Cope's going to get castled. First ball of the 10th. Sandeep Tiwari comes in to bowl. And he's mentioned that he's a guy that we thought might have had a bowl so far. Hasn't yet. Well, he makes up for lost time and is able to get the wicket of Cope. First ball of the 10th. It's 101 for 6.
I tell you who didn't bowl the last over today in this game is Satyajit Sengupta, who got absolutely smashed at the end of the last innings. But good start from Tiwari. He's been a very, very good bowler for Brno for many, many years. Normally opener bowling, or used to open the bowling. He's probably slowed down a little bit in pace, but right on target then. Big Joe Cope. He does what he does. He just got done to what he normally does to others.
I kind of like the idea of maybe opening with Satya and keeping Riaz in the middle overs a little bit. Riaz is a little bit wild with that new ball sometimes. He's the last thing you'd want to face when you're trying to accelerate the scoring. But I mean, they've got options. That's the thing. They're spoilt for choice in that respect as well. This one just gets past the outside edge.
Yeah, I think Sengupta will keep it nice and tight. He likes bowling with the new ball as well. Durai, the new batsman. And it's been a good over so far from Tiwari.
Yeah, really good lines there from Sandeep. He wants his third back. Makes sense because just looking to deflect that, not really looking to hit that one, is he? This is Nissan Durai, batting number 8 for Vinos. 3 balls to come. And can't get off strike either at the moment, so this is a really good last over. In fact, genuine wicket maiden opportunity. It's gone wicket, ...
It's like clockwork, isn't it, with Tiwari? It's just putting it in that area where Durai just can't find it. So, well, continues. And gets that just in front of square. They'll get a single.
Has to make a deal with the devil, doesn't he, really? Say, okay, do I want to try and hit a boundary, or do I want to at least guarantee Sharma one more opportunity? Decides to guarantee bat on ball. So 102 for Vinohrady. And Praveen Sharma will be doing the keeping for Vinos. He will face the last ball coming up from Tiwari. And he'll miss it. So what a great last over. It couldn't be more chalk and cheese, you're right, for Brno. There's only 1 run conceded in that 10th. Started wicket of Joe Cope. And Vino's only able to gather that single after that. So 102 for 6 off the 10. 103 for Brno to get the win here in match 5.
Well, they should get it, but Big Joe Cope's got a habit of getting early wickets and those in-swinging Yorkers, but he's got bowling to 2 left-handers. You can see that's there's a bit of a loose over from Riaz first up. And this was the 5 buys. It somehow got through everyone.
Yeah, well, Ratul will not be impressed with that. Already had 4 buys that went over his head and he couldn't reach earlier today. But, anyway, after they kind of dealt with Afridi, Muiz and Mohammad Adnan just kind of found a way to take things up a notch. We saw that Tanwa, he went to Afridi's last ball, but then this was a bit of a key partnership. They put on 37 in just 16 balls, and they kind of did the heavy lifting, but yeah, Brno just seemed to find a way to get some wickets in a row towards the end of the innings, despite some of this good hitting. I think this 102 is looking a bit thin on the ground.
Yeah, I think you're right, Vinny, but it'll come down to early wickets. They've got a good batting lineup to Brno. There was some lusty hitting, and mainly for Muiz. Also really good from the skipper, Adnan. But when Muiz, well, this is the catch from Naveed. Almost got over him, but again, it just sort of fell apart towards the end. A lot of the runs were in those middle overs after Riaz's second over.
Yeah.
And it just accelerated in that period, but then afterwards it slowed down due to the wickets. And good bowling. Great last over from Tiwari.
Yeah, making up for lost time. I suppose Brno, they can afford to manage the resources a little bit with 5 games in the first couple of days. But this is the first ball of the last, and Cope just trying to go with the angle there, misjudges the line, maybe kept a little bit low on him. But after that, really not a lot was able to be done on the scoreboard. Just one further single was registered in the last 5 balls. And Vinohrady end up 102 for 6. Top score went to Abdul Muiz. I think credit to him because he had to catch up after. He had a bit of a tough time scoring in the power play. 22 for Adnan, the skipper. Apart from that, Nokuma with 14. 3 boundaries in there was a handy contribution. 17 extras. Well, that does include those 5 buys, so maybe that's a little bit worse than it looks. 102, I think Brno pretty happy where they are. And look, 7, if they go at kind of 14 and a half or so and over, then that's kind of 4-point pace. So, with a good start, they might fancy that. Guess we'll see how it works. Whereas Afridi, 1 for 8, including a maiden in there. 3 for 18, though. Ramara steals the figures. Wickets also for Solanki. And how about the last over from Tiwari? Was able to take 1 for 1. I should mention, though, that Riaz Afridi, it was a fake maiden because it had a buy in it. Anyway, we'll take a break and we'll come back.
Fake wicket maiden, wasn't it?
Fake wicket maiden, yep, you're exactly right. That was the 3rd over. It won't be a quick turnaround, last game of the day. So see you in a few minutes. 103 for Brno to make it 2 for 2. And will can Vinos spring a surprise and defend 102 in this match. Winnie Sander, Mr. Maximo, and Danny Huditak back with you soon for the final innings of day 1 in this European Cricket Series.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Hello and welcome back to the Vinohrady Cricket Ground in Prague. Time for the last innings of day number 1. And it's Vinohrady making their first appearance of the tournament, taking on Brno, who did pick up a win in match number 4 a little bit earlier today. The story so far, 102 on the board. Means 4 pointers on, as always, if the chasing team can chase in 7 overs, 71 or less. If that is all that's scored, then the fielding team could take all 4. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo, with Danny Hudacek one last time on opening day. And we were just talking off air, weren't we, about the fact that, could have a great battle between 3 left-handers here. Joe Cope to open the bowling. And you've got Mohamed Ratul and Dylan Stain, 2 in-form lefties, opening the batting for Brno.
Joe Cope, he's got a knack of bowling those in-swinging Yorkers, but that's to right-handers. I remember he got Lala last year with an absolute peach.
Yeah.
And but it's a little bit different here with bowling to 2 very good left-handed batsmen.
I feel like Cope's got to take a couple early to give Vinohrady any hope, because these 2, they look so impressive in that previous game, batting with freedom, playing proper cricket shots as well. They put on 67 in just 3.4 overs. That was the opening partnership. So
good backup after that in Norkandai, and also we saw another batsman. Who was it? I can't see it can't see them on the list. Vinny, who was the 4th batsman they used?
You had Kande, who came in at 3, the captain, and then you had Solanki, who came in just quickly came in and whacked to 6. Anyway, here we go with the response. First one, just feeling for it. Ratul knocks it down for a single.
Yeah, not a bad start. Just knocked it down. Ratul, though, such a clever player, and he has scoring shots all over the ground, so it's very difficult to bowl to him. Dylan Stain also is pretty handy. He'll be facing up against Cope, but I think pitching it up to Dylan, sometimes he plays a sort of uncontrolled shot at the start of his innings.
Dylan's one guy, I love watching him bat. Probably because I'm not bowling to him, but he's very good at anything short. Punches this one through mid-wicket, and he's underway straight away with 4 runs.
Yeah, nice shot there. Just a little bit short from Cope. And said his game is probably those big in-swinging Yorkers. Kind of difficult to bowl. Got a little bit of swing out there, though, but did drag it down. We want to improve the next ball to Dylan.
He's been good in that pull. Actually was his undoing earlier on. Now, this is a kind of length delivery.
Oh.
Great save there, flying away. And that's Nitin Meal. Now, little birdie told me he has some goalkeeping experience. And that was a goalkeeping-like save, wasn't it?
Absolutely. Look,
I think it's clean. I think he takes off and hits the rope only after he's patted the ball back into play.
The rumour is that, I'll have to confirm it. Let's have a look. And yeah, very goalkeeper.
Now, what's the ripples of the rope?
So the rumour is, and I'll have to confirm it with him, because I've heard this from other people as well. Get back to Joe Cope, a little bit short. That's through, and 4 runs. Lovely shot.
Applaud. That wasn't a bad ball from Cope. One reason I like watching Stain bats, because I'm not having to play against him. I mean, that's not a bad ball at all from Cope, and it's just eased away off the back foot into the gap and races away for 4.
Yeah, really good shot.
Also, speaking of Nitin Meal, just made that great save on the boundary. We do believe his mother's watching right now. So hello.
Hi to Nitin's mum.
You can be very proud of that stop. Looks like he would have had to feed him a lot when he was a kid. The size of him. Front foot this time. Just stop it right now. Take a picture. It'll last longer. Back foot, front foot, Stain putting on a show here in the first over.
Well, Cope has a knack of getting wickets in his first over, but I'll tell you what, Dylan's in fine form, and he's got a guy at the other end who's not bad as well in Ratul. So so Nitin apparently was a goalkeeper at different levels in India, and apparently played, I think, juniors or something for the Indian national team. And he came to the Czech Republic to play football and had a couple of injuries. I think they were knee injuries, and has kind of backed away from playing football and is playing a bit of cricket. It's short. That could be caught. Oh, that's over his head. Well, he drew the shot. It was going towards Nitin out there, but it's just over his head. And well, that's an expensive over from Joe Cope, who's their main strike bowler, Vinohrady. Let's have a look at this.
And I'm not saying there weren't some cracking shots in this over, including that uppercut. But I think Cope, he needs to be able to, he needs to at least challenge him to come forward.
Sure.
At least I would prefer being driven for 4, because at least, you know, you're pitching it up and giving it a chance to swing. That's where he does his damage. Anyway, magical start, 21 without loss after 1. 33 matches since the golden ball. I know Dave was super keen to have a golden ball because yeah, there's a couple of birthdays around at the moment. But yeah, the game at the moment isn't looking too likely. Time will tell.
Good start, 29 off the first. Dylan Stain with 20 though. Similar start to his to the last game. And Ratul, he's just as dangerous from the other end. Paras Tanwar is the bowler. Bit of spin. I think it's a pretty good option, actually.
Yeah, why not? Unfortunately, it wasn't the start that Vinohrady were after. Paras Tanwar to bowl the second over. And first one is beautifully cut backward a point. Ratul gets his first boundary. Guy that holds the joint record for most 4s in an individual ECN innings gets his first boundary with a nicely placed little cut into the gap.
Yeah, really nice shot. And both class acts, these two, as we saw in the last game. They did lose their wickets, but the damage was done. And 25 no loss. And still just 1 ball into the second. Comes in again, nicely bowled.
I like the matchup though, although this is still rocketing away. Oh, well, it's a double kick and maybe a triple kick.
Oh.
It's going to be 4 runs. Well, that's Nilesh Kumar Tiwari. It was almost like an improvisational rugby play where you're trying to kick it into the end zone and run onto it. I don't think it was what he meant to do. But how about the pure timing? This makes life difficult for the fielder, but I've got to say, use your hands there and you've got a better chance of fielding it. Runs down the hill for 4.
Yeah, well, this outfield is pretty quick, as we've mentioned before. That one's hit to the fielder. It's got through him, though. Got a bit of a dodgy bounce. And just a single there. That'll bring Dylan Stain on strike for the first time against Tanwar. It's been a good start from Ratul as well. 30 on the board for Brno. Looking very good in this tournament.
These two in particular just seem to have a kind of controlled aggression about them. And aren't looking like they're under any pressure. You know, when I think about the first half of this game and particularly the first power play where Riaz Afridi was coming in, it looked, you know, the batters were under a lot of pressure. I mean, obviously, I think that they actually handled it reasonably well with Abdul Muiz having to do most of the work.
So it's been smashed through the leg side.
It's a crunch fest here at the moment. Ratul moves to 14. And they are cruising the bowling, getting a bruising in this power play.
You know what I've just noticed? That the Brno players on the bench are not even applauding these shots.
They're waiting for something more. It reminds me of there's certain players, and I think that, say for a moment, the Baltic Boss in Estonia is one of them. That
the Baltic Boss. Oh, another great shot.
Another one. That one gets a smattering of applause with Maximo. 6 to Ratul, lifts it up. End of the power play can't come quick enough for Vinohrady. He calls Brno 41 without loss after 2. Yeah, and Terry told me this actually up in Estonia. Saifur Rahman, Baltic Boss, because he looks a bit like Chris Gale. Left-handed, opening batter, has the same kind of hair, same physique. I said they don't applaud his 50 because they find it sometimes affects his concentration, and it won't be long before he's 100 anyway. So I like that. I like that confidence. This is the end of the over. This is the table, and Brno have the opportunity here with a win to go to the top. And yeah, just with their schedule, it is kind of front-loaded because they do have to travel. Brno is the second biggest city in Czech. a couple of hours away.
Mhm.
So yeah, just going to break down their schedule in a bit more detail for you. But yeah, they are playing 2 matches today. They play 3 tomorrow. So they play kind of 2 days reasonably intensely. Then they have a bit of a break. It's Kumar coming on, staying carefully, keeps this one out. They will come back. I think we see them on Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. We'll see Saturday and Sunday. I think they've got a couple of games. Yeah, 5 games on the weekend. And then that's their 10 games. So they basically have 2 blocks of 5.
Mm-hmm.
Monday, Tuesday, and Saturday, Sunday.
I think, look, Moravians probably in the same boat. Ostrava as well. They have to travel probably further than Brno, actually.
You're right. So this is going to be worked away and keep it in the infield just a run. So Moravian, kind of similar things. They play their blocks Tuesday, Wednesday, and then they play their second block next Tuesday, Wednesday as well.
Yep.
So 5 games in each of those. The other one that springs to mind is Ostrava, also having to travel a fair bit. They play their blocks, I think, Friday, Saturday, and then again next Wednesday, Thursday. So, I mean, it's sensible scheduling.
I think it is. It with the Prague clubs, though, we were speaking to, had a look at the PCC draw, and they sometimes have 1 game a day, and which is difficult, even though they've got a good depth to get a good side. I mean, you saw wheel out a few old timers.
Yeah.
With all due respect, they're the guys who don't. I mean, they contribute by being there. They're good players.
I think what they've tried to do some of the time, though, is, for example, Vinohrady, they have 1 game today, but they try and make it, the last game or the first game. So you need still, if you're working, whatever, you've still got a fair chunk of the day available. But yeah, I mean, it is complicated trying to make everything work. But I think the crew do a good job. It's kind of factoring in these common sense practicalities, if you like.
Yeah, absolutely. Common sense is the phrase, I think. Comes Kumar again. It's down leg side again. So can't quite bowl to the left-handers. Started off okay. Just lost a couple.
So, saying Dave said because Kenzie is 32, and it's 32 matches since Golden Ball. Felt like this is the one. Is it 32 right now?
Sorry, Dave.
Well, goodbye. That one is, when I say Nasradano Pelota, probably doesn't make sense, but I will say that is 6 runs. 50's up, 50 partnership again. Second time in as many matches for these two. A little wink and a glint in the eye of the Brno openers who are having a bit of fun out there. I don't think Vinohrady enjoying it so much.
Yeah, this one, at least he got on the pitch because he's missed a couple of leg side, came around the wicket, and it was just too short and too easy for a batsman like Ratul. He's moved on to 26 off 7. Dylan 22 off 8. Oh, picked him up straight through him, and that's breakthrough. And well, gets his revenge. Does Kumar against Ratul, and just played all around it. That's what you get when you pitch the ball up.
Ratul's been really good, but I've got to say he's been a little bit loose in this kind of area today, and he'll know that. Pitched up around that off stump, and he's trying to go a little bit across it. Probably doesn't need to. And it's good length as well. I think it's almost that Yorker length. Doesn't get a good look at it. Middle and off. Get rattled. And yeah, well done to Anil Kumar, who's fighting back for Vinohrady. That's the first wicket down, 51 for 1. But here's the thing. The Brno openers, they've been really good today, but so are the 3 and 4 that we've seen from them as well. We've seen Norkande coming in at 3. We saw Solanki coming in at 4 briefly earlier on. So I don't think they're too worried by that. Norkande does come out at first drop.
Yeah, he's a good batsman as well, the skipper. So they bat pretty much all the way down. I think we have Riaz Afridi who's batting at 8. He can hit the ball a long way. But surprised that Sandeep Tiwari's there at listed to bat at 6, but that's fine.
Just to guide the order as well.
I think so.
See what they go with. We might not, depending on how this game goes. He goes and punches this one. Gets away from the field of Paras Tamwa, just out of his grasp. It's 4 runs. A bit risky from Kande, but gets the result, a boundary.
Yeah, just a bit too wide. Looking for that tram line, the blue line, which is the distinguishing line for wides, and was there or thereabouts with it. Unfortunately, Kando had his bat there too. Well, he's taken a wicket. Gone for 14 as Kumar.
Nice ball the third over here. And miss hit Paul, but once again, it's not going to fall near a field up. That will be a single to Kande, who will retain the strike. And at the end of the 3 over power play, Brno made big inroads into this target, 56 for 1.
Yeah, they've passed the halfway mark after 3 overs. So good luck to Vinohrady. They just need wickets. They got 1 that over, but it cost them still quite a few runs. Look at this, 21, 20 and 15. So whereas at the same time, Vinohrady with losing that wicket, they were on 20, so 36, the gap. So I think Vinohrady, well, they came in with optimism. And it's Joe Cope to come back. Gets a good move here from the captain. Cope probably the most likely, even though he did drop a little bit short against the 2 openers. Dylan's still there. He'll be wanting to try to dismiss Kandai. That again, he's got that in-swinging Yorker that he tries to get through the gap.
He didn't really bowl full enough to see if the ball was swinging earlier. He kind of bowled it more of a heavy length like this. So, I mean, it's going to be pulled away by Kande. Did pretty well there. It was cramped for room, but got the hands out in front. The runs just keep on coming for Brno.
Yeah, again, it's not how we normally see Joe Cope bowl. He's normally right up in the block hole, trying to get that ball to swing in through the bat and pad of the batsman. Sometimes he gets it wrong and bowls wides. We haven't seen any wides from him, but we've just seen him drag the ball down, and it's been too easy for the Brno batsman.
What do you call somebody from Brno? Like a Brnoan? It's probably not a word. I'll come back to that.
No, there definitely is.
Is that?
Yeah.
Because I've spent a lot of time in Prague, but are they Pragans?
No,
Because you have Parisians.
They're Pragas.
Pragas.
Or
okay.
if you want to go a little bit, what the rest of the country call them, they're called Prajak.
Prajak.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's a little bit derogatory.
Okay.
Oh.
Is it?
So I'll look that up.
No, that's another 4.
Oh.
It's close to the fielder, but not close enough. Kande's come out red hot. Looks like he wants an early dinner the way things are going. Cope does actually kind of try to go the full one, but just doesn't quite have that zip at the moment that we've seen from him in some other matches, Joe. Another 4 to the total. Okay, so I didn't ask for a derogatory term. Just asked for a descriptor.
It's just because it being the big city, like everywhere. It's a better ball. Just Cope goes down. Hope he's okay. Gets back up again. It's a little bit like Sydney in Australia, or London or Paris, where it's a beautiful city, but people don't like you if you're from there.
Yeah, it's quite a common trait in countries.
So that's why it's Prajak in Czech and Brno, but not sure. I'll see if I can find out.
Let us know if you know in the chat.
Yeah.
Anyway, look at that bonus point equation. Very doable. Now they've got that under 11 and over. Current run rate is, well, I'm going to say a lot. It's around about 20 or so. Maybe it's dropped a little bit below that this over, but still very, very healthy. It's exactly 18 and over currently, actually.
So, well, if they get a couple of wickets here, what do you think? Still too many?
Well, this Tamalik side, I wonder if the umpire's interested in this, because it seemed to kind of strangle the batter a little bit, and it's either hit the gloves or it's hit the body. I think I could definitely see it went off his back arm or his body. I'm not sure if there's any glove on the way through. It's close to the glove, so I can see why Cope was interested. Yeah, look, I think if you offered Vinohrady a point right now, they'd take it. You know, so a couple of wickets might stop that. It'd have to be an epic collapse, and when you look at their batting as well, it'd have to be an epic collapse for to lose from here. It's probably a wide down the leg side, and called. So, yeah, Joe, he's lovable, larrikin, actually. Get kind of archetypal left armour.
He's a pretty good pool player as well.
Is he?
Yeah.
Smoking Joe Cope.
We had a couple of games of pool a while ago, and yeah, he just came from a tournament, and we're like, well, let's have a game. It was okay. I played okay against him, but he's a class player.
But yeah, if you're just an average player, probably worse than average, even amateur level, when you play someone that's good, it's pretty disheartening, isn't it? You kind of know if you miss your shot, you might not get another shot for quite a while. Anyway, that's the end of the fourth over in Brno. 68 for 1.
Yeah, Mark Smart. Yeah, Pražák for friends. Impolite. Yeah, true. So Skippy, what are you guys called? Because Skippy's from Brno, Mark Smart.
Yep.
So well, that's a good way to ask. I will tell you that because there's a sort of rivalry that Brno have with Prague that Prague don't necessarily have with Brno. But there's all these different things. There's in Prague there's an ad for Prague which is it says Praha, then Prague, and so, like it's got PR and it's got the letters afterwards. There's a similar one for Brno.
Okay, I like where this is going. This is Meal, who's coming on to bowl. We saw him saving a boundary before in acrobatic fashion. I know the one you're talking about because it's the way that Prague is spelt in different languages, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So there's I think 4 different ones or 5 different ones.
Yeah.
But I've also seen one with Brno, Brne, Brniet. So, as in no. I've seen that one. But the other thing, Prague's a beautiful city, and I like Brno. I think it's a great place. But do you know it comes from? It's disputed, but Brno, the name Brno comes from Old Czech. This is pushed down for a single. They look for 2. Well run there, and
well run because they made it. That's great.
Could be another
now
one.
He's batless, but he's still quick. He actually loses his bat in the dive, Stain, but he just kind of hops up, almost like a baseballer stealing third. He's able to slide in again. Have a look at him, number 13, Dylan Stain. I don't know if he would have beaten the direct hit. And then, yeah, it was his idea. Crazy, but incredibly good running. Okay, you have to tell me this in a second. But so you're saying that, is this about the origin of the name Brno?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
So comes Nitin again, bowling around the wicket. Again. But shout out and hello to Nitin's mum, is watching this. So it's down leg side. Can we call it wide? I think.
So is this? So you said it's disputed though. So well,
Yes.
what's the?
But I'm going to stick with it because I like it.
Okay.
It's Old Czech for Brny, which means muddy or swampy. So,
descriptive.
Very descriptive. Whoa, that's been muscled over the boundary for 6. Just dropped it a bit short, did Nitin.
Races on for the 4-pointer now, 24 or 15. That's maximo time. Really good shot. And just a fraction short. It's just round the wicket tactic. It's fraught with danger.
It's Brnazi, according to Skippy.
Okay.
Not so pretentious. Yeah, we've had a bit of an...
Can I say, I haven't been to Brno, and it's on my list. It's so hard for me to get free time.
Yeah.
But I'd like to go. And I'd like to visit the cricket ground there as well.
It's a nice cricket ground.
I've heard a lot about it. It is quite tough. I've been invited a few times. I haven't been able to take up the invitation just yet.
I'm going to say the city, it's a nice city. It'd probably be a nice city to live in. It's not as pretty as Prague, but it's a difficult one because Prague is just one of the most beautiful cities you'll ever go to.
Sounding a bit pretentious at the moment, actually, Danny.
Well, that's what he said. He said, like, not so pretentious.
That's great running. My word, that's good running. Stain runs it. Yeah, Stain is the kind of guy. I actually don't know if you'd find a better runner between the wickets in Europe than Stain. He does the basics so well, and even though this doesn't even leave the circle, bat in the correct hand, makes a quick decision. Not even his run. Gets back for 2. Short, smashed, 4 runs, and that makes it 18 off 13. Meal just hasn't been able to get it right in this over. He's in danger of going magical. Geez, Brno, they've come out of the blocks fast, haven't they?
They have, and looks like it's going to be 2 wins from 2, and it's really good.
What can you tell me about Ostrava then? Because that's another place I've heard a lot about. I've seen.
It's an interesting place. If you ask a Czech, they'll say, oh no, it's a horrible place, without ever going. And it used to be, if you look at pictures of Ostrava in the 70s, it was basically all coal mines and steel factories. It was my cousins, my father's from there. My cousins were born there and grew up there.
Nice ball to fifth, and that's not a lot better delivery-wise, but at least this time finds an outfielder. Thinking of two again. I even like this running. He's looking for it. Okay, when it's fielded, he turns it down. End of the fifth over, 86 for 1. After 5, just quickly, Danny. We can tell you there's more cricket coming your way tomorrow, not only from here in Prague, but also, and don't forget, we have the Cyprus T20s ongoing. We're showing 2 of the men's T20s and 1 of the women's T20s every day. So, yeah, that's the program tomorrow. Bright and early, even earlier than us, starting an hour 15 before we start, which is 7:45 in Central Europe. It's 5:45 AM GMT. It's 11:15 in India. And yes, Cyprus and Estonia doing battle in both men's and women's official T20 internationals. And there's a bit of history today there because Sahil Chauhan scored the quickest T20 100 ever. And I'm not talking about in any cricket that's in the world, but as far as recognised T20s, which are kind of at a domestic level, or T20 internationals, he's done it in a T20 international. Anyway, come back to that in a second. Here is over number 6, and it's going to start with a carved 4 from Kande. Well, he's actually gone his past Stain already. So, yeah, Brno's top 3 have been firing here on opening day.
Difficult to bowl to. And with Ratul, even with Ratul going, the next batsman in Norkandur is excellent. So, yeah, going back to Ostrava, on his way to school, my cousin would guess what colour the river would be that day, depending on what chemicals they dumped in it. Whether it was green or orange or yellow or red. This is in the air, away from the fielders, and 4 runs. Joe Cope can't catch up to it.
Poor Joe Cope. I mean, if he was an emoji, he'd be the eye roll emoji, because I think he hasn't had a fun time in the field. Couldn't really get it right with the ball. This one's a teaser. Like the effort, though, from Joe. Gives it everything. It was uppish, maybe before she doesn't fall into a fielder's hands. But they're creeping closer, and looks like it could be the octopus for Brno.
The octopus?
That won't quite be the octopus. Well, no, it would be, because...
Gone.
Oh, that will be.
No.
Oh, there's a big appeal. And what's held behind? Let's have a look on the replay.
I think he might hit the ground.
Let's have a look. Honest opinion. No,
Yeah.
I don't think there's any bat in that.
No, I think he flicked the ground.
Bowler was late to appeal. I was going to say the octopus is 8 points. They've gone 4 points and 4 points.
Okay.
Chasing the octopus. And
Gotcha.
then we had to work out, because then sometimes teams play 3 games in a day. So what's 12? If you can do 12. And typically we call that 12 on the shelf.
12 on the shelf. What about eggs? They come in a dozen.
Hold on. I found in the supermarket here 10
come in
eggs.
10s, I agree.
And that freaked me out.
Yeah.
Why?
I don't know.
And they still come in 6s.
Yep, I know.
6s or 10s.
Yep.
What kind of a country is this? No, you've got me on a random thread that I don't really want to follow through. But 10 eggs?
10 eggs.
I'm all for decimalisation, but give us a break. 10 eggs. How are you meant to make 4 3 omelets out of that?
Whoa.
Uh-oh.
That's not good.
It's been some wild and woolly bowling in this second innings. Okay, it hasn't been easy with who they bowled to. That's 100 up now. And I think it is time to start the car, because we're almost capital G-O-R-N-E gone, as Phil G would say. We'll be here tomorrow, by the way.
Just quickly going back to Ostrava, it's changed a lot. As we see, we won't see Ostrava quite yet. Brno against Dominators first up, then Tigers and Barbarians for the first time. That'll be an interesting game to see where Barbarians are in this tournament and see where the Tigers are. Then we'll see Moravian, that's the second team from Brno, coming up with a local derby played in Prague.
Yeah, that'll be a good one. I think we're finishing about the same time as the Cyprus T20s. Looks like Cyprus women have gone 2-0 up in that series.
Yeah, quickly with Ostrava,
Yeah.
they've removed all of the factories. They've made green spaces and other things around. It's a much nicer city than what it was. The surroundings are lovely. The Beskide Mountains are fantastic. So, and that's going to be the game. Well done for Brno. They have got it before the 7 overs as well, so they've got the octopus.
Yeah, they do. Octopus in the bag. Maybe to camp out on tonight. So, yeah, just Vinohrady. We thought that 102 wasn't enough. And, well, I'm looking forward to seeing obviously Moravians here tomorrow as well. Is another team from slightly out of town. So, now look, Brno, though, they chase one, I think it was in 5, and then they chase in 9, I should say, earlier on. So actually, it wasn't quite the octopus. It was 7 out of 8. This is what's coming out tomorrow. Phil G will be stepping in for me for the day. Hope you guys have a great time. I'll be lurking. Don't worry about that. But I'll also be giving the voice a bit of a rest tomorrow. Join us 7 a.m. GMT, 9 o'clock in Central Europe, 12:30 p.m. in India. As Brno made a very strong start. Vinohrady, okay, they'll be disappointed, but they still have 9 more matches to press their case. Let's go back. And it was a flying start in more ways than one, wasn't it? The openers were up and away. But also, you could just see the array of shots. It was pretty impressive. Cote was a little bit short, I think. I didn't mind this matchup as well with Tamar's off spin. But, yeah, this ball was just flying to all corners. He's not helping themselves out with some of the fielding as well.
It was difficult for them. Again, very difficult to bowl to these 2 left-handed openers. It was a wicket. That's a Ratul a little bit later on, but all the damage was done. And then the skipper came in and blasted them away. So I think this might be the wicket. And straight through Ratul. Really a nice effort there. And the only wicket of the innings for Vinohrady. That was Anil Kumar. But apart from that, all the highlights belong to Brno, who go for 2 for 2 and look very threatening in this tournament. As I mentioned, well, probably one of the favourites, along with PCC and Bohemians. We'll see Barbarians tomorrow as well. And see most of these other teams. Moravians we'll see again. We'll see tomorrow. We'll see Tigers tomorrow. But what I've seen of Brno in these first 2 games has been excellent, both with the ball and the bat. And it's the winning runs there. And the Brno boys, they'll celebrate tonight. They'll come up from Brno, the second city, and they'll celebrate, I'm sure. So congratulations to them. Vinohrady, they'll look back and think what they could improve. But there are, as Vinny said, other games in this tournament. We look at the batting card, pretty impressive. Mohammad Ratul with 26 off 8. Dylan Stain with 27 off 11, and Noah Kandai 42 off 17. And got it with 4 overs left.
Yeah, tough one for Vino as well. They don't take a point away from their opening day. So, yeah, it's with the bowling. Obviously, Kumar was able to break through that wicket. That was the only real highlight for Vinohrady. It's, like I said, it's early in their tournament. So, wishing them the best when they come back. We will see them also with something that I think they're going to quite enjoy, taking on PCC in match 13. That's actually the next match they play. And if they can somehow stop PCC there, they will break their winning streak at 20 and mean that they don't hold the record outright for most ECS wins in a row. So there's the summary. Ramarao 3 for 18, I thought was pretty effective. But I mean, Tawari's last over kind of got Brno with a bit of momentum heading into the second innings. And then Brno, got to say, Kande, I thought he was excellent coming out at 3. Actually ends up outscoring both Stain and Ratul. But yeah, the top 3 clicking, the bowling kind of working, lots of options, lots of depth, lots of bowlers and batters, I think, that it weren't even used much that they could go to Brno. So yeah, they're looking like real contenders, hoping to go one better. Of course, last year they were in a winning position in that final, just couldn't quite hold on. One more time, let's welcome you into the cube as the afternoon sun beats down on us. Been great to be here with you. That's 4 days in a row we've worked together. Really, really enjoyed it. 3 days, of course, of the CE Cup, T20I Women's, and then opening day here. But it is time for me to have a break, and I think you're really going to enjoy having a day with Phil G tomorrow.
Absolutely. Phil's a good mate of mine, lives in Prague also, and used to be, teammates as well at Barbarians years ago, and it'll be good to sit next to Phil for the entire day tomorrow. 5 really good games here from Prague. So
and, that's what we've got coming up tomorrow. So yeah, Brno, I mean, You look at their run. Okay, Dominators, they'd be big favourites. Moravian, likewise. Bohemians played some good cricket today. So probably for me, match 10 looks like the match of the day. Might be worth getting the popcorn out. Tigers, though, we'll also see them for the first time tomorrow, taking on the Barbars in match number 7. So, yeah, stay tuned. 7 a.m. GMT, 9 o'clock in Central Europe, and 12:30 p.m. in India. Also, don't forget Cyprus is going. That starts an hour 15 earlier. Okay, well, I think it is time to wrap things up. I want to say a big thank you to everyone in the chat. We had some good discussions today. No golden balls, but this is Prague. We normally get one somewhere along the way.
We will,
right?
I'm sure.
Don't forget also, if you haven't already liked the video, subscribe to the channel. Don't forget our social media at European Cricket, and also our website, europeancricket.com. I know on our social media, I know Facebook, Instagram, there's a great piece on Turka called Sunava. So check that one out, including when she was on with me and she was speaking in Czech, the translation of what she said and some of her highlights as well. So that's something to check out as well.
Absolutely.
All right, we're going to leave it there. We're going to leave you with some of the best bits of the day. Thanks to all the players, officials, our magnificent crew at Spring Media. Had to deal with some windy and woolly conditions today. I'll see you Wednesday, and for everyone else, hope you're joining in just like me to catch day 2 for more action right here in the European Cricket Series. Here's some of the bits of opening day. For now, it's hasta pronto. Nostradano.
See ya.